Hello, Nne. Good morning. Oh, I'm muted. Hello, good morning. Thank you for thank you for joining in.
You're welcome, Mom.
Thank you. Do you mind if I make you a co-host, please? Thank God you're here.
Okay. It's kind of okay, but you're going to allow me to like
of course now. I ain't trying on a violence club. That's the that's the Mbao in wedding Kai. Just use your leverage as you wanted. That's actually the main reason of the Kedi Mafia of the space. Yeah, it's just that I didn't want to name it Woka Imagonyan Neku. Exactly. Mm-hmm. So actually Jafia we may Ima because basically that's actually what it is, you know. Yeah. So somebody joined us. Good morning, Ademola. Thank you for joining in. So I'll just be playing some music in the background and hoping that more people would be able to join us as quickly as possible so we can kick off, if that's okay. Ademola, good morning. If you can hear me, welcome. Thank you for joining in. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining in on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, wherever you are. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So what motivated this topic is as most of us would have already known, there's this effort, being made to sort of instigate Northerners against the Southeast, especially because of P2B, who obviously is from the Southeast. So the people who are doing these things, I've just been wondering, I have my own ideas, what I feel like they want to achieve, but then it's an open topic, isn't it? So if anybody, wants to kick off. Before we start, I want to introduce Miri Marugo, who is our co-host on the space today. And please, if you want to speak, all you need to do is just to request the mic. We are just a few of us now, so I would appreciate if everybody takes the mic so we can sort of just interact while we wait for more people to be able to join us. So, like I said, there's an open topic. Why are people making so much effort to instigate the North against the Southeast, especially during this political era? So that's it. If you will see some of the things I shared, especially from Reno, he was saying yesterday about how if anything happens to him and his wife, blah, 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 that P2B should be held responsible. And I'm just wondering, why are you attacking someone who has never, ever, spoken a word about you? So is there more? Is there more to this? And what is the motivation to all this? Thank you, Miri. Do you want to kick off for us while I invite the other people and give them mic?
All right. Thank you, Nkechi. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And Demola, good morning, all. So, you're welcome to the space. And Nkechi has done the introduction and talked about what we are here to discuss. When Reno started out with his attack on P2B, I kept on, wondering what could what changed, because I follow Reno on Facebook, and now this is not just on Facebook. Reno there was a time he was I forgot the name he called the school, but it has to do with theology, kind of. And I was among his pioneers, and we did a lot of studying the book of the Bible. And, I thought Reno had a lot. People in that forum would have issues that borders outside the Bible studying of the book of the Bible and all of that. And Reno would, go out of his way to kind of really advise, encourage and all of that. So, but I stopped when he started trying to monetize it, and I told him, listen, I can actually do a lot of research on my own when it comes to studying the Bible. I do not intend to be a missionary and all of that, so I'm not going to do this when you monetize. That's how I left. So, but I kept on following him because I felt, okay, this is surprising, but not really surprising, because Reno is mad. Let me just put it this way.
Yeah.
Reno has a mental problem. And it's okay. There's nothing to be ashamed of when it comes to mental health problems. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You seek for help. You seek for help. I think that's the thing with Reno. He needs that. He needs to see a psychiatrist. He really needs to do that. Aside from the whole campaign thing right now, campaign has not even started proper, right? We still have 6 months to go. And this is going on. Reno is very unstable. Very, very unstable. You do not like P2B's candidacy. It's okay. What can you do more? Keep selling your candidates. When we started, when P2B finally came out and said, okay, I'm going to run on the Labour Party.
Yeah.
What people did was more. What the obedience did was more talking about P2B, constantly talking about P2B. And it's up to now, it's still very easy for us because P2B does not need you to start writing thesis to sell him, right? His works are there. you want proofs, they are there. So it was so easy for Peter because he sold himself already. So I was thinking this is what Reno should have done.
Mm-hmm.
But Reno started by attacking P2B. Listen now, we started by selling P2B. P2B is very sellable. In fact, we're not he's selling himself, right?
Exactly. So I think he's selling himself quite well.
Yeah. So we're just pushing, like this man is already selling himself, and we're like, okay, let's jump on this. We're just kind of pushing what he already pushed out there. We are pushing it more, right? So this man could have done same with Atiku, but he started attacking P2B, and just like every other mentally unbalanced people in his own category, they are very manipulative. Very, very manipulative. They would gaslight you, push you, and being a human being, at some point you're going to fight, right? You're not going to endure all of that. You're going to come out and say something and try to kind of push back.
That's
then
right.
He turns back and he starts crying. Oof. They are doing this, they are doing that. Something and try to. Who is threatening? Who is threatening this man? He has nothing to his name. This is a man that used this girl that's still with the Boko Haram people. Used her name, used her situation to make a lot of money. This guy was going from country to country, getting fund from people. Please, can you tell me one thing he has done for Leah's family?
Mm-hmm.
The money he got from that girl's situation could have set up his family. You see the way they did for the one they killed Deborah. For Deborah, you see what they did?
The pastor.
Relocated the family. Yes. Relocated the family, set up a business. Reno did not do anything like that. What Reno did instead was to go and be doing kerewa with an Ethiopian lady. And come on Facebook to tell us that he met her at home, meaning that he met her a virgin. You met her a virgin, but you only paid her bride price after she has given birth. Reno is mad. This is the same Reno that the first time I even had a fight with him on Twitter was when he came out against single mothers. In fact, he made it his mission to start attacking single mothers. At some point, I said, Reno, you cannot continue to do this. Reno is obsessed with vagina. That's what we know. If you're not following him on Facebook, follow him. It was from Reno that I got to know that there is even vagina that has the shape of some fish. You cut it and it has the same shape and it has smell.
Oh my goodness.
Reno is not okay. And then see what he did. Why did he write that thing he did in Hausa? Why did he make it look like?
Why type it in Hausa?
Why? His mission is very clear. The only thing now is that he did not expect the backlash he is getting. Now, let me give you people an instance. If you are on Twitter, 2014 to even 2017, but pre-2014, 2015, if you're on Twitter and you're an Igbo person, you dare not say them. Like, no matter what they say about our people or your people, you cannot, even because the war was too much. It was too much. I was on Twitter then, but what can you say? What can you say? Like, these people it was so much. God, no, we cannot continue. And this is no longer just about the Igbos. Let me say this. In the north, you see Ademola is an Igbo guy. You see Towndu is an Igbo guy. You see what I'm saying is every Southerner is an Igbo guy. Once crisis starts. Every Southerner is an Igbo guy. Once crisis starts. So what Reno is doing is super dangerous. It's no longer about the Igbo people. It's also about the whole of all the Southerners, because that's the way an average Northerner sees us. Every Southerner is Igbo. Every Southerner is Igbo. And this is a part of the country where you see what their elites or whatever they call them are actually doing to them. They keep them uninformed. They keep them out of school. They keep them in poverty. And at the same time, they push propaganda against the other regions in Nigeria to them, using their religion and their imams and all of that. So there is tense. There's tension already. Nigeria is tensed up. And Nigeria is divided in such a way that I have never seen. Nigeria is divided in such a way I have never seen. So for Reno to do this, I'm going to say this. If anybody here has access to Atiku, tell him he has to renounce Reno and apologize to the whole Nigeria, not just Southerners. He has to renounce this guy because he's doing more harm to him. He's doing more harm to him. If this guy says he has Atiku's ear and he's doing this, do you think I want Atiku to be there? Reno can wake up one day and say, you know what, go and kill all the single mothers. And Atiku will listen, and me, I will be a victim because I'm a single mother.
Of course.
I'm just trying to be funny about the whole thing. Mm-hmm. But this is what it is. Reno cannot continue to be allowed to continue this way. And people are saying, hey, don't ban his account. Reno crossed it. He crossed it. You don't incite the North against the South. Just because of what? Because they paid you. How much did Atiku pay you for this campaign?
It's possible Atiku didn't even pay him anything. It could be him just struggling to make himself relevant,
This is a man that when APC was tearing the pants and dross of Jonathan in 2015, this is a man that could not say could not utter a word. Like, he could not defend his principle. The same man is here doing what he's doing, and people are saying, "Hey, no, don't block his accounts. Don't say let's ban his account. Like, you don't do this." Okay, just imagine the last crisis in the North, that they burnt that marketplace where they sell the building material, something like that. Yeah. I know how many people that lost their business and they never envisaged it. And what is life now? You see the economy the way it is. This is what we are saying. When you begin to stoke this ethnic war, you are actually keeping us, not just a particular set of people, you are keeping the whole of Nigeria down. Mm-hmm. The person that my friend, that the husband was affected, this is someone that if I say, hey, Ify, I need this, she kind of pulls it out and solves it immediately. It's now the one running around asking people for help just because of this kind of a problem. Then Reno is here. I beg, his account must be banned. Let him go. Let him see. It's better for Reno to go back and continue analyzing vaginas and fish. It will go a long way. Keeping this space and saying, really, let him go back to analyzing vagina and fish. Yes, let him do that, and let him leave single mothers alone, because I'm also in that Democrat.
Yeah.
So you should be careful.
But now he's even, coming against a whole nation. The Southeast especially, or people from the South. So it's not even like a segment of the country, like single mothers or whoever that he intends to, use to step up his relevance. Anyway, Miri, thank you so much. We have Ademola, who requested the mic earlier. And I just want to appreciate everyone who is here. You can see the topic is instigating North against Southeast Nigeria. A lot has happened in the past weeks, so we're just talking about it and analyzing it, and it will be good to hear your ideas and what you think about what is going on. Ademola, you've got the mic, please.
Good morning, sister. My name is Ademola. I think Reno is someone we need to ignore at this time. This election 2023 will be like that of 1993. I'm an obedient, and I will still continue to be obedient. I'm a Yoruba man. It doesn't matter. I'm a Nigerian. Reno and all of his kind, they don't want Nigeria to be better. What they want is top Nigeria. Hungry man is an angry man. If they know that, when this thing happened in Lekki, what is the Reno contribution to Nigerian, even to the youth? And the youth want to take it back now. Reno is crying because he has been benefited from this government before. And then forget that he's the one that is the only one that want to pull Buhari and Atiku and Tinubu down. And when it now comes to his turn, he's now crying. So what we need to do now is just to ignore him and make him irrelevant. Me, as an obedient, I will continue to be obedient. I've told my children they have to go and get their PVC and vote for Peter Obi. That was how we did in 1993 when Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba voted for Chief MKO Abiola. What is the difference between Southerners? Yoruba, Igbo, we are all the same. We are Southerner. Forget about all these British, they just come over and then divided us. Nigeria is going to be better under Peter Obi. Reno Omokri is crying because he lose this battle and is going to be loose forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ademola. But you see, the thing is, from my own from where I stand, I've not seen anybody attacking Reno because of P2B, So it's just, I feel like it's his own imagination or what he feels should have been happening, and it's not happening. And then he's trying so much to, to kind of bring it to reality. Anyway, but this is just what I think. Anambra First Son, I see you. Thank you so much for joining in. Your hand is raised up. You've got the mic, please.
Thank you so much for having me, Nkechi, Ejikeme, and Miri. Thank you guys for having this very topic, of course, having this space. So, instigating North against the Southeast Nigeria, and you're asking why. I made a tweet this morning, and this election, this campaign has really opened my eyes to so many things, and I'm beginning to see the reason why we are where we are today as a nation or as a country. If you look at what has been happening from day one since 1960 or beyond, the crisis we are having in Nigeria, it is very commonsensical for us to know that what is currently happening now, this is 2022, this is 21st century, that people like Reno Omokri, Segalink can come openly, publicly, to incite and instigate violence. You see certain handles, you see certain obscure handles inciting the North against the East or the West, doing all sorts of things. What I have deduced from all this is that what led us to where we are today was actually orchestrated by someone, somewhere.
That's right.
In his or her comfort zone that triggered what is happening and led to chain of reactions. Because when you are beaten, you are expected to react. When someone looks for your trouble or triggers you, you're expected to react. And your reaction may go out of the line, which may now be taken as a pointer or taken out of context. What Reno Omokri is doing is very intentional. He knows what he's doing. He is aware of the implication of what he's doing. And that is very simple. to put the South, East against the North. This is the old practice. Of course, he's aware that there's already established friction between the two regions. And what this means to me as an Igbo person is that all this while that this friction existed, someone somewhere hatched the plan and instigated what is happening. Because it is the same method, it's the same mode of operation that is being witnessed today that happened in the past. The difference is this: is that we didn't have social media. There was no social media at the time, so we may not have seen or have evidence of what has happened. And if you look at somebody like Reno, if he can openly make this type of tweets, the kind of tweets he's making, incite people trying to put the North against the East because of elections, somebody that is close to him, somebody he has access to, and he is speaking in such manner for that kind of person, I don't think any sensible person should associate with himself with somebody like Reno. If I know you, at least to the extent that Reno Mokri has known Peter Obi, he has his number, he communicates with him. No matter what we are dragging, there should be a limit to everything. For Reno Mokri not to understand this, for him to break a lot of boundaries, it means it depicts how the kind of personality he is. It depicts his personality. It shows how terrible and horrible of a human being he is. And I want all of us to note that if your friend or someone that knows you, irrespective of whatever must have happened, comes publicly, that has access to your phone, comes publicly to denigrate your name, constantly denigrate your name, then the person is not what to be associated with by anybody. Because today he's your friend, tomorrow when he crosses the other side, or if you have any problem with him, he will do the same thing to you. But that's, by the way, that's on his personal level. But I want us to look at the bigger picture here. The bigger picture is that I am mirroring what is happening today. I am backdating it to what has happened in the past. And I can assure you, I can tell you authoritatively, from what I am seeing now, it is very obvious where the crisis we are witnessing in Nigeria emanated from. All the ethnic crisis, all the tension that we are having in Nigeria, all these things started from people, certain elements like Reno Mokri, Segalink, who are planting this type of hate incitement that is triggering. These things are triggering because a lot of people process information differently. There are people who see it and process it. Look at an elder statesman like my days Shehu, who came on Arise TV and started espousing every single thing Reno Mokri has been tweeting. He talked about how Peter B's son was wearing IPOB regalia, standing on Nigerian flag. He claimed that it's a fact. This is a medical doctor. This man is a medical doctor. He is a human rights activist. He's so many things. He is an elder statesman. But look at how he has internalized all the fake news being dished out by Reno Mokri. They're standing on the Nigerian flag, the alcohol, placing of alcohol, P2B on alcohol, the placing of P2B's picture on Muslim. These are the things that this old man was saying with authority on national TV. He even went ahead and said that P2B issued ID card to Northerners and claimed on national TV that it was reported on the Punch, on the Daily Sun. I mean, this is entirely false. And this old man, very reputable, very influential in the North, is making this statement with so much boldness and so much authority. That is to show you the level of damage. What Reno Mokri. Now, you can imagine people who cannot process information or who cannot even reason what they are already thinking. So that is the level, and Reno Mokri understands this. He knows that when he puts out certain comments or certain things, that it may be conceived and processed wrongly by certain elements who will now use it to act. This is a very dangerous trajectory that Reno Mokri, his likes and Sega links are putting out or are going to. So I want us to understand what we are dealing with. It is not just him having an opinion. That's why I have very serious. I was very angry with somebody like Fisayo, who felt that it was an attack on the freedom of expression on Reno Mokri. He found it. He disagreed with the fact that people are calling for his ban. Right? In support of Reno, without looking at the implication of what Reno is doing. Does he understand the implication of what Reno? Of course he does. So why is he playing blind eye to that? Or what are we missing here? So I don't understand when people who should know, for example, as Igbo person, I know that a lot of times things like this has led to the death of people in the north. Especially now that we have a lot of terrorists, a lot of people who are, have certain type of view, parading in the north. Now, this is the time we are pushing this type of content. What if this content gets to them and they act according to that content? What would you think that will happen to the innocent lives? That is the dangerous precedence people like Reno Mokri, with the level of influence he has, at least reach he has. And he is intentionally spewing these things in favor of a candidate. I just want to say this and make clarification. This is a very important topic, and I find it very sad that people who should be part of this conversation or who should say something or speak up are not saying that because of their political affiliation. They're keeping quiet. They're pretending that they're not seeing what Reno Mokri is doing. But when we react, we are called names. Listen, I challenge every PDP member to speak up against what Reno Mokri is doing, because this is actually something that will, in fact, it will be used against them in the future. This is not going to stop today. For example, myself, I will make sure that this thing he's doing is reiterated in the next 10 years, unless I'm not alive. We're going to continue to talk about this. Every single PDP member, wherever it be, you from Southeast, you must be responsible. You must be held accountable for what the implication of what Reno Mokri is doing if you do not speak up against it. Because one thing about us is that we have amnesia, we have very short span attention. But there are people who make sure that this thing does not go away just like that. Because if we allow it to go away, people will repeat the same thing. Thank you, Ayub Mike.
Thank you so much, Anambra First Son. There's something you said, that sort of got at me when you were saying that how can he treat somebody that he knows on a very personal ground that way? Because I was also thinking about it, because he remember he started with making a post sometime that he spoke with Peter Obi, and Peter Obi apologized to him, and how Peter Obi is going to make a tweet cautioning his followers. That just, I'm just like, okay, what kind of human being is this? What's the point of this? And I didn't even know that he had more, on his sleeves. Anyway, Ejike, are you here? Ejike, okay, cool. Miri, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to take over for 20 minutes? Then I'll.
Okay.
Yeah. So I tried to make a list of people depending on how they requested the mic. So the first person is Philip, followed with Delta, and then Enoch.
Okay. All right. So hi guys. Uche, thank you so much for what you said. And seriously, I think these are the kind of things we kind of should be listening to and hearing to understand why these people are doing what they are doing. it would kind of help us to to I don't know, react. You have the mic and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, Chichi. Good morning, Mary. Good morning, Jimmy. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. The topic, instigating North against Southeast Nigeria. Why? First of all, he who pays the piper, like they say, he takes the tune, or he calls the tune. I want to take it from this angle. I want you people to know that Atiku is aware of everything Reno is doing. Actually, it's a strategy that have been planned and mapped out. He might try playing the fifth, because what Atiku is doing is trying to play the fifth as if he doesn't know what's going on, but actually he knows what is going on, and this is what they want to do, to be able to divide the South and the North from themselves, which they've always used. They've always used this tool to divide Northern Nigerians against Southern Nigeria, and which is working. But I'm very happy that my generation, we are not like our father's generation. We're able to speak up and call what is evil, evil, and what is good, good, and what is bad, bad. And what is expected of us now is to sensitize Nigerians by calling what is bad, bad. Sensitize Nigeria with the right information, letting us know. Like Peter B said, that if you go to a hospital, you don't ask who the doctor is. All you are interested is, I want to be well, I want to be fine. You don't find out the state of origin or where your driver, the pilot is from. And so it shows that PDP, they don't have anything to project, because I expect that Reno by now should be reading out all the achievements of PDP, what they've done for the past 16 years, how they were able to move Nigeria forward. But it's interesting to note that they don't have anything to showcase. Rather, they have decided to go down this route to divide Nigerians against one another. And I want to say that in this 21st century, we are wise, and this practice will not be successful in our generation. We have to call it out. We have to say things against it. And it befuddles me when I see fellow youths defending the activities of Reno. Reno is not living in Nigeria. If he incites violence and division in the country, he's already living in America or in UK. We are the ones that will feel the brunt of his divisiveness and his wrong narrative that is spreading around Nigeria. So I want to call every Nigerian, this is a clarion call. Let us dispel and put to the uttermost abyss every insidious thing he has been saying by propagating the right information. Telling everyone we meet, every Northerner we meet, we are brothers. We are not, there's nothing dividing us. Every Southerner, from the south to the southeast to the southwest, we have to be one. We have to let ourselves know that this divide and rule will not work. It will not work in our generation. We are one Nigeria. When we go outside this country, we have our green passport. They don't tell you, oh, you are from Southwest. If you are from Southwest, stay this place. If you are from Northeast or North Central, stay here. We all carry the green passport with pride and dignity. So we should not allow Reno and the tactics of people that don't love Nigeria, that want to put Nigeria 100 years backwards, to divide us as a nation. Atiku's personality, he claims to be the unifier, but I dare say he has nothing to show that he's a unifier. Because if somebody is under you are employing somebody and somebody is doing things that that doesn't resonate with your philosophy, you will call that person to order. You will not allow the person, you will play the fifth as if you don't know what is happening. You will call that person to order and say, oh, what you are doing is not for me. I don't approve this message. I don't approve this information you are spreading around. But he's been so quiet and he actually doesn't know what is happening. But I want you to know that we are informed. This generation is informed. We have the right information. We have the right tools, and we will not allow falsehood to trend. We will not allow falsehood to become the order of the day. I use my mic. Thank you for this opportunity.
Philip. AGK here. All right.
Yeah. Good morning, Kechi. Good morning, Miri. Sorry, I was a bit busy before. Let's forge ahead. What I would like to say about Reno is, I have noticed that Reno is just an attention seeker. Yes, Atiku may be aware of what is happening, but I've always known Reno. Reno blocked me on Twitter like 2 years ago. Understand? When he tried, I think he was trying to. Okay, when Buhari went abroad to have his medical checkup, so I was like, he made a tweet, and I was like, okay, what did PDP do when they were in power? If PDP had put some things in order, this man wouldn't have gone out. So that was how the man blocked me. But that's by the way. The violence, the ethnic and religious violence that he's trying to incite on Twitter or social media is something he's known for. So I have always tried to, when I see tweets that he makes, I try to, counter it with, the same narrative that he's using to spread the false news. So, and I believe that we all here are learned, and Nigeria of this day is no longer at least the Sorosoke generation now know what these people, that these people don't mean any good for us. So, it's nothing, for me. It's nothing, but we need to start. We need to keep on, attacking this man, because if we allow him continue like this, he may ruin so many things. Because there are some people who don't actually reason the way we reason. Some people are too gullible, so they can just buy into this idea and feel like everything this man is saying is true. Okay, let's forge ahead. Anambra person, good morning. Let's forge ahead.
AGK. The next person is and thank you for your input and co-hosting the space with us. The next person is Delta State for P2B.
Okay, please, before Delta State goes, please, if you want to speak, I think he dropped again. If you want to speak, please raise up your hand.
Yeah. Before we start, so before we start taking the order, I believe that anybody that requested the mic wants to speak. But before we start going to the order of people raising their hand, I sort of made a list, how they were coming in. So we'll follow that list until we get to the last person. Then we can start doing the raise of hand, if that's okay.
Okay, it's okay by me, but I would also like us to, to give some kind of preferential treatment to some of these people coming from the north. Like there is somebody here, Ahmad, who is a staunch B2B supporter. I think I would bring him up maybe after the next speaker speaks.
Yes, let's have Enoch. Enoch has been here since we started. So after Enoch, Ahmad can speak, because it would be good to hear a perspective from a northerner. Right. That could help to drive the conversation. Enoch, you've got the mic, please.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope I want to first thank the host for the opportunity to contribute to this wonderful conversation. Although I will first observe that the topic is a little bit narrow. We are just going to be looking more at instigating, or inciting violence on the basis of ethnicity or religion in Nigeria. It has almost become something that is a recurrent decimal as far as I know, and going by the thinking you would have known where to draw the line. I don't know why people are just picking up Reno's activism lately. This thing started way back during the killing of Hajira in Onitsha, or a part of Anambra State. Reno kind of literally did about 10 or 15 tweets, and all he was emphasizing on most of those tweets was, if it was done in the north, and nobody is talking and things that will ordinarily, get an average uninformed northerner to, develop a kind of bitter mindset towards the East. Even though Reno was aware that the alleged killing was by terrorist gangs. Even though Reno was aware that the alleged killing was by a network of terrorists. Yes, Reno made it appear like it was, a crime perpetrated solely on the basis of Hajira being from the north or by Igbos. We have to be careful in our online engagement. No matter how angry we get, we don't have to be carried away. Because I notice that sometimes I see tweets that will ordinarily generalize people on the basis of their color or religion or their ethnicity. Generally, Nigerians must guide against making such online posts. We are going to talk about certain position. We have to be clear to show that Reno is not saying anything out of anger. He has continued to blame people over the alleged attack by Obi supporters, even though Obi has often tweeted, calling for graceful campaign, calling for, that his supporters should carry, and I've never even seen Obi supporters, carry out negative or violent, campaign for him. But I just noticed that when you don't have any material to sell your candidate, you try to attack the one that his popularity is completely making mockery of your work. So I'm encouraging everybody on this place. Beyond looking at Reno, we all should look back at ourselves. The overall idea is to have a Nigeria where we are at peace with each other, where I can travel around and I'm at peace. I don't want anybody taking a receipt of my tweet 2 years, 3 years, 4 years ago and posting it to my face and I feel bad about it. So beyond Reno, beyond Sega Link, those who the political season have really, really, really unraveled a lot of entities that we never knew, particularly Sega Link, particularly Reno. But then we have to talk to ourselves. We must avoid ever instigating violence on the basis of religion or tribe in this country. It is high time we do that. I yield the mic.
Okay, thank you much, Enoch. Thank you for that wonderful submission of yours.
Sorry, can you hold on a little bit? Sorry, let me tell this. Peter will be only child. Please, can you leave the space and then come back? I have been approving your request, but you're still not a speaker. Can you kindly leave the space and then come back? I'm sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Please, thank you very much, Enoch. Ahmed, are you here? Please, in 4 minutes, can you make a submission, please? Because I know you are itching.
Well, I'm only going to do it in one. First of all, I'm sorry, this is not to sound rude or anything. Please, someone should try to change the banner change the headline of that distance of that term. When you're going to go directly after Reno, I've managed to stay out of the conversation about Omokri and the rest, because I know that the majority of the North do not get their information from these sources. A lot of the North, I mean, we will have actually spent more time translating Konkoso's words for people in the North to hear. That's a strategy that, since I've talked about, we will have actually, what they call it, just translated it and sent it back to the people of the North in Hausa to listen to what Konkoso is telling them about their predictability and the rest. It will have been much easier than doing this. Someone should please try to change the banner. I don't want.
I'm struggling to understand you. How do you mean change the topic?
Yeah, the idea of instigation, just go after directly.
I can't go directly after Reno. To start with, he's not the only person doing it. There are other names that could come up. There's Deji, there's Segaleng. There are even people that we don't know that are not popular, who just come up on our timelines, who are doing the same thing.
Hold on, Ahmad, hold on. Nkechi, what he's saying is that as a northerner, that they are not, all of them are not seeing what Reno is saying. That what we should focus on is Reno himself or people who are doing this. I understand the message is very clear, but he's telling you that this is actually somehow validating what Reno is saying. And if it is possible, he is begging, he's not forcing. It's possible that we change it because there is, for him, from his end, it is not happening. All right. So let's not even waste time on trying to talk about something that does not exist. Instead, we should focus on what Kwankwaso said about the Northerners.
We spent a lot of time last week talking about Kwankwaso, and I feel like we've sort of moved on from there. What is happening now is this instigation. Even Kwankwaso did it as well. So Kwankwaso, it was exactly the same thing that he did. So I don't want a situation where we focus on a name. Do you understand? Because
who told you people that Reno has a voice in the north, or the rest of these influencers have a voice in the north?
This is not about northerners alone. This is about the south and the north. Do you understand?
Sorry, let me come in. I understand where Ahmad is going. I think we should just let's just change it.
No, we can't change it. I'm sorry.
Let's just have something like Nigeria.
How? No, we can't.
So Nigerians instigating Nigerians against each other. Can we do that?
Thank you. National unity. I mean, exactly what the people won't come here. Somebody's just going to come and put up. I mean, if somebody just sees the headline, he's just going to screenshot it and start behaving somehow. There are people like that. And this is why a lot of Whitebeard is smiling. I'm very sure he's smiling when he's hearing this. He's very much smiling. You can see he's laughing. But the reality is a lot of Northerners, a lot of the majority of where the North gets their information is from BBC Hausa and Facebook most of the time. So I told you, the North is political apathy. That's the problem that we're facing here. It's to get people to even come out to hope, to even do something. And that's why Whitebeard could continue to smile. He believes he has the Northern governors. Don't worry, Buhari is not going to. I've told you, I'm going to say it again. The Buhari is not going to come and raise Tinubu's hand in public. He did not support him. Women already did not support him. The entire Northern cabal and the entire Northern masses did not support him. So you should stop. I think just smug smile. I think you have a smug smile right now. You think you're bringing me up, but no problem. But please, Nkechi, I'm sorry if I sounded too rude. I'm very, very sorry.
No. You didn't sound rude at all. I mean, it's good that we all understand each other's perspective. For me, I feel very strong about this topic because I don't like to pretend. I don't like to gaslight things. I like to handle it the way it is. But then in Igbo land, they say that your thoughts are not bad to you, but I'm open to other people's suggestions. So if the house prefers for the topic to be changed, as long as it makes sense, to a new person, then I'm happy to change it, but personally, I wouldn't change it. Miri, what do you want to say?
Yeah, Nkechi, first, can we do it stoking the embers of ethnic wars among Nigerians? Or like Uche said, much is instigating Nigerians against each other.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Instigating Nigerians against each other. Fair enough. Yeah.
Ahmed, we understand what you're saying, and
I've told Whitebeard here that we also have stereotypes of that northern people. I'm not saying me, but northern people also have their own stereotypes of other regions. I do not want to say it out here. And also, if you're talking about pitting each other against each other, you should know that the most paramount religious leader in the north, the most respected religious leader in the north in history, it has even campaigned against Atiku. So doing political season, instigating someone against the other is nothing new. This is what Reno wants. He wants to spark a reaction, and when he gets that reaction, he's going to popularize it, push it into the far north, push it into the conservative north, where he thinks do not give it. I've never commented about what you were saying. I mean, you can check everything. You can go and check and everything. I've never commented on it because to me, I believe it's nonsense. It's a waste of time. It's saying nobody's listening. That's the reality. I mean, if this was a southern presidency, maybe people would have listened. But this is a northern presidency. 3 states, 4 states in the northwest are completely under the control of bandits. They are taxing people. So people are not even celebrating. I mean, there are stories. But the North is not even looking at what's happening in the South. I assure you, we are looking at what our own internal problems in the North. Whitebeard, you can continue faking your smug smile, and you can continue
Can I say something? Can I say something? Thank you very much.
Sorry, who wants to say something?
Sorry, Whitebeard, please. I'm going to come to you, but please let's just. I think the topic has been changed. Let's move on. I'm going to come to you so you can respond to Ahmed. Ahmed is still here. Sorry, who is going next?
Ahmed, if Ahmed has finished talking, the next person is Mayor of Maryside, if he's still here. Yeah.
Okay, Mayor. Yeah, unmute and speak.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I just actually agree with what Ahmed said, even though I had something to say, but I will be forced to adjust here and there. As per the new topic, instigating Nigerians against each other. See, there are far-reaching consequences of statements that people with influence make that they may not realize, or some realize how far it can reach, but they choose to go the route they want to go. Let me give you a practical example. In 2011, when Buhari contested against Jonathan, I was in Kaduna on that election day, and the journalist asked Buhari, if he doesn't win, what will happen? He said his people will fight for him. That was on TV. So whatever that meant, somebody said, Anambra First Son said, people interpret things differently. So our interpretation to any particular thing differ. No one person may have the same interpretation of the same thing. So for that statement, that singular statement Buhari made, his people will fight for him. As a learned person, you will think, okay, the people that were pushing him will go through the legal means to fight a cause, fight for his mandate and all of that. But the average northerner, because I grew up in the North, I was born in the North, thought or interpreted it that fight for him meant that we would take laws into our hands. And election was held on Saturday. The result was supposed to be announced on Sunday, I think Sunday morning. I happened to be traveling, I think Sunday or Monday morning, I can't remember. So I was traveling from Kaduna to Katsina. That was the genesis. I witnessed all the crises from Katsina. If you know the road, if you know Kaduna to Katsina is about 3 hours. I witnessed the mayhem that was done. Literally, luxurious buses were burnt. Pregnant women were butchered, like right there before me. How did I escape? In the bus I was, there was this man, I knew him from a distance. He got an information that there will be crisis. So for some reason, he alighted from the bus before the bus even took off. But for me, I just stayed back, and we all went. And so we got to a point close to Zaria where the mobs, if you see the weapons these guys were carrying, the mobs were there. They stopped all the cars. If you are a PDP person, if you are a political elite, there's a way you look, they know. All right? If you, of course, by default, they just believe that whoever is not... respect to my northern brothers, it's not. This is just a story that this is what happened to me. So of course they know that you are not. What's that party again? Is it AMPP?
CPC.
CPC. Yeah, CPC. If you are not CPC, they just know they butcher you and all. It happened real. And let me tell you how I escaped. It was this woman, a very strong Hausa Fulani, very tough woman. Everybody in the bus were scared. The woman told me to stay put. Don't move. Can you hear me? So when they came, they saw me. I wasn't looking like a northerner, but she claimed that I'm her son and nothing will happen. And she told her 2 sons that were about 10 and 11 to move away, to go towards the end of the chair. Then I should come to her because she was sitting close to the window. I should sit by her side and nothing will happen. So when the mob started, at some point, the mob said they will burn down the car where the car we were in. And she stood her ground. The driver was scared. Everybody was terrified. Of course, other places, killings have been going on in other places. So she stood her ground, and for some reason, God just helped us. We passed those guys. We got to another point where they stopped every car one by one, searched everybody. Our driver ran away. Nobody was there. People were there. A lot of things were happening. He just took a policeman. I don't know what he told them. The man was not even armed. He just told them something and they started running. I didn't know what he told them. All right. So why did I draw this allusion? This happened to me. For weeks, I had PTSD because I witnessed as a young man real life killings because a statement either was directed for that purpose or was misconstrued by followers. So why is this Reno's case a major issue? Listen, a lot of us that are speaking did not grow up in the North. And for somebody with such influence, staying in the UK, wherever he is in the UK and enjoying his life, instigating people to see, you people don't understand. When you witness crisis, you will know that this thing is not a joke. You are telling the North understands. Nigerians understand. What do you mean? Do you know that on daily basis, people's lives have been, like Ahmed said, they're not already within. There's a lot of problem. People have been dying. People have been killed. There's a lot of insecurity. The country is unstable. Everybody's on knife edge, and you are pulling up this kind of thing to achieve what? Okay, in the end, if your master wins, all right, and at the end of the day, this crisis actually happened because Reno went ahead to translate this in Hausa language. Because I saw the post, he went ahead to translate it. So if people start dying, if there's an attack, a response to that statement, and people start dying, what will people say? Who will be at the losing end? It is the same way the ordinary Nigerians. Meanwhile, this man is somewhere in abroad. All right. So let's not take these things for I will say it. It's better that a Twitter account is banned and people's lives are lost and properties are lost. Look at Deborah's case. Deborah made a statement. That was a very offensive statement. But that it's a child. Deborah shouldn't be more than 22 years. But, from a youthful exuberance, she said what she said in her private house. And yes, they took it out of context or they responded to it. Now, if you follow the story, this statement was made and a lot of people ignored it, but somebody pushed it. After that incident, what happened? There was an attack all over Sokoto. Ordinary people that had no connection with the Deborah matter, market women, ordinary Nigerians, their house shops were looted and a lot of destruction happened needlessly. So in this period we are, people of influence should be careful how they say what they say. You cannot just say anything and there's freedom of speech. I mean, you have a right to say, but be careful what you say. Why do you think that presidential candidates, after every 4 years, they call them the peace, national peace body, call them to come and sign paper that they will maintain peace, law and order? Because people's life are on the edge. It is the ordinary Nigerians that we lose. So why am I making this emphasis? Simple statements that may not be ill-intended can be misconstrued, and ordinary Nigerians, ordinary lives will be lost. Donald Trump said something when he was in power. He said Americans should stand down or hold down. Whatever that means, I'm not in America. Whatever that meant, a lot of parties, the Democrats took it the way they want to take it. The Republicans took it the way they want to take it, and a lot of uncertainties. So my submission now is, what Reno said, it wasn't accidental. It was very intentional because he went ahead to translate it in Hausa language. For whatever purpose that will serve, it is not encouraged. It should be condemned totally. And if these statements he made resulted to crisis, we will not be talking about Twitter ban. Now we'll be talking about the lives and property that have been lost. So on this note, I want to submit that people of influence should be very careful, especially this period of time that we are, in the way they say things, the manner they say things, so that Nigeria can still remain for us. Thank you. I raise the mic.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. What a story you have there. I seriously, at the point, I was just itching to know the end of the story, if they attacked you or not. But thank God they didn't touch you. I think we are supposed to have Moses, because I'm only going to call those raising their hands, please.
Oh well, Peter Obi Oli's son. I don't know if he's still here. If he's not here, then if he's not, the next person is White Bird.
Okay. All right, White Bird.
Thank you very much. I see. I would say some things here, and it might not go well with you people. I might not go well with everybody. We are Southerners on this space, and our hypocrisy is appalling. I'll say this: our hypocrisy is very, 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 very appalling. We open spaces. Something will happen in the north. Before we know anything, people will put Fulani here, Fulani this, Fulani that. If something happens in the east, Fulani.
Sorry, White Bird. Please, I muted you, but please, I need you to, focus on the topic, on the jump, on the this thing on the dashboard. Please, I beg you. Please, we are not discussing Fulani here.
Thank you, AGK, because I was going to do that. White Bird, nobody has. Sorry, excuse me. Nobody has mentioned the Fulani here, so I don't know where you're coming from. Let's stick to the topic, please. It will do all of us good.
We instigate our own brothers against people. People will say things on spaces, we will not caution them. When Reno puts out a tweet that doesn't appeal to us, Reno has been posting out tweets severally, attacking different ethnic groups. Nobody said anything. Nobody wrote a petition, attacked him. Now he wrote something against a certain principal. Everybody is talking. It's the worst thing that will happen to everybody. Is this, is that. For years, Reno has been saying trash. And we were here, we kept quiet. I will say this to us. Our silence condones this. We sat down here one day, somebody put out a tweet, a fellow southerner like us put out a tweet that 80% of the problem in Nigeria is happening because of the Northerners. Nobody opened the space. Nobody cautioned him. Go and check that tweet. Everybody was commending him. Oh, you're right. Election season is around the corner. We are now doing a U-turn, talking about brotherhood. And this, where was brotherhood 4 years ago? Let us stop this hypocritical thing we do. We are hypocrites, and we need to stop it. The earlier, the better. And that's what I have to say. You can say what you want to say, but search within yourself. When people were instigating people against Northerners, did you create a space? Did you say a word? Now it's affecting you. Now you're creating a space. Now you're talking.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Exactly.
I'm leaving the space for you.
No, you can't just come and stand, drop words and leave. Oh well, that he's gone. Let us move on, please. That's it. Let's move on.
Before we move on, you see, people like this are the reason why we are where we are.
Exactly.
You understand? Because I didn't even know who accepted him. Somebody even came to my DM and said, "Don't allow that guy speak. He's going to."
No, I accepted him. I feel like everybody has a chance.
You see, when I co-host or host a space, I always try to be neutral. You understand? That was why I stopped him from talking and said, "Okay, please stop mentioning Fulani here." There are people here. These people are. This guy is in, he and Reno and all these people are in the same WhatsApp group instigating this thing. These people are enemies of Nigeria. People like White Bird, I'll mention his name. These guys are enemies of Nigeria. These guys are enemies, causing problems in Nigeria, and coming here to come and tell us that this. Okay, I wanted to ask him, show me that tweet where somebody was instigating violence against the Fulanis, and he ran away. You understand? So please, I want us to just somebody has already come to my DM and tell me, leave this, don't allow him to speak. But I just had to allow him to speak because is a democracy, everybody can speak. But please, in case of next time, thank you. Please, Anambra first son, please, do you have anything to say? Okay, I think he's busy. Please, who is going next?
Ede. Sorry. Do we have Ede? Is Ede still here? I don't think so. If Ede is not here, the next person is Zhang. Zhang.
But I'll be here now.
Zhang, you're the next person, please.
Zhang, you can unmute, please.
Okay. While we are waiting for Zhang, then Boniface son.
Yeah. Good morning, good morning, the host, AGK. Good morning, and everybody. Actually wanted to attack that the white bird or whatever he called himself. Wanted him to mention that particular time that Satna was instigated against the North, But then that is by the way. See, I thought the topic would have been to direct the attack straight to Reno, Sigalink, and Deji. If the madman that just left here now, if he goes through the wall of Deji, Sigalink, and Reno, he won't be here saying these things he has been saying. Reno has been attacking Mr. P2B from inception. Deji has been doing the same thing. Sigalink has been doing the same thing. As a matter of fact, David had to even attack Reno yesterday. He brought out his shenanigans that he has been dealing with all these years. And then whenever he comes up on social media, he before states, doing stupid nugget and all that, not knowing that his own low life that cannot even stick to his wife. So the attack should be on Reno. The attack should be solely on Reno. We should be giving it to him. I keep telling in any space I find myself, we should have this department of violence, and then there should be that of peace. If you want to belong to the one of peace, you belong, and then people that wants to belong to the one of violence, because this country is full of uncertainty. 2011, Buhari says something. Yeah, if he does not win the next election, which is 2015. Both the dogs and the baboon will be soaked in blood. That very statement instigated Nigerians, especially in the north. They went rampant. His supporters went rampant, killing and destroying properties. If Jonathan had not calmed down the situation when he told Urubebe then to calm down when Urubebe was raving in the Abuja, the collection center, he called him and asked him to calm down. If Jonathan has not considered that defeat, there wouldn't have been Nigerian today. And someone is there supporting Reno for the trash has been tweeting, trying to instigate people, Nigerians against each other. I really don't understand this. I mean, I don't even know. I've signed that petition like 100 times. They need to take that man off social media. They need to take him off social media because the thing has gotten into his head. He no longer thinks right. He talks the way he likes these days. And then Deji said something the other day. He said that for every attack he gets from Obi supporters, that he will not engage them directly, that he will be attacking their principle, which is his excellency, Mr. Peter Obi. Imagine the talk, a man that you don't even know, a man that probably doesn't even know that you exist, and then he just has this hatred towards him for no just cause. I'll have to use the mic for now. I think I'm emotional.
You can record me before I was.
Okay, you can.
My network was disturbing. Should I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I just want to say that, of course, when I saw Whitebeard, I knew where he was going to, come in with. I knew the card he's going to play. Listen, guys, Fulani headsmen has been with us for ages. There's a reason why they started attacking Nigerians in their farms, not just in the south, but in the north, even some northerners, the bandits. These guys started after 2014. And the president himself has not found any answer to this. So it is not about east versus west or west versus north or whichever way. There is a problem. The problem of herdsmen attack is a valid problem. It's a national concern. And it is something every meaningful Nigerian must condemn. So when people mention Fulani herdsmen attack, it is true. the first ever investment I have as a fresh graduate, the first farm that I ever cultivated in my entire life, I still have it uploaded here, was destroyed by Fulani herdsmen. I witnessed it. Nobody showed me. Now, where are these guys coming from? Because we have been with them for a long time. How did they now develop the tools to start attacking people in their farms? These are the things the president himself should have nipped in the bud. These are the things that the security architecture should have been nipped in the bud. A prominent Yoruba leader was killed by Fulani herdsmen. And Tinubu came, instead of condemning the action or calling it what it is, he came and said, where are the cows? You don't quote problem and expect solution. There is banditry in the north. There is IPOB attack in the southeast. And you remember when they started attacking, we came out and said, look, these are IPOBs. Did we mix words? The answer is no. We called it what it is. We called them out. You say you are the responsible. They are denying. We keep calling them up to this very moment. That is what makes you upright. When you see problem, you call it what it is. You don't protect something because all of a sudden you come and tell me that we are hypocrite. What hypocrisy? You destroyed my farmland, and I will come out and say that you destroyed it. I think it was Dr. Ononuju that these guys that are causing mayhem in Nigeria are not even Nigeria, because he met them and asked them questions, and they don't even understand English. They speak Fulani, and that is Fufide, and French, I think. Now, as a president of Federal Republic of Nigeria, your responsibility is to fish out these foreign elements in our land, perpetuating this crime. Growing up in Nigeria from day one, before Buhari, Fulani herdsmen have been going around, with their cattle. They have never been a problem. They've never caused any problem. We've never had issue. So how come all of a sudden intelligent minds should be asking, not what White Bear was doing. What White Bear was doing was, again, trying to instigate one another, claiming to be sent to be protector of the North or a lover of the North, whereas North is bleeding. You are shielding Buhari from criticism. These are the people who have been deceiving and lying to Buhari. Why North is going down? If you have told Buhari the truth, if you have told him the truth, look at the problem, look at the critical issue, he is a human being, he's not a superhuman. He would have known this is the truth. But when we point out these truths, you come out to shield him. Then the consequence of that is that the insecurity will continue to happen. The people in the north are continuing to be killed. Who is losing? Who are you deceiving? You are deceiving the people. You are deceiving the northerners. So you're not coming now. So when you praise the northerner, you turn to be their lover. No. The people who tell them the truth are the people that love them. For example, if I tell the northerners, or for example, if I tell the Buhari-led government, that look, the banditry that is causing mayhem, that is killing people, or the bandits that are killing people in the north should be arrested, or the issue should be taken very seriously. If I keep on hammering on it, it doesn't make me a hater of the north. It makes me somebody who is concerned about the insecurity. Who is bearing the brunt right now? The northerners. So don't come here and patronize anybody. Look, this game you guys are playing, this dangerous game you guys are playing, is going to backfire. I am telling you, the northerners who understand that this is the truth are beginning to come out and say, look, you guys have been lying. You have been deceiving the president. You have been shielding him from seeing the truth. Because at the end of the day, everybody is affected. The onions, the vegetables that we get from the north, we don't get it. We are affected. So it is not a question of a section. There is some, see, this is actually the hypocrisy that he was actually pointing out. Because that hypocrisy lives in his house. I wish he is here to respond. Because you see a problem that is
before you, and you refuse to call it out because of political reason, because you don't want to be seen as an enemy. You refuse to call it out. You shield it. Now, you want to use it as a political campaign strategy to win votes. What does that make you? It makes you insincere. It makes you double face. It makes you hypocrites. That's what it makes you. In case you don't know, for the discerning mind, not for any superficial minds. So what we are doing, for my part, is to say it the way it is. What Reno Mokri is doing today is bad, and we are going to condemn it. If anybody does this tomorrow, irrespective of where the person is coming, we're going to call it out. This guy screenshotted my tweet, and there is this one they screenshotted, this one they photoshopped. Now, the first one they screenshotted, what happened was that they cropped out what I quoted, where somebody was accurately calling the Southeasterners IPOB, said everybody in the Southeast is IPOB. And I quoted it, and said everybody in the North is a Boko Haram. Now, what does that make me? It makes me, on one hand, brush everybody with one brush. There are people in the Southeast who are very, very against what IPOB are doing. I am one of them. And you come and brush us together with one brush, saying that all of us are IPOB. I wouldn't take it lightly, and I didn't take it lightly. Now, these people can screenshot this thing and spread it across that I am calling the Northerners. This is the kind of thing these people instigate. This is the way they operate. Nothing more, nothing less. This is election period. We have individuals. Focus on the individual. Leave the people alone. Some of these individuals are not even supported by the people. So why are you putting the people together with the individual? That is the sin Reno Omokri committed. And that is the sin most of us are committing. When we put everybody, there's somebody that I know that is not supporting P2B, is from Southeast. He told me he's not going to support P2B because Nigeria has a culture of group guilds. They group guilt everybody. They put people in box. If one person is doing wrong from a particular ethnic group, the whole of ethnic group will bear the consequence. That's how Nigerian function. He's explained to me that if P2B comes on board, because there are so much rot left, if he comes on board, that every crime he commits will be on the Igbo people's head. I said, P2B is not coming out. But the reality is that Nigerians do this more often. So, you see, he's not supporting P2B because he knows the consequence of what may come out. Because of people like Whitebeard, people like Reno Mokri, who put everybody in the same box or brush everybody with the same brush. So it is something that I think, it can't be overemphasized. The debate should continue. It's something that I encourage everybody to continue to talk about. Because when we talk about it passionately, we're able to demystify this nonsense. This whole idea of instigating the North, telling the North what to do, making them look like a baby should stop. So I yield the mic here.
Okay, thank you so much, Anambra Faison. AGK, I'm almost running through my list. Then you can continue with your own technique. The next person is Moses. After Moses is Green Pastor. I don't know.
Moses, I'll need you to make a submission in 3 minutes, please.
Oh, okay, thank you so much, Mr. Gisheme. So I'll just go straight to the point. Thank you so much. Okay, one thing I really want to, talk about, especially, I've noticed something. You see, social media gives a voice to people who are nobody in the society, and they have no bearing in society. So they come to social media and then create an image of what they are not, and that some persons have oratory prowess and have a good writing, don't really make them intelligent. So one of the measures of intelligence is your ability to discern motive of people. and that's what has been happening. I mean, what changed in the last 6 weeks about Renault, Dejade Onjo and the likes? I have taken my time to go back to the things they said a few weeks back and what they are saying now, and then you can see what is happening. You see, this 2023 election is really revealing the enemies of this country, and we are beginning to see people who are the enemies of these countries. So I'm beginning to see a lot of things that have transpired, from pre-EndSARS, during EndSARS, and till this very moment. We are beginning to see those who truly are in romance with the old order of things, and these guys should be taken seriously. They should be taken seriously as much as possible. They need to be stopped. I don't know if you have ever been in a situation where you have been taken out of context before. You said something and then someone, entered your statement and then brought out something with the aim of, creating a chaos. I mean, anybody who can quote somebody out of context with the aim of causing harm is capable of killing. That's, sometimes we need to weigh the implication of what people do. When you see the implication of what people do, then you know the gravity of what they're trying to do. I mean, the implication of what these guys are doing, the implication of what they are doing, we need to see it and then attack it from that point. This guy needs to be petitioned. You see this petition, we need to push it and ensure that this guy is silenced. Because for someone to quote somebody out of context, polish it, change the language, now put it out. What exactly is he trying to achieve? And I noticed something about this Mr. Reno. Notice that he does not tag the handle of Peter Obi and Gati Ahmed when he's bringing out this tweet. He always says his name. He's not tagging them. He knows what he's doing. So people like this, they need to be stopped. See, let nobody try to even. You don't need to be sympathetic to such persons because they are killers. That's just the word. Anybody that can quote anybody out of context, can kill. You don't know the implication of it. You said something and another person said another thing. He said what you did not say. What people did not say has led to the death of so many persons. Not just in the political space, but in different. What people did not see has led to the downfall of a lot of persons. A lot of people have gone down for what people did not say, and that's what this Mr. Reno is trying to do. So he must be stopped. And funny enough, he's not even in Nigeria, and he will never come to Nigeria. That's just the truth, because his principal will not win. And the people he has been attacking right from time. He has been attacking people in this government. He has stepped on a lot of toes. He cannot come. He knows what he has done. He knows what he is doing. So this is just what I want to say. See, as much as possible, let's not tolerate this thing at all. If it takes that these guys must be stopped, let them be stopped, because they are being paid. They are being paid to do what they are doing. And they don't care. You know why? They have benefited from this old order. They have the money. They have the resources to fly anywhere in the world. They want to cause a chaos in the nation that we are trying to build back. So I will just use my mic here. And my point is this. Let us weigh the implication. It's the reason why we should do what we need to do to ensure that these guys are stopped.
Thank you. Yeah, AGK, the next person is Green Pasture.
Okay, Green Pasture, please. You can unmute now, please, and make your submission in 3 minutes, please.
Yes, my mic is unmuted. So I think
we can hardly hear you, Green Pasture, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I really appreciate everything I've heard from different people that have made their own submission.
You're going down again, please.
Okay,
you are not close to your mic or what? Green Pasture.
Can you hear me better?
No.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's better.
Okay. So I said what the narrative that Reno is pushing out, the narrative people like Sega, DG, and others are putting out, it is very, very harmful to Nigeria and the society at large. If we look at we don't want a repeat of the Rwanda, Tutsis, and Hutus story in Nigeria. Reno is a manipulative person. Everybody knows what he's capable of doing, and I think he's acting on, or he's working on people's psychology. For narrative, I think we should continue to push the right narrative. What are the right narrative for us right now is PVC collection, mobilization, social consciousness of people of what to do. People like Reno should be ignored, even though their wrong narrative should be countered by people. Like, look at someone like Anambra's first one. Okay, I'm a very, very big fan. I follow you, don't follow me. But that aside, I think we should continue to push the right narrative. And the right narrative, like I said, obedient and useful. You can't be obedient and not be useful. We have two very, very formidable candidates. If we don't get it now, it will be difficult for Nigeria to get it in a very, very long time. It's going to be a very, very big setback for us. So, like in the East now, people will tell you that, okay, there's very, very low turnout for people that want to do their PVC because they feel the system is, the registration, INEC is being biased to them. I will agree with you on that. You understand? So I think let's continue to shift or rewrite the narrative by what we are pushing out, content we are interacting with, and ignore the ones that are not useful to the cause, to us. The major reason why there's been lots of spring up of spaces and people talking, why we're having this conversation is because of we're trying to push the right narrative. So let's continue and maintain the momentum. So that's just what my submission is about narrative, pushing the right narrative. That is very, very important to the cause of Obi and Yusuf come 2023. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, and Growing Pasture. Thank you. We are supposed to have Ayodeji. After Ayodeji, we'll have a lady. We have a Dom. Then we go to N6 Live.
Thank you, Ichikemi. Nkechi, thank you for creating this space. Great Pastor, please can you put your speaker on mute, please? All right. I've taken my time to listen to some of the earlier speakers, and there's something I'd just like to start with. There's a part of history, of our history, that for whatever reason, we've not been able to amplify more than the dark side of our history. Now, especially after the Civil War. Now, I grew up thinking that after the Civil War, there's this big divide between the North, and most especially the Northeast. I'm a Yoruba man, actually. So I grew up thinking that was actually the reality, because when you talk about the Civil War, that's what comes to mind. Not until in 2012, I was opportune to be in Taraba State for 6 months. And of course, Taraba State is northwest, I'm northeast. And to my greatest surprise, I was in Taraba State, in Bauchi, part of Yobe. I mean, at that time, there was insurgency, that's the Boko Haram insurgency in the northwest. So, but I was privileged to be part of, to reside part of, at some point, to stay at a particular community in Bauchi State and then back to Taraba State then for a period of 6 months. Now, so to my surprise, I discovered that in every of these locations, you will see group of Igbo people settled there in their numbers. So I told my boss then, and I asked him, I said, how come we have Igbo people and people from the, not just Igbo people, people from the south, some people from the southwest, residing in a lot of these places, and he said, in their numbers. And he said, well, there's virtually any community you go to in any state in the north, in up north, that you will not see them in their numbers. So what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is that it changed my understanding and my perception of what is obtainable in Nigeria. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
I had it much. All right. So it changed my perspective of what is Nigeria. Now, there was about last time, after my experience, there was about last time I went to Jos. Okay? You say my line is bad?
No, your line is perfect. Please, I don't know who that person is. Could you mute your mic, please? Maybe he's talking to someone else.
So there's about that time, that was I think 2013, and I went to Jos, I went to Plateau State. I went to Kaduna State. I mean, of course, in transit to Niger State and all that. And I also discovered that you have non-indigenous, as I mean, non-Hausa people, Fulani people, littered everywhere. Now, so what am I trying to say in essence is this. There's a part of our history that we've not been able to amplify post the civil war, which is the fact that Nigeria, as much as possible, we've tried to bond and to integrate. But our political elite have made it in their own point of responsibility to amplify our differences. Now, 1983, that Ojukwu, who was the leader of the Biafran agitation, even advocated in public, the videos are everywhere, for a Shagari presidency. This is a part of our history that political elite will not let us know. So my point in essence is this, ladies and gentlemen, something happened in our trajectory, in our political journey, and I always call it the Buhari phenomenon. Or, of course, that's just for me to actually put it in a positive way, but of course, in actual sense, in a negative way. The agenda, and shall I say the motive of Buhari being the president of this country is what changed everything that now made us to now have this negative, suspicious mindset towards each other. Before the Buhari emergence and what have you, there was nothing like that. For goodness sake, in 1999, the northern voted for OBJ, the eastern voted for OBJ, part of the southwest did not even vote for their own brother. When it came to Yaradua, for goodness sake, part of up north voted for him, the eastern people voted for him, the south people voted for him, the southwest voted for him, without even thinking about whatever. But there was one constant thing, there was one constant agenda. That was the Buhari agenda. That's the truth. Take it or leave it. It was the Buhari agenda that brought about this whole hatred, this division, this fury, and what have you. Of course, that's not to say that there have not been pocket of issues here and there in time past in North and religious, but of course, it wasn't as this pronounced as what we are having right now. So to the point of, narrowing down to our topic, Reno, the instigation and what I just want to say is this. Personally, just like Ahmad said earlier, the up north, they are already waking up to understand that Buhari is not. And the agenda of Buhari does not in any way resonate or benefit to an average northerner. And that's why you see people like Ahmad, Jibril, some of these guys coming together and saying, we are voting for Peter Obi. We are going back to the way Nigeria was before this whole Buhari agenda came into the picture. It does not matter where you come from. It does not matter if you are Easterner. It does not matter if you are Yoruba. Or we are voting for competency. All right. So we don't need to overflow this discussion. As much as I know how sensitive this topic is and what have you. I mean, this whole agenda, being cooked by Reno and this guy, all those political people. We should also understand the fact that the average northerner are also awakened to the fact that nobody can push any narrative again. I mean, if you want to start looking at the negative impact of Buhari's administration and what have you on Nigerians, don't you think that the northerners are even the ones that did not even benefit? I mean, they're the worst hit region. So, but the point here is this: don't let us overflow this discussion. Let us also admit the fact that we've made mistakes in the past, and we are trying to correct that mistake through this new emergence of a new Nigeria movement, courtesy of Peter Obi, all right, and understand the fact that our brothers from the north are not stupid. They also know the fact, and that is why they are also throwing the same part. Okay? Now, more and more of them are coming to the realization that it is about my own, it's about security of life and property. It's about economic prosperity, not about religious sentiment. Yeah, not about religious sentiment, not about tribal sentiment, but about a new Nigeria that works for all individuals. All right? Thank you very much. I leave the mic.
Okay, thank you. Please, I would like to beg. I have Dr. North here. He has been here before, but I think his network dropped him. I would like him to speak after Mary. Mary, I don't know if you have something to say. Your hands are up, please. After you, I will have to have Dr. Knott, please. Mary, are you there?
It's just DG some of the things he said. At some point, I felt like he's trying for us to move forward, right? But at some point, I felt he was not entirely fair. I would use the word fair. The evils are everywhere, not just in the north. Everywhere. And when crisis brews up north and we start screaming and all of that, we know how we are affected, in as much as any non-Hausa person or non-Natana is considered Igbo man up north. But you cannot say, hey, that there is the wrong narrative because you went to so place and you saw that they had a lot of Igbos in their numbers living amongst them. We have Igbos in their numbers, huge numbers living in Lagos. And when the Oba made the statement of the Lagoon statement, he knows what he was doing. When Remi Tinubu said what she said to the beggar about the evils, she also knows what she was saying and doing at the same time. You cannot say, hey, because you met a number of evils up north in a particular place and someone said you see them everywhere in the north. You cannot say because of that. About. I'm not saying that we should continue to make it about just the evils alone, but I'm coming up to say this because of some of the things you said. It's no longer about just me. Reality has set in that when they burn down a market or when they choose to burn down a market up north, I will no longer be the only person affected. But then recently, now let me bring it to just a few days back, last month, when the market in Abuja was burnt down, somebody came on Twitter and made it an Igbo thing. So we cannot, and I told him, this is not an Igbo thing. But you are making it an Igbo thing because you know that the only thing that could, help to push the narrative that you're trying to push is when you make it an Igbo thing. So please don't say there is our reality is no longer our reality just because you saw and song that's not that correct. I think you got my point wrong, completely wrong. Okay. Now I'm saying that the people behind finding this rancor, this instigating, what is the topic now? Instigating Nigerians against one another are the political elite. That's the point here. I'm saying that as far as an average Nigerian is, when I say Nigerian now, I'm saying Yoruba man, an Igbo man, an Hausa man, a Fulani. We are together. Nigerians. Sorry. These guys are working for political class. You don't. I mean, you should understand what I'm saying. He's working for PDP. Okay. Segalink has his own agenda.
Sorry. Ayo, please. Let's just forge ahead. I think we don't need to stress this thing. And we got your submission. Please, Dr. Knott, are you there? Please, can you unmute and speak to us?
Thank you very much. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, good morning, still morning. Today is Salah.
Dr. Knott, sorry, please, before you go, the last time you joined my space, you asked me to, I think, you asked us to sell P2B to you, and you said you were going to make your findings. I don't know if you did.
Is this still the same space?
I thought he's a defense space. I could still remember.
Okay, he's a dickhead, man. I thought he's Kingsley and Chinonso.
I was
no, we have passed that one because I actually joined many spaces after that one. And
okay. No problem. You can make your contribution.
Yeah. So, talking of Reno Omokri's matter, I think as far as I'm concerned, this issue has been overflowed. I want to align myself with the last speaker, Ayodeji. He sounds like someone that has been in the North and staying in the North for a long time. I read Reno's tweet. Nobody can take it from him. He's an influencer. But I am telling you, if Reno is going to cause ethnic problem in the North, he will have caused it from there before now. For all the years that I know Reno on Twitter, Reno has been, we know that Reno is not a Northerner. Reno has been insulting prominent Northerners, including Shehu Danfodio. There was a time Reno was dragging Shehu Danfodio on his Twitter space. Femi Fani-Kayode, there was a time he was dragging Shehu Danfodio. There's nobody in the North that we respect like Shehu Danfodio. There was a time they are dragging Sultan and all of them. I think, as Ayodeji said, is that people are waking up now. Bad governance affects everybody. Bad governance does not have religion, does not have tribe, does not have ethnicity. Poverty does not know that this guy is a Hausa man, this one is a Yoruba, this one is Hausa, this one is Igbo man. So far as you have bad governance in place, it will stop everybody. Reno is a PDP member, and you expect him to defend his party. That's usual. Sometimes this thing that we are doing, we are just creating, we are even making Reno more popular to Northerners, making him to get public sympathy. Like some Northerners will be thinking that he's trying now. Southerners are turning against him, so you can get some kind of, and the power of public sympathy is very strong. So as for me, I think this issue of Reno, we can just put it aside. We have a very big market that we are selling. Let's continue selling it. Let's continue advocating. I was here when Ahmed spoke on, and I was very happy with what Ahmed said. Let's just continue advocating. Today, I even wanted to share one good story today. When I was coming from mosque after Eid prayer, I saw Labour Party poster in Sokoto State. I was like, so we are actually making progress. So please, instead of putting more of our energy on Reno Omokri, let's just focus on our own principle. Especially now that he has brought in a very, very good son of the North, a person with a very good integrity. Because I know that we have never met personally, but I know that for a very long time. I have been following his programs on radio and stuff like that. So please, as far as I'm concerned, please, if we can just move on from this matter and focus on our own principle, he's just taking unnecessary energy away from us. So please, not as working up as Ayodeji said, people are becoming to realize that the people that I hate the most from Buhari's government are the Northerners, because all what we see during Buhari's administration is increased rate of insecurity, which we are not used to. My people where I came from, they don't care about what government will do for them. My people are farmers, and they don't. Maybe out of 100, maybe 2 people will say that they are working with them. Doing very well. But now our big farms, myself, my own that has a farm that we can harvest 600 bags from one farm. But now for over 3-4 years, nobody can even go to the place. We cannot even go to see how the condition of our farms. So it's a result of bad government. So please, if we is to remove things and focus on our own principle, because this is like whereby maybe you, Ejekeme, or any other person will host a space instead of maybe wasting much of energy on Reno Omokri.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. North. Thank you very much. I'm happy that the last time we spoke, you were still having double mind. about the person of Peter Obi, but I'm happy now that you've also referred to him as your principal. Seriously, I'm over the moon. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for that. Okay, let's move ahead.
AGK, I wanted to say something just very quickly, if you guys don't mind. Dr. North, thank you so much for your contribution, but I just wanted to make something clear that this space is not intended to magnify Reno or for us to focus on him. This topic or this issue is definitely not something we can take for granted or overlook or just sweep under the carpet and everybody pretends like it's not happening. As much as we want to focus on our principle or on our goals of promoting whoever we support, our message, will have problems if people keep instigating people against one another. So I just want, especially people that just joined us, this is not about the North. Neither is it. Initially, I started it with instigating the North against the Southeast, and some, more knowledgeable people came in and they made a better suggestion of topic, which I think is actually more broader and makes more sense. So it's not about the North, neither is it about the East or the South, but I think it's about Nigerians. And if we are going to be promoting our candidate, then we should be able to promote our candidate not to somebody who is already biased, because of what someone else or lies that someone else is telling him or her against that person. So I strongly believe that this topic needs to be, talked about. It's today or here. It's not about Peter Obi or Tinubu or Shore or whoever, but it's us as Nigerians. When we speak about these things, it makes us understand what the other person is thinking, or other people's perspective, and it also helps to quash some misunderstanding and some misconception. That is it, really. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think because when I joined, it was instigating North against South. It's now that I read it again, I now see it's instigating Nigerians against each other, which is actually broader one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. North. Thank you for wonderful submissions. Dodi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Good morning.
All right. 3 minutes.
Morning here where I am. So I've been waiting to speak since Anambra Feston spoke, and he threw some light on something, and it was something that I had been thinking about. Oh, that's the problem with us Nigerians. The main underlying that's like the source of most of our problems. Everything, if you talk about, or if you can list all of the problems we have, is the fact that we are not patriotic. There are very few Nigerians that take ownership. Most Nigerians in diaspora actually even are, the ones that, because when they see other people advancing because of their own love for their own country, because the reason love for country, as some people paint it, is not necessarily a bad thing. It's not like you're trying to be a fascist. It's just simply, this is your source. This is where you come from. This is where all of your people are. So when throughout this Buhari's administration, there's been a lot of security problems, and when the security of any state is threatened, it means that the end of that state is imminent. And that is what we are facing today. And the one and underlying reason for that is that everything in Nigeria has context. If you want to apply for any job, you have to submit your state of origin certificate. Now, this conversation that we're having now is a conversation that, as at last year, it would have been a very far in the future conversation. We shouldn't take it for granted. Initially, when I saw the title, I just felt that, okay, maybe, it's just all about, trying to remove all of what Reno is trying to put into the mind. I now realize that this conversation is now a conversation that will have every Nigerian coming together to dispel differences which is what I am begging all of us to adopt as the theme of our selling the better candidate in the name of Peter Obi, because he has insisted, if he didn't move from, if he gave up, after the showdown in PDP and didn't insist on being a patriotic Nigerian, to look for another, party to be a party that, is very huge, more even in the Southwest. But he insisted on going. That is what patriotism is, and that is who he is, and that is what the theme of our, campaign and mobilization should be about. So I'm very happy about this conversation. The Fulanis who we're talking about, who have been moving around in the country and feeding their cattle. Some of them travel from long distances, all of through North Africa, from Mali, down to the Atlantic Ocean. So we are at a spot close to the ocean where anybody who is being affected by climate change in any way would want to take over. That is why when there is a bombing somewhere, or there are killings by Fulani herdsmen, mercenaries somewhere, and somebody angrily says Fulanis are evil, they are disease, the Fulanis who are now the patriotic Nigerians, who are not even trying to conquer a country because they are already citizens of such a country, feel insulted, and then it continues to build a fire. So, like Dr. North was saying, we are not talking about this, or rather, like speaking to Dr. North, we are not talking about this to say, okay, Reno instigated. There is an underlying implication on that, and that is to preach that we should start to look at Nigeria as our own country that we can use to develop. We need to start marketing our diversity, because the United States of America and any other country that we keep praising are that way because the more diverse they are, the more advanced they can be. If you start to divide, some of us actually did not dreams as very young teenagers that the only problem for Nigeria would be to divide into 3 slices, and that is very naive. Any other person that keeps thinking that is very naive. Somebody said he came, I think Ayodeji said he came to Jos and that he was so shocked he saw non-Hausa, non-Fulani. We are 100% not those people. Now, when we hear Nigeria being coined as Wazobia, do you know the percentage of Nigeria that you have excluded? Do you know the percentage of Nigeria? You have excluded over 6 million thief people who straddle how many states? You have excluded Bachama from Akwanga, from Nasarawa. You have excluded the Birom, another very millions of people. You have excluded Nupes. You have excluded Ijo. You have excluded Ibibios. So it is high time we fast forward, since Peter Obi has helped us to fast forward, because as of last year, some of us didn't quite think that we felt it was going to be business as usual. But he has insisted. He was doing one-man army and insisted. And now we said, some of us voted at Atiku because of Peter Obi. I would never vote Atiku. I would never. Why? Because these are people who straddle these stories and have gained almost everything from it. You are only gotten from somewhere because of your state of origin. You have no single competence to occupy such a position. It is all over the country. During Goodluck's time, it was happening. During Obasanjo's time, it was happening. During Buhari's time, it happened. And when you remember that excludes the rest of the minority Nigerians, it now tells you that a huge chunk of Nigerians are disenfranchised because they are not seen as one huge part. They are not speaking one particular language. I am from the North Central, but I don't speak Hausa. So anyway, I think I've said before, the final thing anyway is this. We should know that the people that are trying to instigate us against each other are foreigners. right now. I'm not talking about in past years. In past, always getting statements, but right now we are fighting for our sovereignty as a nation. So this topic is the most important thing that we should carry, and I beg us to just continue sharing all of those patriotic things. This person was the one that was on stage with Shagari and Ekweme. Yes, those are the conversations we should be having. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dom. I actually want to relate a story. I remember when we were growing up, my immediate younger sister, there was this time at Mushin, Idiaraba to be precise, that was where we were staying. There was this outside people were burning houses belonging to Yoruba people, and we lived in a house. Our landlord is a Yoruba man. So my mom gave birth like a week before this riot started. So they were burning houses. So they got to our house. The outside people poured fuel on the building. And then, before they could, light the house, one man who is an outside man, who is a friend of my dad, had to stop them and tell them, that he has a friend in this house that the wife just gave birth. That is, please. The man pleaded with these people. I was very, very small then. We were peeping. The man pleaded for like 3 hours, begging them before they had to leave our house. And up till we packed out of that place, we never paid for rent. You understand? The reason why I'm saying this is that we truly love each other. You understand? But our problem is that, just like Deji said, the political elites have continued to cause, to bring this ethnic and religious divide amongst us. So I think we should have Jara. Jara, are you there? After Jara, we'll go to Beautiful, then Archie. I think so. Jara, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, as you all may know, I am pro self-determination, but this morning I'm going to speak obediently. Because I love the movement, despite the fact that I have a big agenda. I love the current OB movement, and I am in total support of that movement. So let's talk about this individual that are creating division among us. They will do, because that's the only way they can earn their bread. In Aso Rock doesn't spend naira, they spend dollars. So for anyone that has gone past that corridor or near that corridor, they know the implication of having their own man on that in Aso Rock, because they know the implication of what that means to them. Reno had been on that corridor before. Dijadinhojo had been on that corridor before. Who else? Segalink had been near that corridor before. He had not gone on it, but he had been near it. And these guys understand the implication of changing, of disrupting the norm. As of last year, we didn't know that this kind of movement is going to arise. We were still talking about NSAS, because that was the biggest movement at the time. This is the next big movement to NSAS, which is a beautiful thing. So these guys are going to come and say all sorts. But I'm going to tell you what David Onday said about that. Don't go low, okay? Look, my self-determination people, they're going to stone me, but I love this movement. Don't go low. All right, what they want you to do is keep quiet and just keep talking. Obi is good, that's why we want to follow him now. They want to bring it hot. You return it hotter. Someone like Segalink will call everyone that disagrees with his position all sorts of negative names. But once you call him a negative name, he then tags you to be an extremist. That's the kind of narrative they want to push, and that's the kind of narrative they want you to accept. Segalink has been doing this for years, so he knows the buzzwords. is a professional in it. He knows the buzzwords, he knows what word to say that will just disrupt the polity and hit the polity up. He's a professional in that field. You know, he's learned the trade over the years. He was a pro-PDP man, you know, and he knows his trade, the stock in trade. Reno Mokri blocked me since 2014 because as far back as then, I can tell you he was an idiot. As far back as 2014, I hardly come across his tweet. I'm not interested in his tweet because for me, he can never say anything sensible. It's all about what will make him relevant, what will validate him. He has to seek validation. That's the kind of person Reno is. He has to actively seeking validation. So when it is quiet, Reno doesn't like it because it's not relevant. So he has to say something stupid that people will then hang on and then begin to talk about, because that will make him relevant. It's just like Whiskey dropping a single. He'll just find one thing and just drop so that he can remain relevant. This guy seeks validation, you know, like any celebrity, that they are not, but they need to be relevant. So when they speak, I would not suggest that when they speak, you go lower, you go higher. You know, you return it, you keep doing what you do. I like the movement, not because I believe the movement will change Nigeria. And let me quickly add this before I yield the mic, that, you know, it only takes a fool for someone to think, or a buffoonery for someone to think handing Nigeria back to Atiku or Tinubu would change anything, will make the country better. That is the way the obedient see anyone on the other side. You know, like, are you stupid? Are you, it's something, you know, is something wrong with you? Are you normal? That's the way you see anyone on the other side thinking Atiku and Bat will come and repair Nigeria, because they've been in charge for years and we've seen what they've done. They've ruined the country. So rightfully so, it is right for an obedient person to see them as not applying wisdom, as having nothing in their head. But let me just tell you, see, those of us in self-determination see everyone the same way. I love this movement, but I still think personally that our problem is deeper. And unfortunately, we cannot approach it. Unfortunately, it runs deeper. We cannot approach it. We need a complete re-strategizing. You know, we need to do things a lot differently. I love this movement. I love your big movement. I will support the movement because for me, it's a path. It's a path to the final destination. The final destination we may not agree on, but we are all agreeing on that path. For me, the final destination is a time when each region will govern itself. The whole Africa cannot unite. We're not English. The whole of us don't speak one language. The whole of us don't believe in the same thing. The whole of us don't have the same way of life. The whole of us have huge, massive cultural differences. And for us to then say, oh, let's mix everything together and be homogenic, we cannot be homogenic. But hopefully, this path, this research, this study we're on, because I see it as a study, like someone studying something that we are on, eventually all of us will come to an agreement. Someone said, well, we are not being patriotic, blah, blah, blah. It's got nothing to do with patriotism. I cannot be patriotic to a country that is killing me. I cannot be patriotic to a country that daily takes away from me. If the country is not giving me anything, which Nigeria doesn't give to its candidate, to its citizen, don't take from me. Nigeria takes from every single one of us. Either you're living in Nigeria or you're living abroad. Nigeria takes something away from you. So how do you want me to be patriotic to such a country? It's not.
Sir, please, can you round up in 30 seconds, sir? Thank you.
Patriotism is not both. Patriotism should be earned by the country. It's a social contract. The country is meant to do X, Y, Z for you, and you are then meant to give ABC back. That's the way it should work. That's the way it is designed. So to my obedient people, don't listen to them people. If they bring it hot, keep it on it hotter. If we're on the same journey together, it's a final destination that we have a bit of disagreement on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jara. Just to make a few comments on what you said, I believe at the end of the day, everybody here and every Nigerian, it's targeting for the same thing or after the same thing, which is for us to have a better quality of life, for Nigeria to be better, for us to have good economy, for us to be able to be proud and say, yes, this is our country. So I do understand when you say that Nigeria is taking away something from everybody, wherever you may have find yourself, as long as you're a Nigerian, it's removing from you. But is that not why we are on this path? And that is why so many people have come to support Peter Obi, because we see him as that hope that we never had, and we see him as that person who is going to. For me, I consider this Peter Obi movement, and by the grace of God, when it eventually manifests, I consider it as a process, because it's not going to be the final solution to whatever problem Nigeria has, because there's no magic wand that he's going to use and fix everything. But I see it as the beginning of the process, to get that end that we're looking for. And part of it is going to be restructuring, which obviously has a lot of other elements to it, and it's also going to help to bring probably that regional government and sort of that autonomy that a lot of people are also after. Once again, thank you so much. Ejike, over to you, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Jara. Thank you for your wonderful submission. Let's have beautiful flower. You have 3 minutes, then move to Archie. Beautiful, you're gonna mute.
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. Great room, and I've learned a lot, really. And I've just been thinking. So we've had people that are for One Nigeria, and then we've had people, like the last speaker, who wants different things. Eventually, I think we're speaking the same language. We just want, we want to be governed better. We want the best of us to represent us, within Nigeria and outside Nigeria. But there's just something, that we cannot shy away from. There's tension in Nigeria. I don't know if Buhari, some will say Buhari brought this bubbling tension, this pseudo peace, that we'll sometimes experience in Nigeria, depending on where you are, actually. Maybe this is who we've always been. Maybe we're not really united. Maybe we just got a leader that is, sort of peeling the Band-Aid. The wound is still there. We have so many untruths that we're sitting on. I don't think as a nation we've been transparent enough, even during the war, even history. And so you will see us do this dance, almost on the precipice of repeating history, just because we're not aware enough, most of us, the Nigerian history. The government, it's not really acknowledging pains, and just to say sorry to some people from certain region in Nigeria, it's a problem. It's almost like we just like to just bandwagon through things, right? And so we have a problematic ruling class that are literally holding on to our jugular. They're not doing right by Nigerians. And so we can see why the obedient movement is catching fire. Just because I strategize as well. So I would look politically this time. I would always say that I don't know if Obi will emerge as the 2023 president of Nigeria, but I know one thing for sure: they can disrupt this system and make his voice count. So they could do a take it all, or they could just make sure that enough people vote for Peter Obi, and then that way it can be a defining factor. That means his voice will be included when it comes to, finally electing somebody who will take the reins in 2023. Now, about instigating Nigerians against each other. We can say that, right? And we can also make sure that these embers of flames, these little fires everywhere, me and you can act to ensure that we quench them by using the right words, by telling the truth, right? About any situation, no matter which part of the country looks or appears bad, the truth will always be the truth. Because the more you reveal the truth, the more you pour light into something, the easier it gets. Maybe not for 2020, but for 2027 and so forth. So a movement like this is ideal, is necessary, and it's also a way to let the ruling class know that, there's a new sheriff in town, if I can say that. Young Nigerians have had enough. They are taking advantage of social media. They are getting their PVCs. They are getting involved. And they are not collecting shishi. They don't have time for that. So that's a good thing. It's actually very refreshing, really, because I like political process. I believe in it because it's the most peaceful to achieve anything. Policy matter. Electing the right people matter. And so the only way to dial down this tension, the only way to render things meaningless, maybe something, and then one region thinks, oh, they're speaking against us, and so they'll carry knife, fire, and brimstone to do whatever to fellow citizens, right? As we elect the right people, they will put policies in place to tone down, and maybe if it's religious sentiment, whatever sentiments that we have, that people hold on to hide under, to perpetuate some, injustice here and there in the country. Now, somebody who is also detribalized, right? Somebody who understands Nigeria. Nigeria is a very peculiar place. Again, I think it was the other lady who talked about Wazobia, and then we have other minorities. We want somebody who recognizes that, who brings that to the front, to understand that, okay, this is Nigeria today. It's one entity as it is. We need to protect her, and then try to work out the modalities to ensure that this 70% of people that we have, the 19 to 35-year-old, are not just underemployed, are not out of employment. They have jobs, and they are, protected, and our borders are secured. And also, they have a new awakening, like we're saying now. This responsibility to speak up, to act, to even get involved, in the civics of their nation. It's very important, because it's from there we will build upon. And I hope this, as we have this conversation, I don't really like to dwell on the negatives, to be honest. I mean, come on, Reno said what he said, Does he have, can he have any impact? Absolutely, it can. It really can. Because we are BC, even the most insidious things, right? So we have to be careful. And so I was like, I know he knows what this means. I know that he knows. So this foolishness should not be encouraged. Nobody should even retweet or try to. You could read it, you could do whatever you want to do, because that's why I tell people, I personally don't believe in absolute free speech. Everything you type, you say, has consequences, carries weight, right? So whether they are reporting him, whether they want him to check himself, it's fine. Because if you allow for this to just fly and say, it doesn't mean anything, what happens if it does? You just never know, right? Because we're a country that is bound together. Forcefully, we're here anyway, right? So we need to make sure that this unity, we sort of work together and preserve it, right? And then we can achieve whatever we want to achieve. Maybe people want to go their own way. Maybe they want to stay together. But we need a Nigeria at least together for us to have this conversation. A safe Nigeria. A Nigeria where everybody feels safe. A Nigeria where people are checked. So this checking, in a way, it satisfies me. It shouldn't be able to just wake up and tweet nonsense. And it's not even in the country, So that's just to check some learned diasporans who just think they know best, very futuristic, and they say nonsense. So I do agree with what the clap back, if I can put it that way, that he's getting. But I'm charging us as Nigerians, even as we're doing that, we watch out for ourselves as well. Make sure that we're preaching. Each one gets one, teach one, do whatever you can. Correct, change language. Let's soften our language, even though we're preaching the right thing. Gra is good, but not all the time. Sometimes you just want to make sure that the goal is preserved. The means is very important. The journey is very important, even as we're trying to.
Can you be rounding up, please?
Absolutely. So I just wanted to come in on that neutral tone to say, I like this, that we're even, trying to charge and hold him accountable. It should be a culture that we should have. Nobody really is above reproach. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you very much, beautiful Flower. Thank you for your wonderful submission.
Ejike, please, could I take about 2 minutes to read out some tweets?
Okay.
All right, cool. Thank you. So we have Don Marin. If I murder your name, pardon me, please. She says it is people who make up the leaders that take and do not give back. So if anybody has the mindset, they would certainly be that way when they hold an office. That's what I mean by patriotism. And we have Skills who says, let's not be distracted by Reno, Deji, and co. Let's keep our eyes on the goal. Our goal is to get Obidati 2023 into Aso Rock. Let's keep telling Nigerians to get their PVCs and keep telling Nigerians about the competence of Peter Obi. And we have Brother Skipper who says, let's discuss this issue with facts, not sentiments. Some of our political leaders have been deceiving those under their control since 1960s. And it became worse after 1999. There's actually so many tweets. I think as time goes by, I'll read more. So over to you, Ejike.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. Thank you. We'll have Archie. Then after Archie, we're supposed to have Eagle Eyes. Please, after Eagle Eyes, I would like to bring on Ibrahim, please, before we now go to Saddam. Archie, please, in 2 minutes, please, make your submission. Are you there, Archie?
Yeah, I'm here. Are you hearing me clearly?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Kichi, Chikem, and Mirima. I'll try to make my submission in less than 2 minutes. Mine is very simple. I understand and recognize the sentiments the Southerners and as well the Northerners, feel, considering the fact that our history has been polarized by certain elements who pitched us against each other. But I want to say it categorically because this space houses foreigners too, who are trying to learn the history of Nigeria that has been distorted because we're not taught our history. That the North doesn't hate the South does not hate the northern part of Nigeria. The people who have been doing this are the political and elitist class of Nigeria. How do I mean? I mean that by saying that we only fight when it's the poor against the poor. When the rich are about to share money in Nigeria, when your senators and House of Representative members are about to share and move dollars, and Ghana must go. You don't hear anybody hating on the North. You don't hear anybody saying the North is the cause of Nigeria's problem. You don't hear anybody saying the South want to divide. You never hear any secessionist conversation in the National Assembly. You never hear any secessionist conversation in spaces of Nigeria's useless leadership. You hear it when it's me versus you, the common masses, the middle class of Nigeria. Why? Because it's a strategy by our leaders to pitch us against each other, distract us, while they steal our future. So no Northerner hates any Southerner. That puts straight. I want to say very clearly again that Reno Mokri has been doing this for years. Some people have been blocked and unblocked because of stuff like this, challenging this situation. I understand why you can feel a certain level of sentiment, but it's a political season. You should understand that you're currently challenging people's means of livelihood, and that also includes Reno Omokri. So while you're being sentimental, which I do respect, I really respect it, people are still propagating their demonism in the name of securing the bag. My simple solution is this. Yesterday I was plagued by some level of illness, so I couldn't come on any space or do any activism for Peter Obi. What did I do? I stayed on my sick bay, held my phone, picked that petition, took it to my WhatsApp page, 3 WhatsApp accounts, took it to my Instagram and my Facebook, called people who I knew, and made sure they signed that petition. Eliminate your problem and move on. Eliminate your political problem and move on. Why? Because you have 8 months to this election. And what you're getting from Reno is a tip of the iceberg. People are being engineered to push this narrative. Nigeria has always been ruled on the divides of religion and ethnicity. You're currently challenging the powerhouse of the people who have been pushing this narrative for well above 50 years now. They will fight back. So my suggestion is very simple. If you're on this space and you believe in the cause which we believe in, which is the redemption of Nigeria ultimately from these thieves and robbers, your simple action should be go and find that petition, paste it on every single platform you have. Make sure the people who like you and love you and interested in you or are related to you sign that petition. They say a petition on change.org works. Exactly. So let's find out if it works. Sign that petition and get that guy off our Twitter space. Another mad person will come up and we continue like that. Eliminate your problem, stay woke, stay active, pushing your narrative. Eventually you most likely will win. Because this is the idea. They are trying to distract us, get us to, cower down, get us to be down and mild, and then start, they want to kill us. They want to gather us against each other. It's the same old tactics we've seen this before. It happened in 2015 when a group of politicians held the country ransom and started threatening running a parallel government. Are we forgetting? Because sometimes we act like we have, selective amnesia. A group of politicians who are currently ruling you threaten the sitting government and incumbents of running a parallel leadership if the incumbents dared act like they won election. So you'd understand why Goodluck Jonathan rescinded that very election as fast as he did. Because he did not want to throw the country into chaos. So we need to be strategic. You need to be sensitive. You need to be very intelligent and understand the times. These guys come with the same tactics. Atiku Abubakar has been playing in this game. Tinubu has been playing in this game. All of them have been major players in this madness. They will come with the same tactics against you. Today is Reno. Tomorrow it may be DG. Next tomorrow it may be any other person. Be strategic. Eliminate your problem. Move on to push your candidates. And eventually, luck might be on our side. And we'll succeed. Don't cower to these mad people. It's what they do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Archie. Thank you for a wonderful submission. Okay, let's go to Eagle Eyes. Eagle Eyes, if you go, then we'll have Omar Ibrahim. Eagle Eyes, please.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, bro, for the time.
Please, 3 minutes, please. 3 minutes.
All right, bro. Thank you. I want to appreciate you guys for setting up this space, and I thank everybody that has spoken. You guys have done well. I would like to go straight to the point. I would like to make this statement. People should not feel bad, but this is true, and this is how I feel. Nigeria is like a beautiful woman. Nigeria is a country. It's like a beautiful woman that has everything, well endowed. But she's not valued. She's not loved. Her husband doesn't love her. Her children doesn't love her. They all abandon her. Now, what I'm trying to say is this: we know, and all the guys that are saying all these things, they want to destroy Nigeria. That is their aim. So I think this space is very important. It's very crucial that we speak up and speak against this kind of attitude. People like Reno and Deji, Sagaligesh, I call him Sagaligesh because he leaked like pipe water. It's leaking. That guy, they call it Link. So these guys are troublemakers. They want to destroy the country. Now, this takes me back to our leaders. I remember during 2015, before 2015, I know what Buhari said about the dog and the blood of dog and all the evil words and comments he made. I know what happened at 2011. I don't stay in Nigeria. I stay in Southeast Asia. I know how this country where I stay, how they live. Here you have the Europe, Asia, you have the Indian, the Chinese, the Malay, the Australians. They are all indigenous. They contest election and if they win election, they are accepted. This is a country that you see diverse people, different color. When I say different tribe, the Indians, Chinese, they're not the same. The Malays are not the same. But you can see them living in the country peacefully, well developed. A small country like this, they are living together. Because why? They have good leader. A leader that understands human being, that love humanity. Nigeria has lost love for humanity. There's no humanity again in Nigeria. We have lost humanity. We don't love humanity again in Nigeria. That's why we can say anything we like. So why is saying that Nigeria is like a woman that is not loved, hated by her husband, her children hated her. I mean, our political elite, our religious leaders, and their servants, they are the husbands and the children that hate her. They rape her, they abuse her, and they want to destroy her. So I'm begging everybody, anything you can do to restore peace to Nigeria, do it. Whether you're in Nigeria or in America or any part of the world. I myself, I'm obedient. I'm not in Nigeria, but I can tell you before that time comes, I can provide up to 100 people that vote will be with my money and everything. And as time goes on, I'll support I'll support Obi with all that I have, with all I have, both my strength, my finance, my spiritual strength, and everything. Thank you very much. God bless all of you.
Thank you. Miri, are you here?
Okay, sorry, I'm here. I think we are supposed to have Omar Ibrahim, then we'll go to Wole, then Odogu.
Okay, thank you and good morning, everybody. Welcome to Salah. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, you are, and happy Salah too.
Thank you very much. Let me start first by appreciating DG in his brilliant submission earlier on, and I quite agree that some people are of the opinion that these guys who try to fan the embers of the vision should be ignored. But I do not subscribe to that sentiment with regards to what Reno, Omokri, and the others are tweeting. Yes, for a long time, I think we've been, personally, I've been part of those who feel like the Southeast might not have been doing enough in terms of reaching out to their brothers up north here, where I stay, where I was born and raised. But I think after I see reasons with whatever an average Southeasterner talk. And quite frankly, let's not deceive ourselves. Whenever these issues come up, whenever these sentiments come up, whenever they tweet things like this, it is for one goal. So the fact that we want peace, the fact that we want to build bridges, we must also look at their intent and put it in context. There is no way that somebody like Reno Omokri would tweet a thing like that, and you would tell me as a Nigerian, an average Nigerian, that you don't know where or what is target or who his target audience are. This is how they harvest votes. Sorry to say, we want to remove food from their table. They will not allow it. They don't want Nigeria to break. They don't want Nigeria to break. Just the way those of us who are neutral do not want Nigeria to break. They don't want Nigeria to break. But the only difference here is that they have their reasons for people to keep that ocean that feeds them, that feeds them. We would tell them, we'll have to show them that we do not subscribe to. Let's try to ignore them, try to manage our own cause, our own movement. And yes, there are tweets I don't subscribe to amplifying, but people like put head on, because we know their target audience. We are their target audience. They want to see how I, for one, who gets supplies, who gets my business going. They want to see how I'll get angry or talk to an evil man wrongly, and then I'm also affecting myself. This is not something that we should allow to slide in the shadows anyway, trying to give in ideas and trying to see how we can tackle this piece is brought up. And we must stick to the plan. We must hold on. We must keep pushing them back. We cannot allow them continue to get away with tweets like that. I do not subscribe to it. And adding to what Ayodeji said, submitted earlier on with regards to what he saw when he came to the north, I happen to have been deliberating with people, especially from the Labour Party, and I had to bring this thing to the fore. Our leaders, not just limited to the north, but the south also, they understand this. They know how very integrated we are in the lower cadre, in the lower hierarchy of Nigeria, where we do our business every day. The Igbo man, the Hausa man, the Yoruba man, the Angas man, the Gwari man, the Tangale man, everybody in Nigeria, they know how we mix. But when it comes to politics, when every year, every 4 years cycle, this is what they try to bring. They try to bring it because they want to harvest votes. We would not allow them. We should not allow them. I have that notion, and I want to push it as much as possible, that we should not cower before them. We should take them head on. Archie said something very, very important, and I am subscribing to what he said. We must tackle them. We can't allow this thing continue like this and just hope that we can sell our candidate. No, we cannot sell him if we allow these people keep pushing this thing. Because to the average northerner, the moment you talk about an Igbo man, the first thing he remembers is the Civil War. This is a part of a history that has been ingrained in us, and we must try as much as possible to see how we can quench that fire that they keep trying to burn every time. You see people, why don't they bring the streets? Why, ask yourselves these questions. Why don't they bring up things like this immediately after election? But when it is almost election time, they start bringing up things like this, and we think it is just about we should just leave them. No, we won't leave them. We must tackle them head on. I really don't want to say much, because if this is maybe not the right platform for me to start talking, that we need to share, but I'll keep it this simple and urge you guys on. Please keep doing the good work. Thank you very much, and I yield the mic.
Wow, thank you very much, Ibrahim. But you finished your submission. You didn't tell us where we are coming to get the salami to. So please unmute and tell us where we are getting.
Don't worry. I'll find a way of transferring it to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, and remain obedient and useful.
Forever.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's have Wole Ogundare Wole Ekason.
Thank you very much, Ekason, my brother. Thank you very much, Nkechi and Ijike, for hosting this space. You guys are doing a good job. Let me share some views which are, sort of supporting the same thing, but a bit more expansive. I always like to look at Nigeria from 1960, when the entities were brought together. The first error that was committed back then is the country not creating what I like to call, those people in branding will understand what I'm saying, an identity for the country. We don't share the same identity. So when you bring, it's like a husband and a wife gets married, and then the husband is behaving as if he's single, the wife is behaving as if he's single. There's no unity in that home. That is how I like to look at Nigeria. And this has been from 1960. So the first error was not creating a unifying identity. Now, what that has created over time is this thing called, there's this dissonance. Everybody suspects everybody. And if you look at the history as well, you will notice everything in Nigeria has either been rooted in religion or rooted in ethnicity. So when I see all the likes of Reno, all these guys you guys are talking about, for me, they're all products of the system. And, they're just a bunch of nuisance. That's how I like to see these guys. Just a bunch of nuisance who just want to cause some sort of distraction or whatever. They're all products of old, and they've been tutored in all of these things. Make no mistake about it. They've been tutored that, look, to continue to create a Nigeria that is subservient to our will, you have to, push certain narratives. And that's what they've been doing. So some of us are really not bothered. Now, if you look at where we have come to today, that's the one that always interests me. When I hear a lot of people saying APC, PDP, all those ones are new. This thing has been on for long, and people need to understand it. The dissonance between the North and the South and the East and the West, and all of we're about 500. We speak about 500 languages, about 250 ethnic groups. It's a very multifaceted thing, and till date, not one government has come in and said, look, let's create a Nigerian identity. Let me just share a slight example of what I mean by identity. If we all think of Germany, what comes to mind is efficiency. If you look at a state like Dubai, what comes to mind is tourism and real estate. There are ways in which, and these are scientific ways, there are ways in which countries create identities that help to unify them, regardless of the number of people who live there. If you look at a country like Indonesia is even more diverse than Nigeria. They speak a lot more languages, but they're unified. So what am I saying? Until we're able to sit down and say, who are we as a country? What is that unifying factor that cuts across all 250 ethnic groups? Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to have this challenge. That's my first point. Two, today, now people need to understand the reality. Let me share some data. Today, this is where we are. In the upper segment of Nigeria, we have people who can spend 150K and above. They're about 3.7 million. This was a research done by the World Bank December 2020, and it is worse now. If 3.7 million can spend 150,000 and above in a country of 220 million, there's a challenge. On the lower rung of that same research, the research said 120 million Nigerians cannot spend more than 30,000 naira every month. So when I see, this campaign tactic, I've seen one small phone that the APC campaign is pushing around. I understand it. It's the thing that they've used over time to sort of control the poverty that they've entrenched. Let me add again, since 1960. Now, everybody else in between that gap, everybody else is struggling. And check this out. Everybody is being pulled into the lower 30,000 naira segment. It gets worse, ladies and gentlemen. And people need to understand this. Today, for every 100 naira that Nigeria makes as an entity, please note this, for every 100 naira that comes into this country that Nigeria has made money from whatever it is, we spend about 97, 98 naira on it, paying loans. Now, check this out, it gets worse. Those loans haven't been used for what they have been collected for. That's just, it's like somebody, it's like somebody has gone to a bank to get a loan. Then you get the loan, you come back, you tell the bank you want to use the loan to build a farm or whatever it is. But when you get the loan, the first place you go, Quilox. Then you look up and then you go to London. Then you look left and right. What's left to do? Let me marry a new wife. Already the farm that you said you wanted to create, what's going to happen with you? You have to repay the loans. Therefore, as a country, that's how we've been operating. It gets worse. We're even stealing those loans. That's the worst part. You collect a loan and then you steal it. And then, ladies and gentlemen, let me deepen it just a bit more. Since about 10 years ago, 10, 12 years ago, within that gap, just checking through data, I have seen that we have collected as a country, or we have spent as a country, about $40 billion on subsidy. That one always busts my brain. This is just one of the, channels that they've created for themselves to siphon funds. please, what exactly are we subsidizing? And if people don't understand subsidy, you need to read up a bit. If you're subsidizing something, it means Nigeria consumes maybe 1 million liters of fuel per day. Therefore, the amount that should be 165 should be 500,000. Therefore, the remaining 500,000 is what we're subsidizing. Nobody knows the figure of what we're subsidizing. We just see numbers going out, day in, day out. You see, my challenge over time, and I don't usually like to blame people because, again, Nigeria has been socially engineered from inception to date. That's why when what a lot of people have referred to here, I like to call it an elite capture. It's like the elites have captured the soul and they will never let it go. They will do everything not to let it go. The challenge for me is that now that there's a third force, people need to focus. We all need to focus. There's so many distractions. And I also hear on good authority that, the other parties, they are engaging a lot of people outside of the system to come and just disrupt all this third force thing we're talking about. Massive disruption when real campaign starts. So the idea, I started off talking about this entity thing. Let me just round up before the man tells me to shut up. This entity thing I talked about, the third force is to start looking for a way to start couching that third force, to start giving that thing a name, sort of couch it in a very few words to say, this is who we are as a third force. Because you see, once we're able to do that, to create that unifying entity, that thing that says, whether you're Hausa, Igbo, wherever you come from, but from Nigeria's 250 plus ethnic groups, you believe in this cause. If you guys remember that Martin Luther King of I Believe speech, you have to craft what you believe in. The Americans say they are the land of the free, home of the brave. That is what represents every American. That's why, whether black or white or Hispanic or gay or LGBTQ or whatever it is, they always pander this freedom of speech. So we have to create something that sort of unifies this third force and begin to sell the same, at the end of the day, when, God help us, hopefully Obi becomes president. For me, these are the things we need to focus on. I've talked of the past and I've talked of where we are today. Where we are today can only get worse because that's what data is showing us. I'm a data-driven person. Data is showing us that it can only get worse. So we have to find a way to include all of these things that I've said, in some sort of, whatever Obi's manifesto comes out to be, all of these things have to show in there in one shape or form. And that is how, the world begins to see you, that you're now a different entity. We need that identity to sort of shape us and begin to, sip down into the different mentalities, because our mentalities are all warped as a people. We need to almost recreate what you call the Nigerian mentality and use that unifying factor, that identity thing, to sort of begin to sell it to the rest of the world.
We can't hear you anymore. I don't know if is that you finished talking or you having network problem. Okay, Ejike, I think we should move on. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we lost him.
So before the man tells me my 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wale. Thank you for your wonderful submission. Next we'll have Odogu. Please, you have 3 minutes to make a submission.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go straight to the topic of the room. We say it's instigating Nigerians against each other. Since I'm in this room, I've been listening to people, but when we talk about this instigation, I think sometimes we Nigerians try to move on. And in the process of trying to move on, we overlook some certain things that will still repeat himself in the future. As much as we are trying to move on, get a new people to the system, change some things, but we are overlooking the most important thing that can build our future, which is our lives. So when we come to this instigation, we don't want to tackle it from the the root, what is instigating, who is instigating who, and who is responsible for the instigation. Because we can treat Reno, I'm not his follower in the first place. Or Jew or somebody like that, I'm not their followers, but if we single some people out today and treat them, and tomorrow the major people who are instigating us against each other, we ignore them. Maybe because they are powerful. Maybe because we think we can't do anything to them. And my question to everybody in this room, who instigates people to die? Like, who instigates people to kill Deborah? We will start from there to get people that will make that instigation for somebody to die. Who instigates people to go to a church and murder people? It's not instigation. Who instigates people to commit crimes in Nigeria as it stands today? Who are those people responsible for those instigations? Because for my daughter to go to school and his classmates murder him in a cold blood, there must somebody that instigated it. People do that for that child to be killed. Have we been able as a people to raise a petition to get those people that instigate the people that kill Deborah to come on and explain why, or make sure they don't exist in our space? But we overlook those things because we feel that there are powerful people behind them. And this is the only thing that bothers me in all this whole movement and in all this whole change of government. Because some of us think by the time Nigeria give employment, Nigeria give road, electricity, our life has spared. There's something I know while I was a growing boy, that it's only a living that can praise the Lord. Dead person cannot do that. So if we ignore the people that are instigating us to kill each other, there are people that are killing. Go to North, Southern Kaduna, go to Enugu. We are not talking about people that are doing this evil. Maybe because our sister Leah Shaibu are still in captivity, being raped day and night for the point she has 2 children. So when we are talking about instigation, we must start to deal with people who have instigated innocent killings. Innocent killings. Like for Deborah, somebody should explain to me why she should die in the first place. Somebody instigated, because that was a platform she was sharing with her classmates. Up to now, we have not talked about it. But why to round up this thing is that sometimes when we stand to talk about the foundational problem of Nigeria, people call us so many names. They call us terrorists, they call us separatists, they call us secessionists, because we have decided to not listen to the truth and what is going to have a problem in the nearest future. And what I want is a space where my daughter can be spared, where my daughter can be saved, where my children can be preserve their life and do whatever they want to do. They can build an economy that can compete with any economy in the world. They can be, but they can only be alive to do it. So when we talk about this instigation, we have to start from the foundation that brings instigation. Because if I lost my child like a Deborah, I'm not gonna allow anybody to come and say anything. I'm gonna do more things, more dangerous. So we start finding out why Nigeria have provoked so many of us. Before we take a stand, we take. Before we start talking about instigation, government have instigated all of us. The government, from the foundation of this country, from the amalgamation to the 1960s to up to this point, the people that have instigated us is Britain, now being championed by our leaders, being championed. And we are not talking about it. Now we think that if we sign a petition and mockery is out of the Twitter, people are not going to still die in Southern Kaduna tomorrow. People are not going to die in Plateau State. Why are we not facing the more core thing that can save our life first? Because all these things you guys are seeing are the symptom of the evil of Nigerian state. Till we deal with that foundational problem, this is like me. I have taken a stand that I want to preserve the life of my children. The only way I can do it It's not being part of Nigeria, because being part of Nigeria, it doesn't matter who becomes the president. My life of my daughter is not safe when it goes to Kaduna, when it goes to, and that is the problem. And if we cannot tell ourselves that truth, we cannot be able to solve this problem of instigation. Because like me now, when I talk, some people, now everybody's talking about instigation. A few years back, go and check. Some people call us so many names.
Please, can you round up in 30 seconds, please?
So my rounding up is that if we want to solve the problem of instigation, we have to start from people who have destroyed the life of our children, people who are still killing us at this point. They have not stopped the killing. So when we talk about that one, now we can talk about the minor people like and the Deju who are on the internet. What of people who are instigating to killing innocent children? How about that?
Odogu, thank you so much for your contribution. Instigation, I mean, I hope you read the topic, which is instigating Nigerians against each other. It's a very broad topic. It's not centered on Reno or Deji or on a social media instigation. It's centered on every other aspect of our lives as Nigerians. And I wanted to ask you a question. You were saying that before we could move on to talk about the type of instigation, you thought we meant that we need to deal with a foundational problem. So in your own opinion, what is that foundational problem?
The foundational problem of Nigeria. Thank you for that question. The foundational problem of Nigeria is the colonial boundary they gave us. And no matter who becomes the president, if you cannot dislodge the colonial boundaries, there's nothing you can achieve. Because what we are having in Nigeria is a dangerous, we call it, some people will deceive us with English, telling us they are strengthening our diversity. But what we have in Nigeria is dangerous diversity. That's why Deborah have to die. If you have that dangerous diversity, what you people are not seeing is you have to preserve your life for you to grow economy. That's why Europe are prospering. That's why so many countries are prospering, because they believe in their ethnic line. And when people say they believe on their ethnic line, we call them ethnic bigots, we call them tribalists, but that is nationalist. So the foundational problem here is that the colonial master put a chain on our neck, and we want to kill each other because of that chain. Because you can't tell me in a secular state where I live, and somebody is telling me that because of my religious belief, I should not call the blood of Jesus. How does that work? So we have to fix these problems. And how we can do it is simple. We need to dialogue, and because when I speak like this, people come after my head. They don't want me to speak because they know that when we tell them that we can't solve this problem, when we have 250-something ethnic group in Nigeria, they call them minority. But if you come to Europe, you see people that have 2 million people. Hong Kong is 7 million. Singapore, some countries are even not up to 1 million. And they are still a country, and they control their resources and control themselves, preserve their life. As a British woman, why British left EU?
Odogu,
I'm going to round up with the question he answered. I'm telling her the foundational problem here. As a British woman, why do you guys left the European Union? She told me what German cannot do with guns and bullets, they can do it economically. If we don't leave EU, in the next 10 years, you will not hear about us again. They will march at us with economic policies.
So what is happening to Britain now?
It doesn't matter what happened to them. It doesn't matter. Even when people ask me if I get this my Biafra, how it's going to be, I have to be poor or hungry, but let me manage my space.
Okay, Odogu, thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution.
AGK, just AGK.
I want us to understand.
Oh, sorry.
There's this saying that if you want to kill a terrorist, you use gun. You understand? But if you want to kill terrorism, it's only through education that you can kill terrorism. So, Odogu, we understand you. We've heard what you said. But seriously, we are still in that Nigerian state, and we will still, promote Nigeria as Nigerians. Thank you. Okay, let's have, I think we're supposed to have, Saddam, are you ready now?
Can you hear me now, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Actually, I heard what Odogu said. We all know how Nigeria is, how Nigeria has been programmed. We mean that it is how it's meant to be. I am also in a place that I'm in a place where it's very, very diverse. I keep saying there's something that Peter always says. Corruption, hunger, bad governance have no ethnicity, have no religion.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, we are hearing you. You are louder now.
Okay, so I don't think I don't think there is anything that divided us more than poverty. Bad governance has been our major problem. There are more diverse countries in the world. There are more diverse countries than Nigeria. It's just that we have wicked and selfish elites that understand to subjugate the people in poverty. We have to keep them divided. If Nigeria was working, Nigeria was a working country, I tell you, there will be no agitation for Biafra, there will be no agitation for Dua, there will not even be any Boko Haram. Because if Nigeria was working, those Northerners that picked up guns to join Boko Haram, or those Easterners that have joined IPOB, will be working. The Northerners will be in the farming, doing things for themselves. The Southerners will be probably in one industrial area working, earning money. But when you're in your youthful age, you're in your 20s, you're in your 30s, and there is no job for you. You're a useful tool for any agitation. That is what the governors in Nigeria have tried to keep destroying the economy, making them depend on us, so that at times like this, when the election comes, we will whip up all these sentiments. We are divided, that's the truth. We all know this. We have a very, very shaky foundation. That is true. Yes, we can go back and say 1966 happened. Yes, we can say 1958 happened. Yes, we know all these things that back in our history. But the truth is that the real indicator why all these things have persisted up until now is because we have had bad governance ever since then. If Nigeria was working, I am telling you, this is a fact. I lived in the north. The only time we have all religious issues is still instigated by these political elites, instigated by the imams or those pastors that have core views. These are the same people that get their bread from the politicians. So when you middle down everything down to where we are right now, you understand that the only reason why we are still talking about all these differences that we have is because Nigeria is not working. If you go to Malaysia, you won't know whether it's occupied by Muslims or Christians. It is a working environment. You come to Europe, the same thing. I tell you the amount of Muslims that have come into Europe over the past years, that migrated across from the Middle Belt to Europe, doing well. The Turkish, the Indians, coming into doing well. Nigerians are coming here doing well. Who comes and asks us, are you in Nigeria on this? Even because of bad governance and our passports is because there have been over the years that people have started monitoring our passport and everything. On a very normal day, you come out here and you do what you want to do. But it is because we have had bad governance, unaccountable governance, and that has made us get to this point now that we are any little thing. You see 15-year-old boys joining bandits. People will tell that they feel like kidnap them are 15 years, 16 years, young boys. Because there's no direction. They're meant to be in school, they're not in school, they're out of school. So let us tell ourselves the truth. I understand the sentiment because when Nigeria push you to the wall, you get to a point that you start thinking of, like Odogu said, you're not agitating for your religion and everything. Yes, it's true, I understand the sentiment, but the truth of the matter is that the only thing that has kept us divided, and we keep
Excuse me,
when we keep electing useless and purposeless leaders.
Leaders are only concerned about themselves and the elites. Leaders that don't care about me and you. And that is why Nigeria continues to be the way we are. But I tell you, the day that Nigeria begins to work, we get to a point that a Muslim ticket can fly in Nigeria. And nobody will care. I am in Netherlands and I don't even know who the Prime Minister is in Netherlands. I don't even know. I don't care. That's the same thing with everybody here. We don't care. We don't even know how the political structure is being. Who knows what Joe Biden is from? Because the system works. But it's because we are in a country that nothing works. And every time these same leaders, when they see the election period, they now come in and how do we divide these votes? How do we make a house of not? Right now, the most confident person that's coming up for election right now is Peter Obi. But the only way they have to divide these votes is to work. Throw in the tribal card, throw in the ethnic card. So like we stir up the whole muddy water so everybody start talking. Forget that it's going to be issue based right now and focus on okay, we have to pass. The past that was not so good for us. How can we divide these guys up? You understand why instead of all and just be coming on board? Religion, what happened in 1966? Did this one happen? This one? No. So please, if Nigeria works, we will be having this space. We will not be having this space. If Nigeria works, it will work for every region, from the north to the south, to the east to the west. And that's what I think our agenda should be, and our energy should be focused on in Nigeria that works for everyone. Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you so much. AGK, may please check if there are people requesting mic. I can't see any. I've got a few people on the mention saying that they are requesting mic and it's not being granted. But I've granted all that I can see.
I don't know if I'm on.
Yes,
you're on. You're on. You're speaking, Victor. So AGK, please check your end if there are more requests. So if you can see it, so you can grant. I think we still have about 3 spaces available. Thanks.
All right, no problem.
Okay, so if I go.
Nkem, you will go next, then Victor. Then we'll come to Chigozie. No, Nkem, Chigozie, then Victor, sorry.
My hand is also raised. Thank you.
Yeah. Please, we'll come to you. Yeah. We'll come to you, sir.
Thank you, Nkechi and AJK, for hosting this space. Now, there's something about time. The greatest currency in politics is time. And I don't feel that 8 months is enough time in Nigeria's politics. When 5 PDP governors left and went to APC in 2014, 2015, that led to the demise of PDP till today. They didn't know that it was with time that they used in managing them, using very, very effective propaganda over a period of 24 months. They did not know that they were being misled, using all sorts of information. Now, this is exactly the same thing that is happening to obedience. Modern propaganda, like I said a few days ago, when that character held that space where he invited David, in the course of that meeting, I clearly said this guy is being used through the deployment of a propaganda model that is called appeal to prejudice. We now have a situation where certain characters are now creating some kind of distractions, and everybody is falling for it. Time that would otherwise have been used to do other things is now being diverted into creating these kind of spaces where we're discussing things that are not very, very strategic. They are more long-term. So time is now being used for things. But what you don't know is that you are being guided to use the time for what it's not very important. Wale earlier on said something about what we should be doing at this time. And the same thing that we did not do at the inception of this entity called Nigeria, creating a proper identity. That is what I think we should be doing.
it takes a while to create a proper identity. There are certain elements that go into it. That is what I think we should be using our time to do now, instead of falling into the trap. I say it again, this is modern propaganda style. They'll come to you in different directions. You don't know you're being manipulated. These guys have pumped in enough money. They are using no less than 37 brand agencies in this country now. They're already blocking spaces across radio stations. So the question is, look, whether we like it or not, because we don't have that kind of coordinated block money, there are one or two persons on these spaces. Thing I'm talking about, I can see them. The thing is that we must learn to use our time properly and do the right thing. If we get sucked into the way this will want us to behave, we will regret it. Modern propaganda, if well funded, it's like magic, and you wouldn't know that you're being led by the nose. Wale said something about identity, I reiterate. That identity is what we are supposed to be doing. What is that thing that makes us unique? What is that makes us core? What is our core value proposition of obedience? What is a sexy identity for obedience? Wale said it, and I think that's the direction we should go in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nkem. Seriously, I actually heard Wale speak, and I didn't actually take it very serious like I'm doing now. I would like to ask Wale if he's still on this space, he should come up. That identity, I just started reasoning and, looking at it like we need an identity truly, because we can have like a name, we can have like a body that is every ethnic group will be represented. Like the name should be like a name that is not tied to any ethnic group. Let it be a name that portrays the whole of Nigeria. I think that I want to think that is what you mean, Nkem. No. I know it goes beyond name. I know it goes beyond name, but let it be something that is let it be like a body,
something that everybody can gravitate towards and own.
Thank you. Where everyone is equal, you understand? So you can actually use this body to quench any propaganda coming even from the east, west, north, south, any part of Nigeria. Let it be like this movement is a Nigerian movement. I want to appreciate you. I would like Wale to request for the mic if he's still here, but if he's not here, I think I would look for his handle, and I would like us to have this discussion. It is very, 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 very important. Thank you very much for this wonderful suggestion. Thank you very, very much. I will DM you and we'll discuss. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's have Chigozie, please. Chigozie.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Kichi and Ejikeme and Miri. I appreciate you guys for the work you're doing. Well, I will start by replying Odogu for his comments or his own opinion. And thank Ejike. The question you asked him and he shied away. He said it doesn't matter if he remains poorer, if he got his quote-unquote, his own country, if divided. Now, the analogy I want to use for him is this. You have someone was maybe a limb problem, and doctor is preferring two options or solutions. One, that there is a particular drug you will take and your limbs will be healed, and the other is either to go by amputating the two or the limbs. Which one would Odogu take? And when you amputated, you have to use crutches to walk, or prosthesis rather. I don't think he will go for the latter option. he will take the drugs. Now, Nigeria is a country that is placed that even every other nation is envied. Number one, because of our population. Number two, because of the vast solid minerals spread all over the country. The only way we have not gotten it right is the leadership. Forget the language. You see why I was furiously mad or angry during one of the spaces you hosted when I started to, wish some people what I don't want to say here again because I was really angry by that statement he made. An elderly man, quote and unquote, as he should be. These are people who want to divide us the more. And there comes seasonal. Once it is election, they try to find a way to make the North see the South as enemies. For Reno, for me, I have ignored Reno over some time ago because if Reno is a true Nigerian, he should come back. We are in Nigeria. I don't want to go out of the country. I am living in Nigeria and I believe Nigeria can work again. There's no need for me trying to jack back. Reno should come back with his kids and stay in Nigeria. Not being in one place to instigate us to kill one another. He should come back. If he's so Nigeria, if he so love that country called Nigeria. So that is the point. Then as for Whitebeard, I requested the mic when he was speaking, but you know how these things work. I wasn't the only one requesting. Maybe people are there before me. That guy is even more hypocritical than what you guys called him. Because I could remember when there was a killing when the former honorable member in Anambra was killed. Him and Big Daddy hosted the space, calling the entire Igbo or the Southeast terrorists, cannibalism, kidnappers. Now, today he come here to say when other people were calling. I went on that space and I said something. I told the so-called Big Daddy, there were killings in the north. Have you made any attempt to hold a space to how we can solve that problem? Why making it so special in Southeast if you don't have an interior motive? These are what we see all over. But for me, it's good we are having this conversation, this discussion. But for me, there are more important things we can even do. Reno, I think the one we have done, which is quite better, is the signing the petition to ban him on Twitter. Okay? So let's use this, like what someone has said, to find more things that will help us in this campaign. All of us are trying in P2B movement. I'm not trying to whittle down on that. This topic is quite interesting. People should add their view, but we have more things that will make us more, especially what I don't even know that our incoming vice president is even more sound than what we had until I had the interview yesterday and the both from Channel and Rice Television. So I thank everyone, and I don't want to waste more time. I also want to wish my Muslim brothers happy Eid Mubarak in this your festive period. I wish that peace will come back to Nigeria. Security of lives and property, we will have that more instead of killing ourselves and labeling ourselves or calling ourselves names. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. Nkem, please.
GK.
I can't DM you.
GK.
Yeah.
I just want to make a quick announcement. Please, if you're a speaker and you still want to say something, could you raise your hand up? Because if your hand is not raised up, I'm gonna take you down so we can bring more speakers up. Please, there are a lot of people requesting. So if I don't see your if I don't see your hand up, I'll take you down, please. Thanks. AGK, over to you. I think Mbiri wanted to say something.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say
I have my hands up. I've had it since.
Sorry, Mr. Victor, we'll get to you. We apologize for that. People are complaining that it's like we have a selected few that we are giving the mic. No, we're not having any selected few here. Everyone has the right, as every other person here, to request for the mic and then speak, and then be taken down to listening again so that we can bring more people up. And also, I've been here trying to kind of approve a lot of requests. So most times we click on the approve and it doesn't kind of yield. Please, if you request for the mic and you're not getting it, please kindly move out of the space and then come back in and request again. I'm just here approving the mic requests once we have lesser number of speakers up. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mary. Let's have Victor, then we'll go to Are Kurumi Kakamfu. Victor, please, you have 3 minutes to make yourself.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Ejike, and thank you, Nkechi, for organizing this wonderful space. Let me just go straight to the title of this, because you actually ended it with a why, instigating Nigerians against each other. Why? And listening to those who have spoken, the answer is simple, that they do that, they use it to extort, to exploit, and to steal from us easily and sustainably. Because there's this local expression that if you want to break a whole bundle of brooms, if you have them together as tight and you want to bend and break them, is practically impossible. You can't. You will do that from morning till night, but the easiest way to break them is to untie them and pick them one after the other. And in 5 minutes, you would have finished that broom. And that's exactly what these people have been doing to us. And how you will know that it is just for the purpose of exploiting and extorting us in Nigeria is because now, when there is a carcass like vultures, when there's a carcass, the carcass being our money, our commonwealth, they forget whether they are Muslims, Christians, Northerners, Easterners, Igbos, Hausas, Yorubas. They steal equally. They devour that carcass equally. So they don't even remember that there's a difference. But it is only when there is something they have to render to us. That's when they whip up all those sentiments of differences. You see, no matter how somebody talks, I had somebody, I think Odugu was talking about our geography, how we are carved out. But the other question I ask is, do you know that this thing also exists at the state level? I live in Lagos. I'm from Abia. When elections come, you begin to hear Abia North, Abia Central, Abia South. And I tell you, those things are as intense as outside Yoruba and other in the same state. And I'm sure it is not only in Abia, in every state. They whip up those sentiments to divide people, to fight against each other. But once the elections are over, they unite, irrespective of where they're from. So when you are talking about instigating, those instigations happen even at the state level. They instigate you depending on, and I'm sure every one of us listening, if you catch your mind, you will know that even in your own state, this thing exists. They whip up those divisions. They use it to divide you in order to conquer. So until people begin to understand that this is the purpose for which these things are designed, and you see, if you divide this country into 36 countries, that is the 36 states, I can tell you that there will still be instigations in each of those countries among these people until there's a generation that comes and says, we are one. People living in Europe and elsewhere are telling us how there are tribes, there are languages, but the people have advanced to the point where they don't even remember that because their leaders are responsible. When you are elected, you are not elected an Igbo man, you elected the president of this country. And that's what our principal has been saying. And if you look at the kind of examples he gives you examples of vast lands in the north,
calling it the next oil of Nigeria. And that's the kind of mindset that we should begin to have. So the why, the answer to that why is that they use it to make us weak so that they can consistently steal from us. And we should help ourselves by saying, hang on, how different am I, an Igbo man, from a Yoruba man? How different am I from this? Those things are not useful at all. So let us, and the branding that somebody talked about, if you ask me, honestly, the biggest branding you can have is Nigeria. You can't have anything different from Nigeria. Now, it is what is under that Nigerian. If you listen to Americans, the Americans are proud to stand and say USA, USA, because that USA they are saying signifies a whole lot. It means if I am captured, let us say, if I have a problem in Nigeria, only me, America is prepared to mobilize and come and set me free. That's what I will shout. USA. The law of branding is that you don't cannibalize the main brand itself. It's no matter whatever new thing, new name, new nomenclature that we form, if it is not foundationed on these values we're talking about, it will not stand as a brand. What we need to do is this brand, Nigeria, we are saying several things have happened. People are killed. There is hunger. I finished school. I can't find a job. There's ASU strike. And our Naira is valueless. Those things collectively those things have eaten Nigeria down, that brand. Now, what we should be focused on is in electing this Obi and Dati, because it is the actions they will take that will define the new brand we will have as a nation. And let's not be distracted by all these Reno and go. One thing I believe is that when you have nothing to say, your best strategy is to be attacking because you don't have anything. The best strategy you can adopt is attack your opponent. The presidential, if you are proud of your candidates, you'll be talking about them. Nobody is talking about theirs. So the best strategy is distract these people who are busy talking about them, who have a lot of things to talk about there. So we shouldn't be distracted. We should, in fact, talk more about our people. And then let me just summarize. Now, you know that we must win 25% of the votes in 24 states. And in order to achieve that, we should aim at actually winning in 30 states. Now, there has to be a way, if you ask me, a way of getting a poll as the months begin to wear down, getting a poll of our standing in each of the states in Nigeria, because that will help us to know the states where we are weak. Because at the end of the day, after all this running around and shouting, if the elections happen, you can't win even by public vote. You wouldn't win it, even if we have 15 million in the South. Only the South is made up of how many states, and we are unable to get 25% in 24 states. Another person that has maybe 30 million only, but got 25% will win it. So we must focus on one, talking about Obi and Dati, because that is what is eating them out. Secondly, we must have a way of monitoring to see how we are doing in each of these states towards election, because it will give us an indication of the places where we need to work harder. And please, let's not be distracted by this thing they are doing, because that is a strategy to distract us and win us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ejika, are you here? No, Ejika, he's the one that knows who could have spoken next.
The next person. I'm the next person.
Who is talking, please?
Alright.
Okay. All right. Go on, please.
Thank you. What I'm about to say, if you get triggered, please pardon me. I'm not here to give any inspirational speech, but I'm here to tell
tell Southerners what they don't want to hear. God willing, in the name of Olodumare, this time next year, every one of you that are preaching Perspire to Inspire will all be here, willing, because you don't want to listen to the truth. Firstly, we Southerners, we need to do a critical appraisal of our lives. And we need to ask critical questions about the Nigerian project. Nigeria is not the country, it is a country of nations. Firstly. Secondly, Nigeria has a structural problem, not a leadership problem. That ideology that we need a Messiah complex for us to destroy feudalism and the weaponization of poverty that has rendered us impotent in this 21st century, we need to destroy it. We need to fix that structure before you can be talking about a Nigeria. Also, you can have prosperity, because I heard a lot of things, and I'm sorry to say this, many people don't understand the way the world works. You can have prosperity and still people will ask for self-determination. Scotland is a prosperous country, a nation. They still want to get out of the United Kingdom. Same as Catalonia, same as Quebec, same as the Flanders in Belgium, Walloons in Belgium. So you say, no, if people are hungry and people are no longer hungry, nobody's going to be talking about Biafra or Yoruba nation or this. You are wrong. Also, people compare Europe. You are comparing it to the made in Germany countries of Africa. This is unfortunate. Europe are made up of ethnic nations. Just from Germany to Holland to Finland to Estonia, name it, they are tribal countries. Made up of ethnic nationalities. And Europe had to solve this problem immediately after the Second World War, which led to the destruction and the balkanizations of the empires in Europe. That is why you see that almost every country in Europe, they use their indigenous language for their means of education, commerce. That's why they are great. Now, what is going on within Nigeria? There is a clash of civilization. If you like, preach from now to year 2000, there will still be tribalism, because you don't understand what tribalism is. How can I tell an Igbo man not to protect an Igbo interest? It's common sense, it's self-preservation. Because these are originally indigenous ethnic nationalities before they were brought together by the European hooligans to create this Ugandan contraption. I want to ask anybody that is here, were you consulted before this country was created? Have you ever asked a question? Why shouldn't we in the South, this youthful, that's why we are so powerful on social media, do everything we can to say we want to renegotiate Nigeria. From the beginning, people say people are turning Nigeria. Go and look at the history. That's why we need to study history. When I see people who say they don't want to talk about 1966, and I feel sorry for you. Very sorry for you. Because if you don't understand your history, you're going to make a mistake that you are not going to recover from. Nigerians has always been turned against Nigeria. And this is the work of the British. Turning the West against the East, the North against the West. Because they know this is a clash of civilization, a clash of ideology. We have nothing in common. For us to have something in common, the constituent ethnic nationalities must determine how they want to be ruled, how they want to be governed, and if they want to be part of this contraption. It's our street with gold. Some people will still prefer the supremacy of Sharia over democracy. Get that into your head. If they want, even if you have not been to the country. There is also a clash of ideology. Democracy against theocracy. Some people have weaponized this democracy you are talking about. They prefer the supremacy of the Sharia law. And that is theocracy over the democracy you talk about. It doesn't matter who you change. The constant factor still remains. You cannot change these people. They either conquer you or you conquer them. And when you try to enforce your Western democratic values
values and principles of them, they see it as you want to conquer them. We need to realize this fact. Also, because I'm trying to quickly go through my point, there's a lot to say. There's no Nigerian language. If you argue about this, I'm not going to argue with you. Because we need to understand that the Igbo race of over 50, 60 million is not, they are not a tribe. That is a powerful nation. The Ijaw people are not a tribe. That is a powerful nation. So what should we even be talking about is the renegotiation of Nigeria. Before every election cycle, people talk about election as if it's just, politics is war. Go and look at the evolution of politics, how it evolved. From the early Roman Republic in the Roman Empire, that starting from the Hellenic civilization, that was how politics came up. So that people don't kill themselves, they invented politics. It is war. And because you run a unity system of government, anyone who controls the center is like an emperor. The Nigerian president is the most powerful president in the whole world. Because of the constitution that was written. That constitution was not written by the Fulani. It was written from number 10 Downing Street by the British. And we knew what the British did. No matter who is in power, no matter who becomes that president, the British has always maintained a constant that a section of the country continues to dominate the rest of us. So we need to ask this question. Then I also want to say this. There was a conference in 1984 in Berlin, West African Conference. Because the way many of us talk, we are very, very oblivious to reality. I don't understand. We've seen that this is beyond party politics. This is beyond APC, PDP, LP, SDP. When it comes to some agenda of a section of the country, they've told you okay, let me continue. I'm sorry, I know I'm not going, my thought is not, it's not going to be very popular here. But before I round up, brothers and sisters in the South, Yorubas, Igbos, you just listening to me. If you still want your land to still be intact and your identity, that your organic identity that your ancestors bequeathed on you, not the...
Now, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful submission. We got you. Seriously, I really do not buy the one you are trying to delve in. We've been having some kind of civil conversation here. Yes, each and every one of us have our different ideologies, but let it not affect what we are doing here. Let it not affect the cause of why we are here. Okay.
AGK, thanks for cutting in. But I don't know if he's still here as a speaker because I wanted to ask him a question. Well, if he's not a speaker, maybe he's listening, or somebody who is connected to him might be listening. I wanted to ask him, does he not think that we need to have the right governance or the right government for us to be able to deal with this foundational structure that he thinks is a problem? Because it's a human being that would be able to, effect it. It's not just going to come out of thin air and then all of a sudden the Southeast is on its own and the Dudua is on its own. So even if we are going to have a referendum, for example, it needs a government, it needs the right people at the government, governing the country to be able to say, okay, let's come together and talk about this and find the solution to it.
Okay, thank you, Nkechi. Okay, moving ahead. There was this guy here before, I think he dropped. Okay, we'll have, in this order, we'll take facilitator, we'll come to Peter, then Chooks, Patrick. Facilitator, Peter, Chooks, and Patrick. Please, facilitator, you can unmute.
Okay, good afternoon, AGK. Good afternoon, host and speakers and other listeners. With regards to the topic, I think this is politics. It will always happen. Even in civilized states where you have, it is where they play the same democracy, you still have all manner of propaganda flying here and there. One thing I'm going to say is we need to be very, very aware. We need to sensitize people, especially in the area of knowing how to identify a candidate, because if you're easily swayed by what somebody says, it means you are not matured enough, and that's very, very bad. People will say whatever thing they want to say. It's politics. They are going to say. It's not like they don't know the truth. It's not like they don't know, oh, this candidate is not it. Even in America, it happens. We all witnessed what happened in the year 2020. We saw how the Democrats and the Republicans played all manner of dirty politics. So it's not new. Propaganda, all manner of instigation, hate speeches, it will happen. It will happen. But the people themselves need to be conscious and know that, okay, fine. Irrespective of all of these things that happens on the surface, we need to also do better in terms of voting the right candidate. And mind you, the reason why this instigation is actually having much impact here in Nigeria has to do with what the last speaker said. Whether we like it or not, there are some truths there. I can't take that away. For example, look at what the things happening in Nigeria today. It is very, very obvious. It is. So let's not just feel like, oh, maybe we are doing this now. Then thereafter, we should just look out to this one. No, it is there. If you watch Kwankwaso's statement the other day, it is very, very clear. And they are going to do something about it. So ethnicity is a very big problem in Nigeria. It is. So let's not rule out when people come out and then make opinions and feel like, no, don't go there. It is there. We need to remind ourselves who we are, where we are coming from. Nigeria hasn't worked since 1999. Let's forget all of these stories. It hasn't worked. If you go back to the 60s and see what happened then, when you used to have these nations, many nations staying on their own, even though they were together in Nigeria as one, but they were competing because it is regionalism. By this time last year, P2B was actually the one leading the idea of restructuring Nigeria, talking about discussing Nigeria before anything else. But then he decided to now contest for elections. If you go back and see his conversations on Arise TV, even interviews he granted other media channels and whatever, you notice he gave a very good example, because then people were asking him, do you want to contest for president? He said no, he's not interested. That what he was recommending is that Nigerians needs to sit and discuss Nigeria. That why should we be discussing about presidency? That we need to fix Nigeria. He gave an illustration. He said, and I'm quoting him here, that Nigeria is like a broken vehicle. That the engine is bad, the brain box is bad, it is terrible, it cannot even move. But the passengers or whoever the vehicle is carrying are more interested in getting a driver instead of finding a solution on how to fix that broken vehicle. I think that is a very, very important message that we all need to have at the back of our mind while we are pursuing this. Yes, good and fine that he's contesting, because at least the election is going to happen. But let's also have this at the back of our mind that Nigeria is not well, and so many things might also happen. It is good that people are beginning to have sort of the awakening that they need to get their PVC. But beyond that, we also need to know that the people we are dealing with will probably go to many extents to scuttle our efforts. Nigeria is not that united. Let's understand that. Let's also appreciate that, because when the worst thing happens, it will become obvious. We don't know whatever thing the other people are cooking. If they are going to the extent of calling people all manner of names, trying to instigate ethnic tensions here and there, yeah, it's fine. But let's also have a plan B, especially here. This is particularly for different ethnic people here. Protect yourselves. What happened earlier this week in Abuja is nothing to write home about. I do not know, but it's actually a great concern for Nigeria. Some people don't want the election to happen. I do not know the extent they are going to go, but the only thing is we need to also arm ourselves with the truth. If we really think that we want a change for Nigeria, now, good and fine. But let it not be that after a while now we'll still go back to our differences, ethnicity here and there. It's already happening in the top hierarchy. Even down south, the so-called leaders who should even guide you, protect you politically, are not even making much effort. So it's just like a battle between the younger generation and the political class. I wish us good luck, but one thing I'm going to say is this, is while we are playing this politics, we also need to be very, very careful. And my last remark is this. Please and please, let's not just focus on the presidency alone. Like I say, if you get P2B there and he's the president and you do not have good legislators and you don't have good governors, his administration is going to be very, very terrible. Yes, because he cannot do it alone. He may have done it in Anambra, but there are some things he did in Anambra that he cannot do at the presidency. Yes, that is truth. Let's also tell ourselves the truth. So get to know who is contesting for Senate in your constituency, who is contesting for member House of Reps, who is contesting for governor in your state, who is contesting in the State House of Assembly, so that when you have a good number of people who share the same mindset, who are progressive, then if they all work hands in hand, you'll be able to get the needed impact if we succeed in 2023, because otherwise it's going to be a manner of, okay, fine, we want to do this in Nigeria. You get some maybe ethnic or people of ulterior motives come out and say, no, it's not going to happen because they are the corridors of power. So that's the only thing I'm going to say. I wish us good luck. It is not going to be easy, but at least let's try in our own generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, facilitator, for your points. But I just wanted to say that if anybody or any Nigerian says that, that Nigeria is in total peace or that there's no problem with Nigeria, I think that person will be deluding themselves. And it's actually part of why we are here and why we are having this discussion. Because obviously we all know and appreciate that there are problems, in so many areas, speaking about the country's unity. And when you were talking about having people, I don't know how did you put it? You were making reference to other countries like America, in the UK, during political periods that people try to talk down on other people that, opponents and stuff like that. Yeah, that's true. I live in the UK. Actually, I live in Scotland. I'm a member of the Scottish National Party. So I'm part of the people that are asking for Scotland to be independent and all that. So something I do have a good knowledge of. But the thing is, Nigeria, for example, we have a specific or a unique kind of a community or a unique kind of problem. We already know that Nigeria, it's we are all sort of very biased based on a religion and ethnicity. So it's very, very easy for one to light that flame, because something that is said on Twitter, for example, especially some of the references that I've been making with Reno, for example, who made that tweet in Hausa, he knew his target audience and he knew what he was trying to achieve. So somebody can read that tweet and then go attack a Southerner who lives in the north because of what Reno had said. Do you understand? But that will not happen in Scotland or in the UK. If you go on British Twitter, all we do is banter. Especially the political Twitter, all they do, even in the House of Parliament, the Labour and the Conservative, everyone is they sort of attack each other verbally with words, but that will not transcend to somebody in Scotland going to burn down a business of an Englishman because of what was said in the House of Parliament or what was said in Twitter. But these are things that happen in Nigeria. So sometimes when we make comparisons, we should be able to streamline specific regions and their own specific problems. I think that is why some of us think that it's good to have this discussion and it's good to try to, probably not nipping this in the bud, but I believe that it's going to have sort of a domino effect, sort of, as we're speaking about it, we are learning from each other and we're sort of reinforcing it that this is not proper and should not be allowed to continue. Thanks. Ejikeme, please, you've got the room. Okay, Ejikeme, are you here? No. So for the people raising their hands,
can I say something though?
Who is it, please?
Oh, the name is Hillary. How you doing, ma'am?
I'm trying to find you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Is that Peter?
It's Patrick.
Oh, Patrick. Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Nkechi. Thank you, Ejikeme. It's a pleasure to be on this stage. I think that the invention of social media is something that has come at a very, very good time. When you look at Nigeria from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, a lot of the news were pushed by the traditional media outlets. You had governmental control, you had elite control of the newspapers. They had whatever narrative they wanted to push from whatever story they wanted out there, they used the newspapers. The good thing about social media, right, is that nobody owns it. You can hear stories from different parts of the country. You can hear their realities. A lot of these stages I've been on, I do hear a southern perspective. I hear a northern perspective, but I do not hear perspectives from my region. I'm from the Middle Belt, and a lot of people do not know about my region. They have no idea about what influences voting. And if you want to solve problems in Nigeria, how can you solve problems in a country you know absolutely nothing about? Right? Okay, so let's look at the demographic on this platform. Speaking about politics, speaking about how you should mobilize voters. I mean, if you want votes from my region, how can you get them when you do not even know the people that live there? A lot of people call us northerners. And the states I'm referring to are Benue, Kogi, Plateau, parts of southern Kaduna. You see Taraba, you see Adamawa, and you see parts of southern Borno and parts of Niger. Right? These are the areas that are called the Middle Belt. A lot has been happening to my region, a lot. And these are the things that my people are looking at. How can you reach out to people from my region when you have no idea about what's going on in my region? The first thing is the identity problem. The same way you say the North and the South were amalgamated in 1914. Ours was just 14 years earlier, in the 1900s. We were amalgamated to the core North in the 1900s. 1899, places like Idoma land fell. Tiv land, parts of Benue, those were the areas that fell. So it's usually very, very unfair when you call us northerners. That's from the first place. My region is facing extinction. I know a lot of us have heard about southern Kaduna, but the problem is that is the only place you do hear about. There are a lot of other places like Adamawa. I know it will come as a shocker that 80% of Adamawa is non-Muslim Christian groups. You have 20% Fulani groups. And this is why, to fix the problem of Nigeria, you have to look at the structure of the problem. You have Adamawa State, for instance, now. A lot of the things that influence voting pattern is the marginalization of the 80% in that community. You have 80% of people that were named. In fact, when you hear the name Adamawa State, you think it's a Muslim state. Adamawa is a Christian, 80% Christian state. The 20% in that state is Fulani, and they have named that state Adamawa State. If you come to Nasarawa State, when you hear Nasarawa, first thing you hear is Hausa. Those people, the majority ethnic group in Nasarawa State is the Igom people, right? but they named the state a Hausa name. If you go to Taraba, it's the same thing. Major ethnic groups that they forgot about, they just named them a totally different name, right? That is the first problem that we are having in that place. The second problem is that despite the fact that these people are 80% or major ethnic group, a lot of these states have not implemented Sharia. When Sharia was implemented in 99, a lot of the minorities in that place were protesting that they should implement Sharia. And we start asking ourselves, are we even in a democracy, right, where minority want to impose their will on the major ethnic group in those type of territories? These are the things that, I will be very honest with you, influence voting patterns in that state. You have attacks, and this is from a security point. Voting in my region, security is the major factor in that region, right? You even have, in fact, if you look at all the candidates, it's only my region that has been isolated. You see, PDP have a south as the vice and a Fulani man from the north. You have APC; they are considering a southwesterner, and they are looking at a Fulani person too. You have Labour Party; is the southeast, and they are considering a Fulani person. We are the only region that have not been considered in this voting process, in this electioneering process rather, right? And we are beginning to believe that what is happening here. You see, a lot of people come on stages and say, no, let's focus on competence, let's focus on a lot of these things. Because you have adequate representation, it's really, really easy to focus on other things. If you had no representation and people were calling you northerners, I think the reaction would be different. A lot of these people have different histories. Nobody has taken time to even look at the histories of the people in that region. A lot of killings are, in fact, look at this ISWAP attack. A lot of people do not even know that ISWAP and Ansaru only target people from my region. They don't target. Boko Haram, on the other hand, targets both Christians and Muslims. You know, from looking at it from a religious angle, you can know which ethnic groups are major Christians. Like if you look at Igbos, majority of Igbos are Christian. So when you see ISWAP and Ansaru attacks, they target specifically Christian ethnic national. It's Boko Haram that targets. A lot of us are oblivious to a lot of things that are happening in this country. And I start to ask myself, how will a lot of these leaders that we are trying to elect, how will they solve those problems? Right? These problems are foundational from the naming of those places. Now, I'll wrap up with this. When you see what is going on in my state is in my region is pure genocide and land grabbing. There's a place called Laduga, and anytime you want to see what happens in Nigeria at the national level, right? Look at it first. They test it in my region, for instance. So this grazing Ruga thing that they are trying to implement at national level. In 1945, and this is why history is very important. In 1945, the old northern region enacted a grazing reserve act. It was for temporary grazing. Herders just come and settle temporarily and leave. Right now, and they started with 30,000 hectares. Right now, they have extended it to over 100,000 hectares. The name of that place is called Laduga. These people have built permanent settlements in that place. Even the locals in that place cannot enter their land. When you see the success of that thing, it has moved to national level. Look at Plateau State. You have illegal buildings on federal government land. In fact, they have surrounded the University of Jos, built on illegal. They understand that the state government cannot interfere on federal government on land, and the federal government does not interfere on state government. So they go and build on federal government property illegally, and they keep moving in and taking over. In fact, the natives, they get so scared that they keep packing out and moving, and these people just keep expanding. So when we are talking about a lot of these candidates, how do we solve a lot of this problem? Now, let's look at even this local government creation that we usually talk about. You know, Igbos are in Kano, in a region called Sabongeri. Now, imagine if a local government was carved out for just Igbos in Sabongeri, and they push Igbo narratives in Kano. That's exactly what they have done in Plateau State. The settlers, they came from the core north and settled in Jos. Do you know that these people drew a map of a local government that they wanted and sent it to the then military president, Ibrahim Babangida? This man approved this thing. They drew exactly their specifications. That's what Jos North became, making the ethnic indigenous people minorities. They can't even win an election in that place. So sometimes when you hear things like voting in the House of Reps or Assembly, and you say, these people say they are not Northerners, but how come their representative is voting along core Northern line? These are the things that are happening in the place. You are having military men naming communities in the Middle Belt, names that have nothing to do with us. You are having settlers. If you check my picture, there's an ad, my media, there's a renaming back to the original names. So you're having settlers renaming communities.
Could you round off in 30 seconds if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, okay, thank you. You are having headers. There's a Vanguard report that says headers are renaming communities. So from military men to people that move from the core north to settle, to headers are renaming communities. So I start to ask myself, what is going on in this country? You see, my region, they are very peaceful in my region, but see what is going on in this place. So how do we solve a lot of these problems? Has any of the candidates, addressed these things? Because we are facing extinction in that place. And I would just like to say that after they are done with us, they are going to move down south. They are already in places like Oyo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. I really wish I could give you more time, because I got so soaked in with what you're saying, and it's sort of very disheartening. But you see, at the end of the day, I believe that if we have the right government in place, then we will start talking about some of these problems. Because if at the end of the day, we cannot ignore that restructuring that everybody has been calling about, or having that round table talk, because it's an opportunity like that people like you from your side, who understand what you've been going through, can come and say, this is what is happening in our area, and this is what we want, and this is how we think this problem will be solved. But if we continue with what we have at the moment, or what we've had over the years, then I really don't see any end to such problems. I really do empathize with you, and honestly, it's so sad. But I really hope that we'll get to the point where we'll have the right government that will have the balls and the lever to start dealing with all these foundational and structural problems that we have in Nigeria. We're going to move on. Mecca, sorry, no, Meka. Please, you've got the mic. Mecca, you here, please?
Oh, I'm here, sorry. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for hosting this space. Okay, I really like the last speaker, some things he said, Patrick, So, but yeah, I want to start from other things, but let me just kind of address what he says. I see people talking about leaving the country, dividing, breaking away. and some things he mentioned about him. He's mentioning about things that are going on in his society, in his region, and how they're going into extinction, genocide, and how they're being left out and all that. When we talk about restructuring, I don't know if any of you saw the video I posted on the Jumbotron. When we talk about restructuring, this is the things we are talking about. We need a government that can listen to the people, a government that is ready to sit down and hear people talk and look at the fundamental. When we talk about restructuring, this is the thing we're talking about. We're talking about the constitution, the fraudulent constitution. The things that need to be rewritten. We have not even started as Nigeria. We have not started. These are just all these people you see up there that are campaigning. They're just messing up Nigeria. This is not even Nigeria yet. We are not even yet a country, because the constitution on its own is nowhere near what a country should have as a constitution. But I don't want to go deep into that. So the basis and the foundation of our democracy is more or less useless. So we've not even started as Nigeria. We have to first start as a country before we have to first restructure and start before we even talk about breaking away, doing all that. Someone came here and was mentioning some European countries. Those countries have gone far. They are far off from where we are. Their mental capacity, their understanding of individual opinions and regional politics we can't compare it to ours. They've gone so far. They've understood themselves. They've understood that they can solve their problems themselves before they are even thinking of breaking away. Now, if you want to break away Nigeria, the people that are saying they want to break away, even deep down, look at someone just spoke now. Deep down in his own state, there are still factions, there are still divisions. So what story would they have to tell? What is their own hope when they finally break away? So we need to find a way to work first together. When you go out in European or Western countries, you even see, okay, let's talk about racism, for example. We're talking about instigating Nigerians against each other. Now, some things, tribalistic comments should be frowned at. In fact, there should be a penalty for making a tribalistic comment. Just like, all of us are blacks and we talk about racism and all that, but we don't talk about tribalism. We should frown at those things. Those things should attract some lawful fines, some things that will make people to, stop that. Do you understand? Because we're living in a multicultural region. There is no way we should let such things be. So that is another reason why we're talking about things like this. We should all respect each other. We should all be proud about our own tribe, and we should accept that we're different, but we should be willing to work together. So that's why we should have a government that is willing to bring everyone together in a table, and we discuss our differences and try to restructure the constitution and start like a country, like a sane country. So I just wanted to say something on that before I move ahead. Then I wanted to talk about, we are here now. Just look at, we are here now about this instigating thing. I know that there are kind of some ethnic and all that line, but we are here now, different religion, different tribes. We are on this space, we are talking. It's Peter Obi that instigated this. He's the one, he's the one that created this kind of forum, or this idea. That's why I say I want to kind of applaud everyone, because no matter how much the political elites, they are trying to draw those lines that don't exist in their own political space, they're trying to draw it within the common man's space. We are also fighting to keep those lines behind us. So that's why I say I want to applaud everyone for even getting to this point. I never saw it that Nigerians would get to a point where we will have different people from different places talking about the need to avoid some things that pull us apart. You understand? Even in other countries, when you go and someone says she's in Scotland, right? When you want to vote for them, do you really care what or where they are coming from? They have evolved from that. So we should also actually be looking at competence. But we can't get such peace without justice. And we can't get justice without reforming and restructuring every part of Nigeria. We need to start somewhere first. We can't just jump from here to division, from here to... No! It's going to cause it might even lead to a war. So we have to start from the basis. We have to restructure our institutions, our our mentality, the way we think, everything we have to start from somewhere, and it starts from electing the right kind of government. That is the truth. We have to start from electing the right people first before you do any other thing. That is where we start from in the first place. So then I would like to end by saying that I always keep saying that let us not allow the political class to draw a line that they don't draw amongst themselves within the common men. This tribe and ethnicity and all what knows they're talking about, it does not affect them. In that PDP, there are people from all walks of life and all walks of religion working together to attain power and feed themselves. Do you understand that? So we should also understand that as common men. Yes, I am from here. Yes, we are from there. But we all agree in one thing. We want this place to move forward first. We want everybody to be safe, at least to have security and to have food. We agree on those things, so we should focus on that. Then again, please, all these we have to all these Reno and the likes. We have to actually tackle them. We have to make people know that these people don't have integrity and they should not be listened to. So when all these things come, we train them. You understand? If you see any way to pull them down, to make sure people see them for the fraud that they are, you make sure it's done so that nobody listens to them. So thank you for this space. That's why this space actually exists. So I'm really honored to speak here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Miri, are you here? Miri? Okay. I think all my co-hosts are busy. Chooks, you've got the mic, please. Chooks.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me this morning. It's been an interesting time listening to everyone, and I want to start with the Reno issue, and I will just drive through the points that I've got to make. And first of all, I think the last speaker said something that is quite important, and whether we like it or not, we know somebody like Reno needs to be taught a lesson. And I was in the space the other day, and I was happy afterwards. I saw a petition. I quickly signed and put money and made sure that things were, let it go as far as it can go. Because you cannot be online gaslighting people, instigating people, talking trash, and then you expect to be in your safe haven while you are destroying and causing other people heartache somewhere. It doesn't happen. I think social media has given young people, has given the world a soft power that we should utilize to a very large extent, and I think we are doing that just so very well. So, Reno, if I had my way, I would personally, shut him down, shut him out of social media and see what he can do. But let the petition continue to go around, and let's see. He's already shouting, and I'm happy David is Honduran is taking on him, personally. And by the time he's done with him, he will probably have no other place to run to. So that is it on Reno. People like that should be made to understand that you cannot just come on social media because it's a free space and then you say whatever you like and then get away with it. No. For God's sake, people are suffering in Nigeria. And when people have seen somebody they want to rally around, they have seen some kind of hope coming up, and then you are all over the place trying to, be pessimistic about the person, destroy the person, and make them look like they don't know what to do. He is not living in Nigeria, doesn't know the suffering of Nigerians. And for me, he lacks the capacity to comment on what is going on in Nigeria. If he was part of a government sometimes, then he has equally been part of the problem. And so he should not be opening his mouth all over the place. So that is it on Reno. On Nigerians instigating Nigerians against Nigerians, I want to take it a little bit to history. One of my favorite authors, Ralph Uweshu, wrote something in the book titled Reflections on the Nigerian Civil War. And then he asked a very important question in that book. He said, he made a comment there. He said, if people must stay together, there must be terms and conditions for staying together. And if they must separate, they must equally agree on the terms and conditions for separation. So for me, this is very significant. And Nkechi, you will agree with me. You are a member of the British Parliament, like you mentioned here.
No, sorry, I didn't say British Parliament. I said Scottish National Party.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. Yeah. Scottish National Party. And if you understand how the United Kingdom came to be, and if you understand how these things work, you know that there was actually an agreement. Look at even the UK trying to pull away from the European Union. You see the effort it is taking for them to get a deal on Brexit. That is what it means for people to negotiate nationhood, for people to negotiate independence. But in the case of Nigeria, there is a forced marriage that people don't want to negotiate. And for me, that is fundamentally dysfunctional. Until we negotiate how we want to stay together or how we want to separate, I don't think we'll make any meaningful progress as a nation. And I like to say this often, that Nigeria is a failed experiment in nationhood. That country was never designed to function. It was never designed to work. Those who put Nigeria together, that Lugadian contraption, the way it was designed to be run as an enterprise. Until today, it continues to function so. So if we now want to be masters of our destiny, then we must make conscious efforts to redesign, our future. Bring these things to the table. And even again, I will say that if Nigeria would have worked, or if Nigeria was going to work, everything that needs to be done has already been done. After the Civil War, there was an attempt at reconciliation, rehabilitation, and renovation. How far did it go? The military still politicized it, and then it failed. Obasanjo came in 1999, in 2001, 2002, we had the Oputa panel. Oputa panel had a very wonderful deliberation, brought people to accountability, but when it got to the time for reconciliation, what happened? The recommendations are resting in the abyss of history. Jonathan came on board, conducted national conference, and people came, spoke their minds, agreed on a lot of things. Yet again, that recommendation was dumped. So Nigerians have obviously no basis for unity and no basis for separation. So for me, we are just existing as a country, not making progress. Every government that comes takes us, 10 steps backwards. We have never made progress as a nation. It has always gone from good to bad, from bad to worst to worst. And I like to say that we have very elastic walls in Nigeria. What it normally is that when you are pushed to the wall, you bounce back. But in Nigeria, when people push us, we adjust to the wall and we adjust to it. That is what is happening there. And so for me, 2023 is very critical because we have seen young people, we have seen Nigerians mobilize across board. And for me, that's a glitter of hope. It is something to hold on to. And anybody who is trying to gaslight Nigerians, gaslight young people to give up on that particular dream, on that particular hope that is about to rise, for me, that person deserves to be silenced. 2023 is very critical if Nigeria must continue to exist as a nation. I no longer make the argument that, because we are not one people, because we are not all Igbos in Nigeria, we are not all Hausas, we are not all Yorubas, we cannot live together. After all, no nation in the world is ethnically homogeneous. And for me, we should try to understand why those countries have survived till date. Take Rwanda, for instance. Rwanda had the most horrible, the United Nations abandoned them, everybody abandoned. Rwanda went through a horrible experience in the Tutsi civil war. But today, Rwanda is standing as a very forward-looking country. Rwanda is almost becoming the giant of Africa that Nigeria used to parade itself as. So for me, we should take a cue. We should take a cue from what other people are doing. So the Obi Dati ticket is for me very important. And every Nigerian who does not yet identify with what is going on, with what the young people are trying to do, either you keep quiet and watch, okay? Or if you can't keep quiet, we'll help you, we'll help you keep quiet. I'm not saying carry arms, but then we have to use social media as a powerful tool to make sure that people learn how to talk, people learn how not to undermine people's efforts. What you see going across Nigeria are people putting in their money. Labour parties have not started campaign. OP has just been doing consultation across board. I can tell you that he himself has not raised money to build any billboard anywhere. Everything you're seeing on ground in Nigeria are people's efforts, people contributing their hard-earned money. And I can tell you confidently that over 80% of what you see are coming from the diaspora. And for me, Rino Omokri, who should be, standing on the side of the young people, trying to encourage them, is rather the one who, I don't know, but my personal anger with him will definitely do him nothing, but our collective anger, he will certainly feel it. So that is my position on that. And I want to summarize so that I don't take other people's time.
Yeah. Okay, so just round off in 30 seconds, please.
Let me round up in 30 seconds.
Okay.
I want to say that young people, those who are on this space, those who can hear me from all over the world, the obedient ticket is very important. And I want every young person, especially students, should make sure they identify with this ticket. And the reason is simple. I want us to see if we will have a pro-chancellor of a university and then have Nigerian universities continue to go on strike. This is an area where this administration and some previous administrations have failed. So if we have that, for instance, who runs a university as a vice president and he cannot have a class line policy on how Nigerian universities will function, then for me, they have equally failed. And if they fail, Nigerians should not, delay in bringing them to account. Boris Johnson just resigned. In Sri Lanka, the protest is going on. People are forced to resign. So it is sweeping across the world, and it will certainly get to Nigeria. God bless you, Nkechi. God bless you. Thank you for letting me air my voice.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chicks. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, every other person that is here with us, and we appreciate all the contributions, and we appreciate everyone here listening and also speaking to us. And this is me saying to you, Chicks, thank you so much for what you said about Reno. There's one thing I believe. Most of the people that are saying that we should not call for the outright suspension or ban of Reno's account are people that would want to, they're using Reno, right? What Reno is doing now to test run what they would want to do when the campaign proper starts. I've seen a few of them saying, oh, we shouldn't do this and we shouldn't do that. Try and go back to those few of them. Try and go back to their accounts. As far back as 2014, 2015, these are people that called Goodluck Jonathan names, carried coffin and put his picture inside a coffin. And as Africans or Nigerians, rather, I would say, we all know what it means for someone to put your picture in a coffin and carry it all about. These are people that called his wife names and mocked her for being barren or something of that said that she's barren or something of that nature. What I'm saying is, Reno, if we don't run him off with that nonsense that he's doing, his narrative, whatever he's projected, lives on. And the people saying, hey, don't do this, don't do that, leave him, he's a human being, they are not saying it because they are actually decent humans, or they are devoid of making decent decisions. They are saying they are using it to test run what our reaction is going to be and what they are going to do when the campaign proper starts. Having said that, Nkechi, do you have the idea of who is supposed to speak next?
Yes, it's V Sonny. But before you speak, we still have a few requests. If you're a speaker and you still want to say something, kindly put your hand up so that we don't take you down. Just after about 2 minutes, if your hand is not up, I'll take you down so other people will have opportunity to come up. Thanks. V Sonny, you have the mic, please. V Sonny, are you here? I hope that's the name, yeah. V Sonny, Valentine Sonny.
You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, we'll quickly move on to someone else. Peter.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, you've got the mic, please.
Okay. Greetings to everyone. I'm going to start my opinion by reminding us, the host, to please get more Northerners up here, please. And I want you to acknowledge the person of Dr. Geoffrey Gotterman. This is someone that is interested in what we are doing in Nigeria. I am presently in Nigeria, so I want us to take note of that. First of all, before I start, I want us to remind us something. When you say instigating Nigerians against each other, what you mean by that is you are actually acknowledging the fact that we could be instigated against each other. Now, I want you to understand something. There is this lady that I find her words very inspirational and groundbreaking, Aisha Yesufu. And this woman has been saying it that there are only two classes in Nigeria: the ruling class and the common people. These people, when you go to the APC, there is Igbo there is Yoruba there is all manner of tribes, but they're united in stealing and messing up everywhere. You go to the PDP, the same thing. There is Yoruba, there is Hausa, there is Igbo, all tribes, and they are united in stealing. But then when it comes to the common people, they play the ethnic cards. And there is nothing that is threatening them now, apart from P2B. They don't have any issues. Their games have been succeeding. It is only P2B that is trying to break that their grip and stronghold on the Nigerian system. Now, in the issue of Reno, there is this, in as much as I will advise anybody to be proud of your culture. If you're a Fulani man, a Kanuri, an Igbo or Yoruba, be proud of your origin. But the issue there is not being proud. I think the problem there of course history is good, but then the thing is that we actually fall short in tolerating others, and this is the main problem, and not about anything ethnic. Or I think the underlying factor there is tolerance in religion, in tribe, and in ethnicity. I think these two things are the underlying factors. If we could learn, don't say that the Yorubas can be instigated against their fellow Yorubas. The Igbos can be instigated against their fellow Igbos. The Fulani can be instigated. You understand? I might have an enemy. I am Igbo. I might have an enemy of Igbo extraction, and nothing else would be seen. You understand? People won't say anything into it. They will say, these ones they are against themselves. But then, had it been I had issues with the Northerner, you see, some things then come into play. Someone else can now capitalize on that and say, Fulani. You understand? Come to Imo State. I am from Imo State in Nigeria. Governor Hope Uzodinma and the former governor, Richard Okorosha, are not on good terms. Are they not Igbo? Go to South. Governor Wike and Rotimi Amechi, they are not on good terms. Are they not from the same state? So then, why do we now? You go to and you see so many instances. The reason why Reno was able to succeed with such nonsense, I also signed the petition because I know how gullible some Nigerians are. That was why I also signed. Because some people may not understand it. I grew up, my best friend is from the north. He's from Jos. His name is Ahmed. That is why I'm telling you, bring up more Northerners here. Then this Ahmed.
Hey, sorry, before you continue, you keep talking about bringing up more Northerners. I'm not going to manufacture them. So if everybody that request Mike is given the opportunity to come up and speak.
Okay. All right. Thank you for noting that. Okay. I like your reaction on that. So the thing is that this ethnic and tribalistic and all that is an illusion which Nigerians are yet to wake up to. It is an illusion, and the earlier we wake up to that, the better for all of us. Of course, we all have our histories and all that. But then let us face the situation on ground. As we speak, there is Kuje prison break. There are so many internally displaced persons out there. Look at what happened during the NSAS. They killed youths of Northern, Muslim, Southern, people from all extraction. They killed all the youths. I lost so much of my friends. The government then were they thinking about who was Hausa or who was Igbo or who was Christian or who was Muslim. No. Anything they see as a threat to their political, these crooked recycling politicians. That is why I can stand anything but not stand someone to come by my side and say, Emilio, come. It is my turn to turn Nigeria to whatever. In a country of 200 million Nigerians. So the earlier we realize this on ground statistics, we should be somebody whose house is burning and not just spend his time chasing rats or something else. We are one, but we haven't realized it.
Sam, sorry, you said something. Sorry, before you go on and I forget, you said something. You said the ethnic whatever is an illusion. Can you kind of expand on that? I really want to understand what
Okay, thank you. Why I say that it is an illusion? It is because right from the beginning, these things have always been there. These things has always been there. Then why I keep saying it is an illusion is that since it has been there all this while, what the political class only need to do is to stoke it just like you stoke fire, is to rekindle it. That is what they just need to do, to rekindle it, to create the impression in the wrong way. That is what they do, and that is what Reno capitalized on. He did it in a way that you now see something else in it. So that is why I say it is an illusion. I don't know if I'm making sense. I don't know if there's anything you want to.
Okay, no, nothing. Okay. We can move on to another speaker.
All right. Thank you. Just a few times to summarize. So please, in as much as we acknowledge all these things, we should know that the collective good of moving all of us to a new Nigeria is possible. Is is possible. So I want everybody, in as much as we could, set our differences aside. The reason why these governments cannot help us is because they are not listening. They are not listening. And P2B has said he will restructure. And I don't need to tell you that there is a difference in him. I don't need to tell you that he's different. I can't convince you on that if you have another preferred candidate. So we should, if this is someone that is ready to dialogue, this is someone that you can dialogue and say, this is what we want. So please, I want you to bring up more people. I want to, I want to learn. So
Sam, please, we're going to move on, but let me just correct something that when you keep saying you want us to bring on people, or people, anyone just joining where you are saying exactly that. We think that, on this space, we don't want people to come up to speak. No. We are allowing people to speak. People have come. A lot of Northerners were here initially. We didn't start the space right now. So please, I would really appreciate it if you would be mindful of that very continuous sentence from you that you want us to bring up people, and then you want us to bring up Northerners. They were here. Most of them have spoken. The topic was changed when Ahmed made us to understand that, okay, it's not really what should be and all of that. So please, if you're just joining here, please seek for the mic. We are not restricting anybody from coming up here to speak. And thank you so much. Thank you, Peter, for your contribution. I would have loved to ask more questions, but we have to move forward. Nkechi, I think the next person to speak should be, I don't know, has Straff spoken? Straff Master, have you spoken? Mecca, have you spoken? Crypto or
yeah, well, let's focus on the people that have their hand up. I think it's better.
Okay, so we have Mecca. Mecca, you have the mic, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, no, I don't need 3 minutes. I've spoken before. I just wanted to add to what you said. You said something about Reno, and I really concur with that. Please, this serves as a warning, because as we go on in this electioneering period, people will try to do things like this. So if we don't take this down, if we don't attack this the way it should be attacked, this is pure bigotry. If we don't take it serious and attack it the way it should be attacked, more people will come. But if they see that this is the response that they are going to get, but that whenever you try to make any tribal or instigate any tribal violence or whatsoever, that people are going to come for you and that it is wrong, then it will reduce that sort of thing, and people will stop doing it. So they find better ways, because that's the only thing Tinubu and Atiku, their supporters are using. That's the only thing they are using. There's nothing else. There's nothing else they are doing. whenever they want to be popular about their opinion, they try to instigate one or two things, push this person's head against the other person. That's the only thing. So we need to snap that off. Like, we need to cut it off. So that I really go with that. So please, if you haven't even signed the petition, please go ahead and sign it. He needs to know that being tribalistic is wrong. It should not be happening in 2022. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mecca. Thank you for that. Easy, are you here?
I am here. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Nkechi and Emiri. So God bless you guys so much. I want to speak. First of all, I woke up this morning. The first thing I did was to check Reno's account. I was like, what is this account still doing here? It should be down by now. What is happening? And I looked at the sign up. It has gone up to 100K. People of God, a lot of humans, Nigerians, have lost sanity. They've lost their conscience. They've lost the essence of being human. They've lost it. I just to correct what somebody was saying, please, I came up on this space. It's not up to 15 minutes or 10 minutes, and I was given the opportunity to speak. So it is very, very efficient. Like, no bias, nothing. If you come up this page, request, you'll be put up. And just to debunk what Peter or somebody was saying before, because I was in a space previously that the time Reno something what is it about and whatever. Those guys, the hosts are so biased. It's as if everyone that stands up, they were in a group. They were in a group where only themselves will have to speak. If you speak against Tinubu's presidency or speak against Buhari's current issue, you'll be taken out. What kind of biased space is that? So I wanted to just appreciate every one of us at the host and the co-host. And if we could just share this space is really nice. I have a lot of things to say. I will just try to speak as fast as possible, because what I saw there, it's really crazy. I couldn't hold it but go out of the space. People have lost it. Nigeria have become something that we cannot explain to someone out there. This is what my country is. This is what people are living. This is what people are suffering. How can somebody at this point be partisan, be playing politics with people that are dying? Myself, 10 years ago, I'll just say this. 10 years ago, I didn't know about the Jumat on a Friday that roads are blocked and all of that. I went to the north. I'm moving across the barricade. I was chased with cutlass. I survived that day. I fell down like 5 times. I was wounded. I was almost killed because I didn't know that was the culture. I just, I wanted to go above the barricade because the roads were blocked. My point is, what Reno said in the same country, he would have been arrested immediately. Immediately. It is directly to cause riots within people. Politics we cannot be so selfish. Even if we are being paid to do certain things, we have to be human first. We have to be humans first and consider the millions of people that is at risk. How can you protect yourself and your family in a safe country and put millions of people out there into danger? Because of what? Because you want to support a campaign or whatever. I want to advise every obedience in the house. The politics have changed. It has become something else. If we really want Nigeria to get better, we can actually do more. We can start by holding our home accountable, ensuring that everybody in our home have their PVC. We walk them, follow them up to ensure that they go at the end of the time to vote. If every one of us in this space have a cell group of 10, follow them up, ensure that they vote. We speak the manifesto of Obi into them. How Obi differentiate, how he has differentiate himself from other candidates. Some people talk about Lagos. They don't even know the calamity that will befall Nigeria if that come on board. That will kill micro business. It will kill every atom of struggle an individual wants to stand up for himself. It will kill it. Whether you're a small business person, if you go up and do posters, you see, you will be taxed such that you don't even be taxed. Will not be taxation. Will not go. No, we are not be accountable. Go and ask people that drive Keke Maruwa. Go and ask people that drive buses. They pay over 2,500 on daily basis. And I keep saying these things. People don't get it. These are the small businesses that needs to be encouraged. They are the ones that they are thriving on. The vulnerable ones, they are the ones that they are preying on. And yet they will use ethnicity and all those things to brainwash their heads. They will still go ahead and vote. Please, if we are passionate about the country, we can do more. Hold our family. 10 persons, hold them, speak to them. In terms of accessibility, Obi is accessible. You can speak, you can call him. As a matter of fact, the pastor was even taking the glory of bringing up our president, giving him a platform. Someone that become two-time governor because he honors invitation now. It has become a common thing. We cannot communalize it. No, we have a president that is accessible. He knows the issues. He knows the issues. He knows that cost of governance is totally expensive. If Tinubu moves, the whole entourage, 5-star hotel, if it's Sheraton, if it's Nikonuga, everybody will sleep there. Down to the driver, down to the security, at the expense of what? Taxpayers' funds. Let us see these things is paid. That is what is happening. Reno Mokiri is heartless. I pray his conscience kills him there. He feeds on bad governance. His whole content, his tweets, everything is totally bad governance. If you have a government that is good, it will be out of business. It will be out of content. So he wouldn't want that, right? He wouldn't want that. Yes, he want to support article. What is saying in Barry Tomento probably will now shift to become articles Tomento. The content continues. And we don't want that because livelihoods of millions of Nigerians are affected. We cannot be manipulated by tweets. And we'll call it speed is speed. If somebody could, we'll call the person out. It's really unfortunate to see meaningful youth, young youth in that space. I'm telling you, they gave Saka Bill. They call him Saka Bill or whatever. They gave him an opportunity. If you see what this guy was spilling, and I looked at all there were emojis from all the hosts and co-hosts. This guy said, if we get the call he gets, in his words, I'm quoting it, if we get the call he gets, we don't have any option than to go and do what? Go and strike. Just throw bangers, no knockouts if they will run. That's what this guy said on the space. And that space had over 700 people. And all the hosts and co-hosts, they applauded it. I was crazy, like, is this happening? How can we not be human? How can we take, this? So the point is to promote Reno Streets. That was why they had the term. And to have the supporters of Obi, Obi has quite a large number of followers. So they want to use the followers of Obi to drive their attention into Tinubu's government. Tinubu will kill micro small business. You cannot come any country, you see talks. Imagine in Abuja, 100,000 person or 100 person standing and carrying wood, saying Oda, asking for tax, tax that cannot be accountable in Abuja. It will kill the whole sanity of the country. Lagos is a mess. Anybody that tells you Lagos is good, they should go now. It's the rainy season and go and see. Go to Ajegule, go to Boundary Markets, go to Ifeanyi, go to Ojo Alaba, go to this market Oyinbo. You will see people that have common tables. They don't have shop. Table, just table, put table. They are paying 500 naira every day. And the worth of the whole goods in that shop is on the table is not worth of 5,000 naira. People don't see it. And they are forced to pay those things. Go to my two down to Volks, you see that no vehicle has two side mirrors. No vehicle has to, you be in a commercial vehicle. I was in Nigeria and I saw these things. I'm like, can somebody still promote this man for crying out loud? Can a country thrive on this? Imagine replicating. Lagosians have learned how to live like this. Lagosians have learned how to live and manage, and thrive because they want to feed. But if this is replicated in the north, I can tell you, I'll bet 1 million, I'll put it, that Bashir will be stunned. The strong northern youths that he's trying to campaign to them, they will trust on at him. Because most of them don't even know that they do tax for, putting banners for even their shops. People don't even know they tax them for carrying bike. You could just come out in north and just start riding your bike to, collect money. Those in Abuja live corporate life. After work, they use their vehicles for commercial stuff. You see thugs on the street. Thugs with plans beating people up. More kind of government. How can we forget of being human because of selfish reasons, selfish design? How many million will they give you to allow to over 200 million of Nigerians to suffer? It is what if we have a platform, if we are influencers, let us use it positively to drive the cause. My call to all obedience is this: Obi is a sellable candidate. Very sellable. Don't stress yourself too much. Put your funds for that your internal family, your fundamental family. Hold them accountable. Make them get their PVCs. Follow them up. Let them know everything. Know Obi's manifesto. Agriculture, consumption to production. He will cut out cost of governance. He's not just saying it. He has practiced it. He has been traveling to different countries. He has gone to Egypt, UK. He's moving. He doesn't move with internet because it's too expensive. You can't be doing all those things with taxpayers' funds. It's not possible. We should not normalize corruption in any way. Not normalize corruption. If anybody has atom of corrupt practice in it, you don't need to support it. In all sort of corruption, we will never have an aspirant with corrupt charges, a lot of corrupt charges. Come up and say he wants to become president. Do you know that anybody that wants a civil service position, if you're a public servant, your salary is public, your entire life, you will never buy a private jet because your salary is public. There's no way. If you give out the billionaires gates, you should have a business. The track record, your tax clearance should be able to show this sort of income. I challenge anyone just to use his conscience and normal sense. I'm not being biased because you benefit either directly or indirectly from the government. There's nothing you will tell me that this one's you're a public servant. Even the prime minister,
please,
the salary is $150,000.
Please, could you round off in 30 seconds, please?
Yes, I will round up in 30 seconds. I've said I've moved around, a lot of things, issues, because I really have a burning desire for Nigeria to get better. Nigeria can work, Nigeria can move. Reno State should be, sign the petition. If you will not have signed it, it is instigating and it can cause me much violence. To appreciate. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Easy, for your contribution, and we appreciate you being here. And Chooks, I know your hand is up, but what I'm trying to do is to get through to the new speakers. Then I'll come back to you. So I don't know, Nkechi, has Peter
Malam is a new speaker.
Okay, Peter is not. Apart from Malam, Hillary, is Hillary a new speaker too?
Hillary is a new speaker, yeah, but I think Malam came before him. I'm not too sure, to be honest, but they are both new speakers, yes.
Okay, so Hillary, just hold on. We're going to yield to Malam, and then we'll come back to you. Malam, are you here with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Malam, sorry, please, let's be cautious of time. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, I would appreciate if I could get maybe a minute now and then use up my 2 minutes later. I'm actually really starving and I just need to get on myself.
No, Malam, if you want to speak later, then we could have Hillary.
No, but I just want to. There's something the last speaker said that I would really want to address.
Okay, fine. That's fine, Malam. Go ahead, please.
Before Malam,
someone is trying to speak.
He needs to give us salary before he says anything.
Oh, I'll keep it for you. Drop your address in the DMs. Yeah. So I joined the space when someone was talking about coming together. As the subject says in the space, coming together, instigating Nigerians against each other. I haven't read Reno's comments. I haven't read the tweet that is in question here. But what piqued my interest was the fact that someone was saying, Nigerians need to come together, have an independent platform where you can, just come and do away with tribalism and, racism and that. And that was what made me stay all along. So coming from that, onto the last speaker when you mentioned, on a Friday, going through a barricade in the mosque and almost losing his life. So I want to believe whatever we want to come up with should start from spaces like this. I have learned something over the past couple of weeks that, the OB, the OB campaign started. Do you get? I was at first looking at, what are these obedients doing? Do you get? It's all going to end on Twitter, but it is not ending on Twitter, to be honest. And that's why I said I have learned something. The campaigns went all the way from Twitter to, they're collecting PVCs, and that's commendable for all the obedience out there. I want to talk about how other people feel or view obedience, and how other people view OBA as well, and the way the campaigns are going. And that is what I want to do later on when I'm done eating. But again, why I mentioned the last speaker's comment about the Friday thingy that happened, it is comments like this that is, coming in between our unity and love and respect and tolerance as well. I don't suppose I live in Abuja. I'm in Kano at the moment. That's where I'm spending my Salah. But on Fridays and Sundays as well, roads are blocked from churches to mosques. It's an everyday thing. If you live in Abuja, you will know that the whole day while service is going on, all the churches you go to in central area are blocked, and nobody comes to cause anything. I understand. I don't know where you went to in the north that happened to you, but I mean, these are things that even when they happen, I don't suppose we come online or even tell our brothers these things, because they are only going to put a black dot on our hearts towards a people. That's all I wanted to say for now, please. If I could really
please, let me just respond to you, Malam, please. I beg of you, let me just respond real quick. Malam, so sorry. I didn't really explain because of the time. No. I stayed in the north for 6 years. I stayed in Abuja, Mina. No. I have the best of the friends. I'm in this country today because of my northern friends. I don't follow Igbos. I'm an Igbo guy. I have northerners, like a lot of them. Let me be clear so you understand. Like I said, I told you that was the first time. It's been like 12 years or thereabout. That was the first time. That was the first time I came to the north. So I wanted to just incite what Kabil said. Kabil said he gets a call. He gets a call to get certain things done. In the north, I stayed in the north, like I said, in the north, we respect a lot of persons so well. The issues, insecurity and sort of stuff, you might get the wrong call and you get to do some things regardless of if it is right or if it is wrong. It is a thing that has happened. I've been in the north for long. I have all my friends, they are northerners. All my friends are northerners. I even speak outside a little bit. So you should know that I'm not saying that no. Obedience are everywhere. People that are supporting this cause here, I have northern friends here that are sending millions to Nigeria every time because of this cause. So I'm just trying to say that we cannot I cannot just rule out maybe one issue because of what that guy said, because of what Kabil said, that he could get a call to do certain things. What those guys did was wrong. I go to Juma with my friends on Fridays. I wait for them outside the mosque. Once they are done, we go back home. Till now, even this prayer on Friday, I'm going today. We celebrate. They're celebrating Salah. I'm going out. I'll go and meet my friends also and eat with them. So I don't mean that way. I don't know if you get me. What I meant was that those guys were wrongly informed. Because even if I go through the barricade after, because it was almost the close of the month, even if I go through that, they will never even come with cutlass. The few guys, there are just few of them, they won't come with cutlass and chase me. I don't know if you understand. Because if you stay in the north, you see love. You see a lot of love. You see a lot of. So my point is.
Sorry, easy. Can I ask you a question? Maybe that could help you put this under perspective. Because even me, I'm getting confused, to be honest. So why did you make that reference? Why did you have to use that example? Could you explain to us better? Yeah.
Awesome. So in that, there's a guy called Kabil. He said something that some people speak that once he has order in the other group, he said once they get the order, they go ahead and carry the order without even maybe asking questions. That if it falls on any of us on that space, this space just happened about 30 minutes. If it falls on any of us, we will not even think what is right or what is wrong. We'll go ahead and act on it. So I feel like that's why I brought up the issue that while this time, during this period, that was the first time, it never happened, that was the first time I came. And I saw few guys running after me with cutlass. I fell down, they hit me. And I now noticed that it was because these guys were misinformed. Because in any way, I didn't even get close to them up. That's what I wanted to explain in this context. That I'm not invite all my friends are northerners. My university, I school in the north, so you should know, my university professors and all of that, we are northerners. Right? And we are veterans and loyal people. So those small sets, that small set that did that will never, maybe they were misinformed. I get your point. I just want to come in for a second. I get your point. I'm not in any way trying to question your respect, love, or anything you have towards the Northerners. I am not. I'm only saying that we be conscious of the kind of stories that we drop.
this is a Twitter space. We have over 100 people that only God knows where from. You get, if their takeaway is the fact that certain person was in the north and was chased because he tried to, go across a barricade on a Friday, that's all they are going to take away. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if there are
I get you, Malam, I get you.
Let me finish, please. Like, even though they happen to us, we shouldn't give those, colorations or whatever for fear of heating up the polity, if you get what I mean. Then the second thing is no sane person would go to the mosque with a cutlass. I have never in my life seen or heard about it. People going to the mosque with cutlass. So you might as well just, bump into some admirals. Do you get? So I care, because I've never heard about it.
Yeah, so Malam, I get you very well. So
okay, guys, sorry, I had to mute. Let's not do this back and forth. To be very honest, it's at this point it's not serving any purpose whatsoever at this point, because we one thing about back and forth, when it continues, you tend to lose the essence of the discussion at some point, right? So Easy, we are also trying to understand you. Malam, I understand what he's saying also. We have the issue of other religious practices where they are holding conversion, holding whatever it is that they're holding. I don't know what they call it. The roads tend to be blocked and stuff like that. So let's not make this very thing a single story of the mosque blocking, the Muslims blocking the road when they are praying and all of that. Do you get what Malam Easy? Now I'm talking just directly to you. Do you get what Malam is trying to tell us here? He's trying to still tell us that the single story of the Muslim blocking the road or somebody having cutlass shouldn't be what this should be all about. So please, we're going to move forward. Malam, I believe that you have taken your 1 minute, your 2 minutes is remaining when you are free to talk again. So I'm going to unmute and I'm going to yield the mic to Hilary. Hilary, you have the mic.
Well, hello, can you hear me?
So, yes.
Okay. So I just want to give my take on the topic at hand, instigating Nigerians against each other. Some people might not really understand how weighty the statements Reno actually made. For me, actually, I consider Reno as actually an irrelevant human being. And I'll tell you one thing, I grew up in a place called Alabarago. It's not too far from Lagos State University last week. And I stayed in that place for over 10 years. And I'll tell you one thing, all it takes for the Northerners to strike, I mean the also guys that I grew up with, to strike is Mujay means let us go, okay? And guess what Reno did? Reno not only stated that and gave that statement in English language, he also decided to translate it in Hausa so as to cause issues. This guy is not in Nigeria. Nigeria right now is on fire. I'm actually on break right now. I've been in Nigeria for just a week and some days, and I can tell you, Nigeria is on fire right now. People don't even understand what's happening. People are really angry. You just lit the fire and everywhere would go on flame right now. People are angry, and if you decide to go with that ethnic or religious line, it's going to be full-blown war. Okay, so we need to take that guy out of the Twitter space and every other social media platform. I don't care. That guy is from my place. I don't care. You have to take him off that space so people don't cause more trouble. For me, my kid brother, they're outside the country. I work outside the country. My mom is here. I got siblings right here. And you have to understand, we need to get these people out, people that would cause issues for our old age people that are still in Nigeria. I might be outside the country, I do my best to give the best that I can with my job. But I'll tell you this, no matter how it is, you're a second-class citizen outside of your country. There's racism. They might pay you in dollars, but you're not happy inside of you. You know that for a fact. You want to come back home to a place where you can say, this is my country, this is my home. And you have a bunch of clowns that parade themselves as leaders. These guys can't even sit down to solve common problems. Common problem. And I'll tell you now, for me, it's not about the leadership. It's not just about the leadership, even the followership. The people called Nigerians, they're part of the problem. Before I traveled, like 2-3 years ago, there's a bridge called Oshodi Bridge. They're building a terminal. Okay? I came back, and you won't believe that particular terminal is yet to be completed, but it is almost 50% condemned, dirty. People cannot even maintain simple. You're talking about there's a trash. Someone will throw something outside of their car. You talk about people defacing the whole street. These are issues we have to talk about. Maintenance culture. You go to the airport. The man that is actually the immigration officer that doesn't understand that he's actually the gatekeeper of a country that is expecting people to come and invest will sit down and start extorting you. It starts from the followership before it gets to the leadership. When it comes to the leadership, the other thing we have to push forward to the people is we have to talk about if you decide to leave the country and go out of the country to seek medical help, that should be a treasonable felony. If you cannot defend country's health sector, education sector, you're committing a treasonable crime and you should be either shot or arrested. That is what we should push forward. And that's part of my own take now, okay? The other one is we have to be very specific as well. Okay? People say the education sector is destroyed. What specifically is the problem with the education sector? You go to the public schools, okay? They don't even use the whiteboard. There's something, the marker board. You have a marker board. Then you have the one they call interactive, the smart board. Let's not forget about the smart board because that's what they're using in China, in the first world countries. In Nigeria, we're still using chalkboard, and even the chalkboard is tattered. Okay, we're not even using marker board where so the ministers don't even go around. Where I'm coming from, you have supervisors that come to school on they come like twice in a month to supervise the school. First, to supervise the teachers, to give their feedback. They come back in like a week again, to supervise the student, to assess the student, to give you feedback. So meaning there's continuous development going on with the teaching phase. They take you through trainings. We don't even have trainings for our teachers. You're training the students with 1888 skill set. This is the 21st century. When you talk about the education system, there's no training for the teachers themselves. They talk about the education system. There's no training for the student on maintenance factor, whereby the kids can actually think about maintaining the school system so it keeps running for the next generation. As in, I think I'd have to just use my mic right now and pass it on to the next person. God bless Nigeria. I hope things work out someday for everybody. All the best. Take care.
Thank you so much for your contribution. We really appreciate that. Chooks, who was the next person Miri said was going to come up, please? Okay. Chooks, please, you've got the mic.
Yeah, thank you very much, NK. Still on that matter of Reno. We are working on trying to create what we call obedient police. And what do we want to do with the obedient police? We want to handle more people like Reno or Mokri. I don't know. I am taking this personally because I am someone who I have already
for me, I've already lost hope in anything called Nigeria. And anybody who is making an attempt to alter or destroy this glitter of hope that we are seeing at the moment, for me, I'm going to fight that person with everything within my arsenal, including using social media. And I am happy that I'm not the only person who is on this particular fight. So if you have anybody, that is what we want to do. All you need to do is to, share what the person has tweeted, tag the person, and maybe we shouldn't even make it we're going to make it Nigerian Twitter police, so that anybody who is saying anything, pitching one ethnicity or one group against the other, one religion against the other, we take on that person from that handle, so that people can learn. People should begin to learn to bridle their tongue, especially on social media. And for someone like Reno, who has gathered a lot of followers among Nigerians, this is quite very, very, very disheartening, because a lot of people have modeled themselves after Reno. A lot of people are literally worshipping Reno. People screenshot the rubbish, the nonsense he posts, and share it and giving him. And right now, I wonder, how those people are feeling. It's like bringing people out when everybody seems to believe in you, and then you just shatter their hope. I don't know what legacy he wants to leave, but for me, I am very, very much interested in seeing that people like that do not come on space, do not come on social media to destroy what binds us together. So for all Nigerians out there, I want to say, this particular movement, let us forget about ethnicity. I had a personal reflection when I came home to Nigeria this January. And then I discovered, I looked around, I saw, I'm from the southeast. When you go to, when you find any of these politicians from the southeast, okay, or even if an average business guy who has probably a nice house, the person goes and looks for one malam to come and guard his gate. And I started thinking, so when we want to look for somebody, the person guarding your gate is important. You actually trust the malam guarding your gate so much. But when it comes to national political issues, you don't trust that same malam to make a good political decision. Like for me, it struck a chord. And that is how I want us to begin to say these things. So in that your corner, you can actually hire a malam who you see as not educated, okay? Probably that's how people try to view them. And that explains, but you entrust your safety. Your safety. This person can take your life at any time. But then you entrust the safety of your family, your own safety, the safety of your friends who come to visit you in their hands. But when you talk about national politics, elected leaders, you now switch to trying to politicize it, ethnicize it, and all that. For me, it doesn't make sense. The other thing I wish Nigerians would only learn and grow up is that the other speaker who spoke mentioned that there was also a failure of followership. If there is a failure of leadership and followership, one would just conclude that there is a failure of human being in Nigeria. Because I do not know from where we get our ideas. Is it that we don't learn from the right people, or that we don't know how to learn, or that we learn wrongly? So let us try to open up our mind a little bit, like a bit more. I know not every Nigerian will have the opportunity to travel out of Nigeria, but even those who are within Nigeria should make effort to follow up, which is the reason for which I in every mentorship group I am on WhatsApp, on Facebook. If you're not on Twitter, I just take it that you're not serious, because I feel that Twitter is a space where you come to get informed. I want to use the mic and let other people speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you're a speaker at the moment and you still want to say something, I mean, apart from those that their hand is up or are up, if you still want to say something, kindly raise your hand up, please. If not, I'll take you down so I can bring up the other requests that we have. Okay. Right now I'll give the mic to Mba Victor. You just took your hand down. Do I take it that you don't want to talk any longer?
No.
Okay.
I'm talking now. Right?
Okay, you've got the mic, please.
Yes. Hello. Thank you very much for this great platform. I really appreciate it. And the topic is actually awesome. Me, I'm from Southeast. I'm from Enugu. There's something I want to say here concerning Igbos. I don't know why majority of our leaders in Nigeria are turning our brothers against us, seeing Igbo men as the worst people ever that have existed in Nigeria. I'm sorry I'm using that word, but I just want to appeal to everyone. I love the fact that both outside Igbos and Yorubas are here. After saying this thing, go back home and think about it. In Nigeria, Igbos are the one that believe in Nigeria more than any other tribe. We are the only people that come to Lagos State, see Lagos State as our own, even when we don't have any one single block in our home. Because we see Lagos as our own, we establish a business, contribute in that community, make sure that people that are living around us, make sure that we make them comfortable. If they are contributing to fix this load in my streets, all of us do contribute to do that. We are the only people that at least contribute 5% of income in each state. It shows how we love Nigeria. It shows that people feel like to blind their eyes on who really Igbo man is. Go to Kano. There is a place they call No Man's Land. It's the most beautiful place in Kano. A Kano citizen will tell you this. We went there. We are not from Kano, but we went there and see this is a Nigeria. This is our place. We are doing business here. We contribute. We teach a lot of people the same business, and they are doing it. They are taking care of their family. They are recruiting their northern people too. We come in Europe and we do the same thing. There's a majority of people that are seen as business people today in many markets in Lagos. We are the one that taught them those businesses. We didn't do it because we are not in Nigeria. We do it because we believe in each and every one of us. I want us to know that the normal Nigeria believe in each other. It's our leaders that are doing this thing. Okay, now, for more than how many 2 months, 2 years ago, do you hear about all this story that we are talking about today? No. This is election period. They have come again to divide you and all other tribe of Nigeria and tell you that this and this and this happen. I want to speak to my northern brothers. If you sincerely know who Peter, when Obi was the governor of Anambra State, I was in Unisdic 10. Obi, when they want to appoint, when his people from Agro went to meet him and pleaded with him that he should give them an appointment, Obi told them no, that I am the governor. I have already represented the people of Agro. There is no need giving anybody appointment from Agro again, since I am the governor. You want to take the whole state by yourself? You have a governor. What are you looking for again in the government's house? And that was it. He didn't appoint anybody from his particular local government because he believed that he has covered that side. Obi believed in education. Why they are fighting Obi, I want to speak to Northern. Why they are fighting Obi is that if Obi have this opportunity between now and the next 1 year, you will never see anybody from the north being out of school. I can guarantee you that. Because when he was an Anambra, he made it a mandatory. During school hour, if you get any child hawking something on the street, Obi will get the person, police will get the person and go and take me to your parents. The parents will be arrested. Go and confirm the story I'm telling you. So even this particular Obi issue, Obi is someone that have allergy to someone not going to school. Like it's a turn off for him. You understand? So Northerners are the one that why they are fighting these guys, that you know that after these 4 years, because we are working on 4 years, if Obi win after 4 years, you will see that Northerners, majority of them that are not in school, will know their left and their right. They will decide what they want to do for themselves. The problem with Igbo people is that they are one of the most intelligent voters in Nigeria. One, they voted for Obasanjo. Why did they vote for Obasanjo? They believe Obasanjo can change Nigeria. Even the Westerners didn't vote for him where he came from. Igbos voted for Yar'Adua because they believe that Yar'Adua have the best and they supported him. And Yar'Adua never disappointed Nigeria. They voted for Jonathan too. The only person they didn't vote is Buhari because they know that Buhari is going to be a disaster. All the things that they believe in, is it not what Nigeria is seeing? So please, I'm begging Nigerians, we should remove this ethnic stuff and vote someone who have the, okay, Obi went to Kanu and supported a light meal that is not paying him profit. He don't have one single share on it. Go and confirm all the things that will be used in the building Anambra State schools. He bought all of them from Kanu. It's not that they don't have anybody selling it in Southeast anywhere. So when people are talking about ethnic and all that, this you have a man, not is going to see the best of this administration. I can take it to the bank. This particular administration, this will be administration is going to be for North. Because majority of what we believe in is in the North. Agriculture. Moving Nigeria out of this oil dependence, whatever. Where is it concentrated? Agriculture. Where is the land? Is North. He have already said it that it's going to have a processing unit in Kanu and Kaduna. So please, I'm begging all of us, we should do away with this ethnic stuff. Look into your heart deeply. Igbos are the same people that they say they don't love Nigeria. They are the only people that are true Nigerians. They are the only people that come to a place and contribute in the economy of the state. There is no state in Nigeria you will go to. Igbos didn't contribute up to 5% of their income. Lagos is like 20, 30 to 40% of their income. Their infrastructure is Lagos. Igbos are 40%. So please, let us tell ourselves the truth and stop hearing from these people. They will only do this after 2 years now. Okay, just watch it now. If they succeed now, nobody will talk to you again. Until the next year before the election, or a few months before the election, they will come with this man. Okay, look at now. Is Igbos ruling now? Look at the Northerners. They are the one that is hated more. Even Katsina, where the president comes out from, is not doing anything. We should tell ourselves the truth and live this life the way it's supposed to be.
Okay.
So please, I'm begging each and every one of us. Let us listen like a human being.
Okay. Please use 30 use 30 seconds to round off, please.
Okay. What I'm saying is that in this election, let everybody that call himself Nigerian, both Igbos, Hausa, and Yoruba, let us approach it with an open mind. Forget about what your uncle tell you. Forget about what your governor tell you. Approach it with open hand. If we say, I want to support Tinubu, what is Tinubu's antecedent? What have he done when he was a governor? What did he do now? What have he done to unite people everywhere? Then if I want to vote, if I'm supporting Atiku, the same thing. If you are supporting Obi, the same thing. Don't enter it with a biased mind. Let us have that open mind. It will help us to be a good judge so that at the end of the day, our children will be proud of us. Thank you very much. May God bless all of us and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Amen. Bless you too. Thank you so much for that contribution. Malam, you still have your 2 minutes, but before I come to you, because I see your hand up, which means it's like you have finished eating and ready to talk now. We have Peter Oloniyo. Peter, you've got the mic, please. Peter, are you here?
Are you referring to me?
Peter K, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Cheers.
Hello, okay. Are you talking to this Peter?
Peter K. Peter K, yes, it's you. Peter K. Oloniyo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Peter, I can...
I don't think there's anyone that can actually hear me.
Yes, Peter, we can hear you.
My name now.
We can hear...
I don't know if I can actually go ahead if I've been heard. So let me just assume because I'm not getting any response.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to come to this great space. This is something that is commendable, and from this space, it will show whether we are tolerant to one another. You understand? Because being tolerant is one of the major challenges we have in this country. We have religious tolerance, we have even political tolerance, ethnicity, and all the rest. You can see somebody driving, for instance, not even on the ground of religion. You are driving your car, somebody just make a little mistake, for instance, and you see fellow Nigerians who might even be from the same tribe come out on the road and start shouting at each other. And at the end of the day, you'd be wondering what's going on with these people. You understand? Let me give you an instance. There was a day I was driving and there was such kind of incident. And one of the driver came out and was ready to rain fire. And while he was trying to do that, someone sitting at the back of the other seat of the other car there now spoke to the person like they knew themselves somewhere before, and he calmed down. So I was now at that incident, I started thinking, I said, okay, so because there was somebody in the car, despite the mistake, but because of that relationship, not relationship with the person actually driving, but relationship with somebody inside the car of the other car, made this person to calm down, you understand? And there was, and they started laughing. So Nigerians, as the moment you are a Nigerian, if you go outside this country, for instance, UK, there's a lot of Nigerians there. And when you see Nigerians meet themselves, you see the way we talk, we laugh, you know, and like when we come back to this part of the world, the same set of people that have made themselves out, they might just even forget themselves, not even look at each other again. Like there's a demon in this part of the world that we need to cast out. And like there's certain things we need to fix. The problem is not only the leaders, you understand? It is everybody that is a problem. Like what Reno is talking about. I don't give a damn about him. You see, when you don't give attention to this kind of people, they will know that they are not significant. But when we begin to even waste your time to talk about the reaction of a madman, then that is when it's getting to you. If a madman is naked on the road now, do I care? I just think government should fix this, take him out, and all that. But I'm not going to sit down and critically analyze an action of somebody that is out of mind. See, this is a project for we Nigerians. As I speak with you, I have stayed almost 15 years in Kano. This is where I stay. If you ask me to go to my village in Kogi State, where is my state of origin, I'll tell you no. Because I've been able to respect myself in the place I live. Even in the Kano where I stay, I don't live in Sabungari or no man's land where you have most of the Christians. I stay in the midst of the Hausa people. I have seen the riot in this place. I've seen political whatever in this place. But I can tell you that my house is there. I built my house. They don't come near my house. Because you know what? I told my wife, I said, look, the environment we're staying is an Hausa environment. Respect their culture. My dear, you cannot come out with your head open in this place. When you enter my bedroom or my parlor, you can be naked. But you can see that the sensitivity of these people in terms of how we dress because we are in their midst. If you are driving your car, just put your scarf. The moment you leave the vicinity, remove the scarf and wear your boxer. I don't care about that. You understand? Because we must learn to live with one another. They say when you get to home, you have to behave like the Romans. If I go to Igbo land now and they are doing a cultural whatever in an environment, and I know that they say on Saturday don't come out, I will respect myself. Now, I don't need to claim any constitutional right of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So what I'm saying is that we ourselves must learn to be tolerant, as in we must learn this being tolerant ourselves to understand what it means. You are tolerant with your wife, your wife is tolerant with you, you tolerate each other. Then this is how this thing gets to government. Lastly, what I would say is that, you see, there's this book by Doris Goodwin. She wrote this book and referenced Abraham Lincoln and why and how Abraham Lincoln was able to succeed as the president of the United States of America. Now, why she was making reference to him is that the title of the book is Team of Rivals. Now, Abraham Lincoln came at a time after the Civil War where the tensions were high. Now, people were watching how he's going to govern the United States of America. Now, he now went for people that were more like his adversaries, people who were condemning him, people who were saying negative things about him. These were the people that Abraham Lincoln brought to his kitchen cabinet because he did not want to deceive himself. He knows that he's going to hear the truth from these guys. He didn't want to put sycophants around himself. It is not enough for Peter Obi to become the president of this country. What is critical and most important is how he decides. And I love it. Somebody said there was a scenario where he was supposed to go for somebody from his area, and he said no. Now, that makes sense, because if he's going to behave like that as a president, to overlook ethnicity or religion and go for the best mind, then he's going to be the best president we are going to produce in this country. But if that does not happen, you understand, then that becomes very difficult for us to be able to achieve what we need to achieve. It is not about him winning the elections alone. It is about him getting the right thing. Even if you are in Chelsea or Manchester City, you must ensure you have good players that are ready to support and play with you. Now, if you look at Lukaku, sorry for those that do not understand sport, Lukaku is a good player. But in Chelsea, he was almost like not a performer because he found himself in the wrong team. So it is incumbent on our people who becomes the president of Nigeria, whether whoever, because in this platform you can have somebody supporting Tinubu, I respect him. You can have somebody supporting what they call Atiku, I give you the respect, because we can never be the same. We can never support the same candidate. Two brothers can decide to go for different people. That is how they want to do it, and you respect them. But whoever emerges must work with all Nigerians, because for now we are together, and I don't see anything that's actually taking us away for now, irrespective of what we say. I know I said finally, but look at it. My last word is that the fact is we need everybody's support. If in the north you are talking about, there are a lot of Igbo brothers in the north. If they want this dream to come to pass, don't sit down in your house on an election day and listening to music. Come out, even in the north, in the midst of tension, and come and vote for this man. I am not campaigning for Peter Obi. It's not my candidate, to be frank with you. But what I'm telling you is that there is no way we can be talking like this and not ready to take the risk. We must face it. So all around Nigeria, in the north, in the south, in the east, everywhere you are talking about, there are Igbo people. But if you refuse to come out on an election day and you say that is the best president on top of your bed with your phone, then you're joking, man. Because for me, I tell you, I want to see a change. This is our life. This is our generation. We are not enjoying this country the way we should enjoy this country. And if you have somebody, a man that we can see that there's a trace of him fixing it, we are supporting him. But the fact is that people must go beyond talking and come out and vote for this guy. Irrespective, if you are still in an environment where they say, don't come out, you feel that your life is threatened. If you don't come out, then we cannot have the kind of change that we need to have. Thank you very much for giving me the space. I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter. But I would like to know, you finished and you said that Peter Obi is not because I'm very, very, I'm very, very concerned about the man movement. So you said he's not your candidate. I don't know who is your candidate then, because you said you want a change. So I would like to know. Sorry, I don't know if you want to answer, you can, but if you feel
yes, thank you very much. Now, for an election, when I was in the university, I was also a political student, politics, SUG, and all the rest. Now, before I take you as my candidate, I must listen to your manifesto. You understand? I must compare the manifesto of everybody. As okay, this person, the person. No, let me complete my response.
Where you are coming from now. No, people are raising up their hands. You understand? I understand where you are coming from. But it's okay. It's okay.
Ejike, the next speaker is Hillary. Are you here?
No, I think Malam is back.
I know Malam is here, but I want if Hillary is not here, so I can take him down and bring someone else. Hillary, because this is I think the third time I'm calling on him. Hillary, are you still here?
Yeah, but I'm done already. I actually passed the mic to someone else.
Oh, all right. Thank you. I'll take you down then. Malam, please If you're here, have your the rest of your submission, please.
Nkechi, I am. Thank you.
Another thing, Malam, please wait. You were eating and you didn't even say, okay, people on this place, come on.
Boss, calm down now. Meat is getting fried. Don't worry. Meat is on fire. That's what you need. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Very interesting topic. Just to conclude my submission, I said I was going to talk about what I feel about the obedience and what I feel the average northerner thinks about obedience as well. Then a friend, an acquaintance here, tried to share some of Reno's tweets. Yes, so some people find these tweets inciting and that, but I think that's on the sides. I think I should start by saying I'm currently in my dad's study, and I have a project book of Peter Obi that he gave to my dad. When he was governor of Anambra State, he had visited my family house, and I ushered him in myself. A great personality, and to the people saying he's stingy, actually he dropped 250,000 naira at the gate. I am not making this up. I say these things because I just want us to see, to hear how politics is about, or what politics is about. I feel in trying to sell your candidate, right, you should do it in such a way that even people in opposition, who may not align or like him, wouldn't have anything against your candidate. So people on Twitter that I have conversed with, or colleagues at work, or people on the street, or friends, see obedience as aggressive campaigners. And trust me, I am not coming from the angle of attacking obedience or Obi himself. To be honest, I am not. But the style of campaigning that is on Twitter is actually demarketing the candidate himself. So people feel just like you would have issues with Emilokon for Tinubu, people have issues with the way campaigns are going on as regards Obi. So please, if we can try to tone it down in selling our candidates, we should sell the candidates not in such a way that other people would feel belittled or anything. I listened to one of the speakers. Nigeria is a very sensitive country. We are very sensitive people. Anytime you mention something that has to do with my tribe or my religion, to be honest, a side of you shows that you wouldn't necessarily want to show other people. I'm just explaining the fact that it's sensitive. Someone mentioned that Northerners are even to benefit from Obi's presidency. You see, I understand you're trying to say there would be education, but you need to first of all know why we have as many out-of-school children in the north. It's merely cultural. Back in the day when our parents went to school, do you get? People were actually getting arrested, forced into schools. A lot of people were saying, no, we are not going to do these things, blah, blah. And there was a reason. Because these schools were established by missionaries. And we, even back then, were a religious people. So we saw Western education as, Christians trying to Christianize us, to borrow the term that we usually use for Islamization. Do you get? So it's an inborn thing that would take years to address. So whether or not you feel your candidate is coming and in 4 years everyone in the north will go to school, that is laughable, to be honest. And you need to be careful the way you say it, because if you come off as demeaning or belittling people, then that is again demarketing your candidate. So in essence, what I'm saying is, I beg you, I cannot, for my conscience, vote for PDP or APC again. I would really love to vote Obi, and I would really love to sell him to other people. I would really love for his supporters to be tolerant,
to go easy on us while campaigning, to, show us love and everything, because to get the presidency, you need everyone on board. Buhari has done it from 2003. While he was getting the massive votes from the North, he could not smell the presidency until he had that alliance with the South. So you need that, and it's unfortunate. I know we've started being obedient and useful. To be honest, politically, wrong candidates to pick. But I pray they win. To be honest, for my conscience, even if I don't vote them, I would love for them to be president and vice president. But I wish he had tried as much to go for Konkoso, regardless of what had happened, what had transpired between them on TV or whatever. But Konkoso was the best fit. Yusuf cannot give you Kaduna. There is no way he would win. Quote me anywhere. Record this. Keep it. There's no way he would win in Kaduna. So I don't suppose he was a candidate to be picked, to be honest. He's not going to divide the North votes. He's not going to be of any relevance and that. Again, this is just my take. I've been an ardent follower of politics and governance for years, and I feel I'm in a position to wield this opinion. So I think I'll just yield the mic for now. If I have anything later, I'll request it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Malam. Thank you for your submission, and thank you for all you've said. I used to have this guy, Ahmad, who would always tell me on spaces that please don't engage any Northerner. You should allow a Northerner engage a Northerner. I think he's right. But I also want to plead with you. Most of the things you see, just like there was an interview P2B granted last. He said some people who are doing these things are not even Obi supporters, you understand? And people tend to say Obi supporters are aggressive. To me, I don't think so, because if I tell you that maybe, or if somebody should tell me that, hey, your boss is crazy, your boss is a foolish man, I'm supposed to react, you understand? When we look at the situation of things in the country, people tend to react. Some are overreacting, I can't take that away, but we just need to, to see how we can correct these things. But with time, we are going to try and correct it. For example, there is a space holding now. Somebody is actually attacking the vice presidential candidate, about what he said some time ago. You understand? So people are trying to dig up propaganda just to see how they can malign some candidates. Thank you very much, Malam. Thank you very much for your submission. I really appreciate, and I would appreciate it more if you would try and join the team, because from what I heard, seems you are still on the fence. If you can try and fall on this team, and let's see how we can salvage our country. Thank you very much. Sorry, who is going next, Nkechi?
Let me see. Peter Obi's Crusader. He's been here for a while.
Okay, Peter Obi Crusader, you can unmute. After Peter Obi Crusader, I think it's Ajomo, then Chubrike, before Prince.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I've listened to a lot of people speak and said a lot of things that are very important. Then I will start with the instigating Nigerians against each other. You see, I always boldly tell people here that I've spent about 23 years of my life in the North. I've lived among Northerners for 23 years. And there is a lot of thoughts and old beliefs about Northerners that I do tell people that those things doesn't really exist. You see, what is seemingly a problem in Nigeria, ethnic differences and the problems we do have, is majorly artificial, very, very artificial.
very, very artificial in the sense is that it's been engineered by some people for their selfish interest, starting from the politicians to people who have lived all their life on public fund, access to public fund. Then the bottom line of it are the victims themselves who doesn't know that they are being used against themselves. These are majorly the three category of people that used to stoke up this ethnic, whatever they call it in Nigeria. I can tell you for a fact that it's a fraction of people up north that are the problem. Everybody think every northerner is a problem. Just a fraction. The same way is in Yoruba land, the same way is in Igbo land, the same way is everywhere. Sometimes when I tell people that when you come to the north, there are a lot of ethnic groups up here. Plenty of them. But you know, once you come to the south, once you say north, everybody is referred to Hausa, you know, or the latest one, Fulani, the joint one now, Hausa Fulani. But you'll be shocked that even the Hausans you are talking about are not actually the real majority up here. From Sokoto to Meduguri to down Benue, there are a lot of ethnic groups, a lot of them all over the north. But you know, Hausa is like a general language up north that almost everybody need to understand to communicate. The same way English is a general language in Nigeria that we communicate with in order to include every person from every other part of Nigeria. And I tell you that there are beautiful people up here. I'm not saying it because I live here. I'm telling you that there are beautiful, wonderful, great people up here. There's a story I've shared with Nigerians some time ago. It's quite long. 2011, there were crisis, a political crisis. That particular day, I was traveling to Kano from the North Central where I'm staying, not knowing that the crisis was a bit hot. Somewhere inside Zaria City, if you are leaving Zaria City and you want to step into Kano, you know, we getting into the Zaria City, the driver that was driving us is a northerner and he's my friend. And I was the only non-northerner Igbo person in that vehicle, and one Yoruba woman. We are two that are not northerners. One Yoruba woman and I, and the only man and one woman. So our vehicle got stuck in the midst of those young, angry mob. They were shouting those chants they gave them, Kabamunana, Arone Mokeche, you know, all those things. And then we are fast approaching our bus. It was a Malan that looked at me. I was already lost. I don't know what next to do. I've given up. I've put up close. I called across to my mother and I told her what is happening. And I told them, if they don't hear from me any longer, that is the end. I've already texted my bank pin to my younger brother and told them, if anything happens, you people can be able to have access to the account. This man looked at me, and when I was making that call, he called me. He said I should jump from my seat and come to the back seat where he was sitting. I quickly moved there, and these boys were very close. He asked driver to wind up everywhere because we couldn't move again. Front was blocked, back was blocked. They were going from vehicle to vehicle, breaking and looking for non-northerners to kill. And before me, I saw human beings being slaughtered like cow. What he did is that he removed his clothes immediately and gave me to wear. Gave me his turban, this stuff they used to tie in their head, and gave me to tie it. Thank God I was having small game then, and that is small bees. I was quite young then, you know. And he told me, when they come, don't talk. We'll tell them that you are dumb. And that is how my life was saved that day. I've remained in contact with that man and the driver himself. They have, in fact, during my wedding, I made them men on the high table. I brought them on the high table. It's what I'm trying to tell you is that, please, some of us have not traveled around this country to see how things work. There's actually no problem in this country. These things are artificial. These things are people at the up who benefit from this crisis, using people at the bottom level of their victim to deal with the people at the middle who are telling them to stop. That's what they do. It has always been a pattern they repeat every now and then when the election is up. And I want to tell us, Igbo men are good. Yoruba men are good. Northerners are good. The Hausans, the Kadaras, the plenty. If I start calling them as in, there are too many ethnic groups up here. I am an employer of labor to start with. My general manager is from Osun State. I've been with him since 2006. Has been working with me. Then, my factory manager is from the north. And I can tell you that 85% of my workers are from north. So what are we even saying? When I was having a building project in the east, the person that handled brick-laying work and the plastering for me is from Kwara State. He lives in the east and he married an Easterner. Oh, I forgot to tell you people too that my wife is a Northerner. I married a Northerner myself. And so many other things. You go to East, you go to my town, you see a lot of Northerners doing well there. But once period like this come up like this, you start hearing all manner of things. Sometimes some of them, if I'm together with them, like yesterday, there was some things that people were saying on the internet. I showed one of my friend, he looked at it, he was like laughing. This morning, do you know how many of my big Alhaji's houses, maybe they invite you for Salah celebration? Do you know how many of them I have visited? Do you know how we communicated? Do you know how we played and they cracked joke and they talked about politics and other things? And they drove away. So what I'm saying is that people that have not traveled, people that have not gone out to see how people live where they are, should stop thinking that what they think is what it is. It's not like that. People are not that bad. I'm not saying that there are no bad people. There are fanatic, ethnic bigots everywhere. You can find them in the west, you can find them in the east, you can find them in the north. But please, Nigerians are good people. And we love this nation. We want this nation to work. I do tell people that there are some of us that even if you turn Nigeria to Afghanistan, they will still find their way to support. But what about those people at the bottom level that are the real victims that these same people are using? Me supporting P2B is not about anything that will benefit or whatever. But I want Nigeria to work. I want to see a Nigeria where my children can be proud of. I want to see a Nigeria where people can walk around freely. Look at today, people are going to mosque scared. Some of them refuse to carry on their family to mosque because they don't know what is going to happen. They have to divide the family. Okay, few people go, so other people stay aside. Because there is fear everywhere. Is this how we are going to continue? So please, let me not take longer time. What I'm saying is, wherever you are, put the interest of this country first. Forget about your personal interest. Forget about that access you have to government money, public fund. There are other things you can do with your skills. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter, big crusader. Just like you said, wherever you are, put the interest of Nigeria first. Thank you very much for your submission. Ajomo Abayomi.
Yes, please.
Mute, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here. I want to thank the host and the co-host for the opportunity to share my views and thoughts in this space. And particularly, I want to say that I'm quite happy that we're having this discussion at this time, at this critical time. And I think social media has come as a blessing to this generation and even to the older generation. It has given us a platform to hear our views, to also learn, which I think is very important. Learning is very important. Learning about the way things are in other parts of the country, how things are done in other parts of the world. And I think that will go a long way in shaping our minds and our thoughts and help us to take better decisions as individuals. Now, to the topic, instigating Nigerians against one another, each other. The project Nigeria, I believe, a lot of people have said on this platform, I believe it's a project that I believe will still work and can still work if the right things are done. The forthcoming 2023 elections is really not about the candidates or what the candidates are bringing. Really, there's a bigger picture, and I want each and every one of us to have, to take a cue from this. There's a bigger picture other than the individuals that we have decided for or what manifesto they are coming to the table with. Nigeria needs to work. Nigeria needs to move forward. Nigeria needs, there are basic and fundamental challenges facing the country today that needs urgent attention. Number one is security. Number two is food. And a lot of us today, I'm talking particularly about those that are living within the country, knows that the cost of living has really gone up. Basic food amenities are very expensive today. And I'm talking about people that are in the lower cadre of society. Many of our people can hardly feed conveniently 3 times in a day. A lot of people are out of jobs. There's so much insecurity. A few days ago, I live in an area called Legbeda here in Lagos. A few days ago, just around about 7 p.m. in the evening, we had gunshots all over the neighborhood. And everybody was so scared and really didn't know what was going on. And that sporadic gunshot lasted for at least an hour. And the following day, we heard there were, armed robbers came around, the neighborhood, just to rob people of their personal belongings. So these are fundamental issues that need to be addressed. And I think a lot of the campaigns that I've seen online that are going all around are really not addressing the basic issues. And I would really love to say that a lot of us need to take our minds, take our focus away from this aggressive and attacking kind of mode of campaigning for our candidates. We really need to sit down and look at the issues. How do we fix the mess that the country is in right now? A lot of our compatriots are traveling out in droves on a daily basis for those that can afford it. For those, there's a young man who shared his thoughts on this platform a few minutes ago, talking about having his aged mom or parent here and is over there overseas with fear and doesn't really know what could become of them. We never really had this bad. Insecurity didn't get to this level, didn't get this worse overnight. It happens, gradually. It snowballed. And here we are today. So it's important that we, as citizens of this great country, as resilient people, need to take our focus away from this distraction. Even this Renault outpost. I consider it as a distraction, a needless distraction, that is. So we really need to go back to the issues. What are the basic things? What are the fundamental things that need to be addressed? And I am yet to see, and I'm here to hear from each of the candidates that are running for office. Although I've seen some of former Governor Peter Obi's interviews online, and I've watched some of his shows, interviews on news platforms. But he needs to do more. And even for other candidates, they need to do more. They need to speak to the hearts of the people. People need to be reassured. People need to be educated. And I believe 50% of the challenges that we have as a country today, if our leaders, and when I talk about leaders, I'm not just talking about political leaders only. I'm talking about religious leaders. I'm talking about even leadership starts from as a parent. How do we educate members of our families? In the communities, in the society, the community leaders, how do they go about educating the people? Helping the people to understand and to see the bigger picture that we have, the challenges that are facing the country, how to solve our problems. And I think it starts from the grassroots. It starts from the home. They used to say charity begins at home, and I believe so much in that. As parents, we need to, our young people have so much energy, they have so much ideas, they have so much things that can take us to the next level in the future. And we need to begin to educate them, starting from the home, from the communities to our local, our ward levels, the local governments, before we get to the federal level. Yes, the federal level is what everybody's focusing on, but hardly do anyone know what is going on, even in their wards, in their local government. Their councillors, what are they doing? What are the steps? What are the programs that they have lined out? But we find out that a lot of our political leaders have hijacked the structure at the grassroots, and they are manipulating this in their favor when election years comes around. So we need to go back as a people to begin to get involved. And that is why I am really happy that we're having platforms like this that people can come on board to learn from. We really need to learn, and we really need to educate our people. It's so disheartening that when you go on the streets of Lagos, you find who are a big part of the political process in this part of the country, harass people of their hard-earned money. And these people believe whatever comes what may, they will always survive. And they are being even protected by the so-called politicians. So, but as a parent, as community leaders, as religious leaders, we all have connections. We can begin to educate our people. We can begin to reorientate them. There was conscious effort towards reorientating the people after the Civil War. And I think for whatever reason, this stopped along the way. And we really need to, come together as a people. Forget whether you are a Christian, forget whether you are a Muslim, forget whether you are from the north, from the south, from the middle belt, whatever. The main thing, the main focus, our main focus should be on having a country that works, a country that we all can be proud of, a country that everyone has we all have an equal opportunity, to become whatever it is that we want to become. And there should be a system, a structure in place that can help to correct those that are going in the wrong way. A It's not disheartening, listening to the news and having a jailbreak, a Kuje prison for that matter. Where are all our security operatives? So if, bandits can break into a maximum prison and set loose, then what is the hope of a common man on the streets going forward to, repurpose and refocus our campaigning as we go in, as we head on into this election, to focus on the real issues and how we can impact the lives of the people, the ordinary citizens on the street, positively. We can begin to support each other. We can begin to encourage each other. And I believe just a minute segment, a minute group of people are manipulating the majority. Because Nigerians are one of the best people you can ever come across in the whole wide world. They are warm, they are loving, they are caring. I spent some time in the north, Zamfara, to be particularly, and there was a time I also went to Kano. And throughout my interaction and the years I've spent in that part of the country, I must say that those from that part of the country, I'm not pushing this now, but I must say that from my experience, those from that part of the country are some of the best people that you can ever relate to. And that also goes for some people from the east and from other parts of the country. Nigerians are not criminals. Nigerians are not evil people. Nigerians are not miscreants.
Can you round up in 30 seconds?
So I believe we can all begin to do the right thing by educating everyone around us as we go into this election. And I pray that the Lord will help us. And I want to felicitate with all the Muslim brothers and sisters on this platform. I'm wishing you a happy Salah. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ajomo. Thank you for a wonderful submission. We're supposed to have Chibuike. Are you there?
Hi, Ejikeme. I'm here.
Okay, you can shoot.
All right. So I would like to introduce myself. I like telling people on Spaces who I am and my kind of background so that they do understand my perspective. So my name is Chibuike. I'm an Igbo boy. I've lived all my life in Igbo land. I was born and brought up. I was schooled there in Igbo land. I've had little interactions with Northerners. And few interactions I've had with them have come quite sporadically. I've not had a Northern friend or someone I'll call a very close friend. But still, I find myself in a situation where I do not subscribe to the certain narratives or stereotypes about the Hausa, the Fulani, the Idoma, and other Northerners. First of all, why this is possible is because I am educated. And that is why I will always value a politician that takes education very seriously. And that is why I hold Kwankwaso in high regard, and I wish the merger happened. That is why I also, having found out about the Dr. Dati, I also hold him in high regard, having seen his also numerous strides in the sector of education. First of all, I have to say that on the topic, instigating Nigerians against each other, I have to say that the first and most obvious solution to that is education. Yes, we get that there are some people that are rebellious to education. But we must realize that you do not force people to go to school. It's just like combating people. You do not force people, you show them the benefits of why school is important. When the colonial people came to Africa and in my part of Nigeria, they met some resistance, especially the missionaries, when it came to education. But with time, when people start seeing the benefits, when people start seeing those customs that were sent to school were able to make a better life for themselves and even better than them, that they call the true sons of the soil, they have no other option but to toe the line. So that is why it is very important that we get our educational sector repaid, and then we should take it as a state of emergency. We should take it as a project of utmost concern. If we can be able to get people into schools and educate them and give them the ability for them to open books and read for themselves, you will have less bigotry and less intolerance in the society. A second solution to stopping or to reducing the reducing the spate of instigation in a society is that we must get our justice apparatus to work. We must make sure that there is justice for everybody. No justice, no peace. A lot of people say this without actually knowing that this applies anywhere. If someone feels aggrieved and does not feel that his complaint has been treated justly, it's going to lead to more problem. And that is why I feel that a president, especially a president like Nigeria, with the right intention, single-handedly, through that only singular act of having the right intention and purposes, might reduce up to 50% of our problems. Please, if you can you hear me? Am I still on the space?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
All right. So that is why I believe that getting our judiciary, and when I mean judiciary, I mean from the police up to the justice and the Supreme Court judges, getting the right system in place so that we do not have carryover of justice is very important in solving the numbers of intolerance and whatever problems we have in the country. Whereby you have a situation whereby if someone is killed unjustly, there should be a consequence, cause and effect. By the time you know that there is a consequence for your action, you think twice before engaging in such action. The reason why every time we still have a threat of violence coming from certain places in the country is because those people that perpetrate that get away with it. Some of them even rise to be big men and women in the society and be in very critical sectors, influencing policies. And that is why we have a country whereby a lot of things are not seen as they should be. And that's why I have a lot of people, when they tell you about the security situation in the country, they will tell you that the weight of the foods is not something that the Nigerian fabric or the Nigeria as a union or as a nation can survive. And all these things are very important. There should be a right and appropriate justice for a crime. That is number two. Number three has to come from things like religious leaders and our society leaders living up to their expectations. And what I mean is, every society should have a moral fabric. And the problem with Nigeria is that our moral fabric has been torn to shreds. And that is why in our music videos, that is why in our conventional media, that is why in our churches, we enthrone thieves, we enthrone criminals. We give them the highest seats, we place them in high places. And that is part of the reason why the poor and the unjust do not get justice. These are the issues. Our religious leaders must learn to call truth to power. And if they fail in doing so, us the congregation should be able to tell them that there are consequences for you failing to tell truth to power. We should stop being hypocritical as a nation. Say the truth, and then the consequences. And that is the only way we can move forward.
And TBK, can you round up, please?
All right, thank you. In summary, I am an obedience. I support Peter Obi for a myriad of reasons. I want Nigeria to work because that is what is going to benefit everybody in the long run. I hope that people on this space see reason, those that are still waiting to be convinced. We will not tell you how to vote, and we will not also try to tell you that the consequences if you do not vote. Or some people might try that. But just know that if you do not vote in the right people, whether you are outside the country or within the country, you will still be associated with these age-long problems we've had. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you very much, Chibike. I think
yeah, I wanted to say something, Ejikeme, if you don't mind. Yeah, just a quick response to his points. Yeah, thanks a lot to the last speaker. But there's something you said about education, and how if people are educated, then tribalism will go. As much as I believe in education, and I know that education, makes a lot of difference in human beings, I don't think that education is just the tool that we need to be able to eliminate tribalism. There are many educated people who are even more tribalistic than those that didn't go to school. And you said that people cannot be forced to go to school, that you can only try to show them the benefits. It depends. It depends on the age. For example, you have a child that, that is still a child, that it doesn't know anything. It's not an adult yet, probably not even a teenager. You have to make sure that that child goes to school. In fact, in same countries, it's the responsibility of the local government to make sure that any child goes to school. So even you as a parent cannot, except you want to home educate the child, and you have to prove to the local government, the local council, that that child is being schooled at home. If not, as like where I live, as long as a child turns 3, that child needs to go to school. And if that child doesn't go to school, you're going to be in a problem as a parent. So it's not a situation where you have to beg people or convince them to go to school. Children need to be put to school. Then when they get to certain age and decide this is not for me, yeah, fair enough. You can start convincing them to make them know why they have to stay. But at least the primary basic education is every child's right. And it's not up to them to decide if they want to take up that right or not. That's just the point I wanted to make. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Well noted. I don't know, maybe I might be giving the opportunity maybe later to allow others to speak, maybe to also expatiate on some of the points you raised.
Yeah, sure.
Okay with you.
Yeah, sure.
Can I
let's have Prince, please. Prince Godwin.
Thank you very much, the host, for a great job, and thank you so much for the co-host and how you people are really, I don't know how to put it. You people are always calm. You really allow people to finish. In fact, you give them enough time, and if possible, you just remind them briefly. And now, so that is wonderful. For not only encroaching, but at the end, appreciating and correcting. In fact, it's a discipline space I have. Now, I listened to what some people were saying, so I was touched because of the number. And if I don't come and say these things, which are very urgent, most people will not get this message. Malam or something his dad gave him a book or something that he would love to vote for Peter Obi and this. If Pam is not on this group, I would have really appreciated it. Now, let me go straight. I'll be talking on Reno Mokri, religion, pattern on debate, all hands on decks. Those are the things I want to talk on quickly. The first one, which is the topic which I'm following and things, it's about Reno Mokri. What gave me sleepless nights and pain and anger about Reno Mokri is this. I follow Reno Mokri for a very long time in all his Twitter space, Instagram, Facebook, and all his handle. I now discover that Reno Mokri loved Peter Obi so much. He speaks so good about him. Along the line, he began to change. I was watching him as a mature person who will not jump into, conclusion. I keep watching. I keep seeing the venom of Reno Mokri. I say, oh my God, is this Reno Mokri that won a business award that is talking like this? Another Reno Mokri. Until I now realize that truly this man is fully out. He has no weapon. He has no tools against Peter Obi. Rather, he's looking for things to instigate violence, to counter Peter Obi at any slight mistake. Maybe Peter Obi just... That is what Reno Mokri was up to. Now, what gave me so much anger that I even had to delete him from all platforms and block him? I discovered that each time people come to speak that Peter Obi supporters are so unruly, this and that, Peter Obi will still play to the gallery to to fulfill all righteousness, to appeal to his followers. Reno Mokri will keep quiet. He will never pick that Peter Obi tweets and said, this is what Peter Obi has said to his followers, which is commendable. Reno Mokri will keep quiet. He'll be waiting for the next something to use. When another thing come up again, Reno Mokri will pick it down. He keep hammering like that, and Peter Obi keep coming out to say things, and he never for once accepted anything Peter Obi has said from his own self to the members, as if he's not saying them. And meanwhile, it should be more learned to know that anybody, first, let me just direct, I can just pick Atiku Abubakar picture or Tinubu picture on my Twitter handle now and start abusing Atiku or start abusing Tinubu. And they will say it's Tinubu followers, or it's as easy as that. So there should be more knowledgeable to know that anybody can be more violent with one of the party aspirant pictures. And if you don't know, you will think that is the instruction. If our disciple, Mr. Peter Obi, said, you people should be tolerant, what more do you want Mr. Peter Obi to do? He should go and look for cane and start flogging each people from their houses? Mind you, social media and Twitter is for the whole world. Your friends and enemy and loved one will all come and speak. It is not left for the learned one to digest and to demarcate the good words from the bad words. But they fail to do that. They said they should caution Peter. Peter Obi writes his followers in the book of record that he has their phone number and his family members. This is for presidency. So let me put this thing straight. Reno Mokri is an outright wicked and a demonic venom. That if I'm even Peter Obi, I would have offended him and never have anything to do with him. He's a real hack enemy. Now, let's look at it this way. They are saying that Peter Obi followers are inciting violence or they are stubborn at this. The truth is this. How will you come and be speaking negative things against Peter Obi and you expect all millions of followers to be silent and move on? It is not easy. We all have our personal character. Some people cannot take things. They must definitely reply you. Are we dummies? It's not possible. They are the one looking for trouble. You can imagine you saw somebody in front of his father, that his father is bastard and useless, and the person will just laugh and walk away, that he has a goal to achieve. He will talk to you. So people should get that. They are just trying to look for flimsy excuse to see how they can eat deep and to destroy the image of Mr. Obi. They are saying his followers are this. If you are a deep thinker and you are intelligent and exposed, ask yourself first, when a child cries to you that someone's child beats her or him, a mother or a father should ask, what did you do before they spank you? Then that child will be able to speak the truth. I was sitting on my own, he just came to me and hit me. It's possible. Then the father or mother will now go and find out, what did my son do or what happened? Then from those explanations, he will know it truly, that thing truly happened. Before you take judgment, they will see all manner of stupid tweets against Peter Obi from APC and PDP, Reno Mokri, yet will come. The Peter Obi followers are toxic. You are toxic in your mental reasoning. If you are intelligent enough, you should find out before you say they are toxic. You are the one who is toxic, and they are the one ranting and abusing Peter Obi followers, yet they will come and be accused. You know what? They will accuse Peter Obi followers with the right hand. Then they will come on the left hand to cry on the Facebook and internet and news that Peter Obi followers are toxic. That is what they are doing. Intelligent propaganda. If you are sharp and deep, don't take that shit they are talking about. Tell them boldly, you are talking rubbish. Can you prove the point? Can you prove the polite and intelligent word you use before they counter you? So please, we should be more enlightened and not to take oppressive and cyber bully that they want to suppress us so that we cannot talk while they pour shit and rub shit on our face. It's not possible. Now let me go to the next one. Religion. My brothers and sisters, let me tell you. Be you Muslim, Christian, north, south, east, west. The truth is bitter. They say when two friends enter a room and they come out laughing. One of them did not tell themselves the truth. But when both of them come out and they are frowning their face, they have told themselves the truth. The truth is this: we hate ourselves in this country. We don't have democracy. Democracy that we have been inheriting since 1960 is tribalism, religious setting, and ethnicity is the bedrock, is the three constitution, the father and mother of all democracy in Nigeria. We are practicing religion and ethnicity, hatred for one another. Like the host said, is well equipped and bettered with ethnic bigotry, mental reasoning. Nothing you will tell him that will take away that tribalism, religious mindset, if it is negative, away from it. He will stand by it, die by it foolishly. He doesn't have time to reason out of the box. That is what Nigerians has been voting for from the onset. Religion, ethnicity, and tribalism. Each time they speak about, okay, let us be tolerant concerning the South, let us be tolerant when we speak concerning the North. My dear, the secret is this: you are being careful and being sensitive of some particular mind of people who can never change their reasoning. Look at the space of killing, kidnapping, day to day, back to back. Is it tribalism that sets you free? Is it religious setting that set you free? But we are entangled based on ethnicity and religious mindset. That is why we are dying every day. And when election comes, we see vote for tribalism and religious setting, not competence. And Peter Obi represent competent and true democracy, dividend of democracy. That is why the enemies are hitting hard to see how they can shut him down. They can continue to boast in the number of religious and ethnicity mindset, not a number of enlightened citizens and enlightened members that will vote on election. That is the bitter truth. So you can imagine how we are working so tirelessly, so hard to make sure we set Peter Obi, a man with a clean track record. Like they said, like El Rufai used to abuse us. He said, even though you bring Jesus or whatever, he doesn't care. Let me put it this way: even though you bring any saint to Nigeria, if he falls short at the top religious setting or tribal setting, my sister, my brother, he will find it difficult with the political. That my friend Malan was talking about our VP, that he cannot win Kaduna. He knows him. He cannot win his polling unit. He's speaking partial truth. The truth is this: they don't believe on education and competence. It is how they can do divide and rule. And also, the majority of the illiterate are more than the literate. And whatever you tell them based on religion and financial setting, you carry the vote. That is what has been going on. And when killing and things come up, their own politicians will turn them to IDP camp, and they'll be dying and suffering every day. And yet, they are being fed from international aid. Even international aid that we send to them, their same political brothers and sisters will see eat everything, and Boko Haram go there and not think out of the box to that we are the enemy of ourselves. This religion mindset and ethnicity that we are wearing every day to deprive us from thinking out of our faculty, to see between our legs who is the right candidate, is what has been giving power, authority to all these political aspirants that they are telling you and they are boasting that to come rain comes on, they know they will win you. They don't need competence anymore because they know the citizens are poor, are blind, mentally, spiritually. That is what they are relying on. And when they win again, they will keep putting you on that. Let me go back to the...
As you go back to your other point, please, Prince, please try and round off in 30 seconds, please.
Okay, I'm already doing that. So whether we are speaking on any form of English, the bitter truth is that deep down in our heart, be you north, south, west, we hold on to our religious mindset, and that has been what has been eating us up, and that is why we are afraid to come as one. And we pay for it, except we realize ourselves. The north is bearing it now. The next one that we see, they cannot bear it anymore, except they think the right thing. The last one I'm talking about is debate on APC, PDP, and Labour Party, getting all hands on decks. There is something I discovered for unity purpose, so that this incitement and instigating issues will stop completely. I will want a northern Southern Labour Party youth, a Eastern Labour youth, to hold a Twitter space. Let them also have a Northern APC youth, a Northern PDP youth, a Southern PDP youth, a Southern PDP youth, as in the APC, Labour Party, and PDP. Let us come together under one umbrella and let us be civil to start debating clearly why you feel your candidate is more better than another. By so doing concurrently within a week time of a clear recurrent debate, at the end of the day, the intellectuals will be selected and intellectuals will enlighten the hearts of others so that it will be a transparent floor. Speak openly like this, defend your candidates, and also speak things that the other candidate is not competent about. Logically, by so doing continually, we will stop all this bullying of what they are talking about, both left and right, because everybody will come together and will be engaged and enlightened. So the co-host of APC will be in charge, the co-host of Labour Party will be in charge, the co-host of PDP will be in charge. By so doing, we all have access to answer and counter one another for the movement and progress of oneness of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And your last point about that space, it makes a lot of sense. I do hope that that the people who should do that would be able to arrange it. Chibuikem, are you here, please?
Hi, yeah, I'm still here.
Have you spoken before?
Yes,
oh.
Yes, but I wanted to expatiate on some things. But you can still give room for others if that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, please. Just there are 3 new people. Let's give them opportunities to speak. Then, I can come back to you. Yeah, 2 more people actually. Obedient Child, you have the mic. Obedient Child. Shiba King, Obedient Child, are you here? Okay. So I go to Change Agent. You have the mic, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Nkechi. Thank you for this opportunity. I heard the last speaker speak. I've also heard other people speak. One of the things I want to talk about today is about inciting people. Now, one of the speakers said something that struck me, and I share his sentiments and his views. Because if you have traveled all around this country, you will understand that all this bickering that is happening all around is because you have not had an opportunity to see the other person for who he is and for what he brings to the table. Now, this north that they're talking about, someone like me, if everything was supposed to be right in this country, I'm Igbo, but I was born and buried in the north. There is no part of the north that I have not been to before. I speak, read, and I can teach in Hausa. That's to tell you how much of a northerner that I am. In a saner climb, I should be a northerner. But what I'm trying to say is that when time comes for sharing formula, when time comes for politique, then they start using religion, they start using other things to try to divide us. Now, he said something that struck me, yeah? There are a lot of people in the north who the elite in the north have created just for this purpose. And thank God for social media. I can tell you that a lot of those illiterates in the north are becoming a little bit woke. Because if you go to TikTok, for example, you're going to see that you have a lot of northerners there. And by the time they engage, they are seeing life from another different perspective. Even on Twitter, you find out that people are learning things differently from it. If you have never been to any part of the north before, if for any reason you have an interaction with a northerner on Twitter, that is not politics, by the way, right? You find out that you are getting a different vibe from this person. Okay, these guys can actually be different. And in the north, you don't just have like the co-housers, you have other people, like my other speaker has said. So what would and the last speaker said something about having people come and debate and debate. Yeah, there's somebody doing that already. I think that the Freeze is already organizing that every Tuesday. He has the people from Peter Obi's side. He has the people from PDP and APC. They are already organizing to have those debates by 9 o'clock every Tuesday on YouTube. Yeah, on YouTube. Yes, it's live. It's a live debate. It's going to be happening. So you come talk about what makes your candidate. Just come sell your candidate on a clean and clear pedestrian, on a clean and clear platform. And someone like me, I'm not one of the people representing Peter Obi, but I have linked up with the team to provide them with the information that I have. So we should not allow anybody tell us that no, the Northerners are bad. No, this what. See, this is politics. Now, it's unfortunate again because somebody who has lived till today, my parents, virtually everything that is investment that my parents ever own in this life is in the North. So even anybody is telling me anything about the North, I just look and I laugh. I just know that it's just very few elites in the North that are trying to capitalize on the very, very vulnerable ones. The ones that haven't gone to school, the ones that have not gotten any kind of educational ideas in their head. And I like what our vice presidential candidate was saying on Arise and channels yesterday. He said he wants to make sure that at least basic literacy is actually a serious way that the government must start using to remove its people from poverty. Because with basic literacy, you will understand that people are able to decipher what is wrong and right. By the time you begin to give people just basic literacy, the people, you see that people want to now try out some kind. Have you ever asked yourself, why is it that the regular Northerner, does not try out himself as an entrepreneur? Have you ever asked yourself that question? Because the only guys that you get to see who are in the corners that are like these are the guys who actually get to open some stuff, small stuff on his window and sell. See, the idea of that basic literacy gives him the fact that, okay, because I can open a small shop in front of my house and sell, I could actually expand it to, you see, those ideas are ideas that you can get just by having basic literacy. And the guy who's on the street begging for food can actually think about it. Okay, this street, I can actually use this street to sell things instead of begging. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that let's not allow this political class, divide what is already divided, because I'm sorry to say the APC government has dragged us over 50 years backwards. They've dragged us over 50 years backwards. The country is on autopilot. We cannot understand how a country like this, yes, we had our own problems before 2015, but it wasn't this bad. Listen, for some of us who can afford to buy the basic things of life, it is painful that back in the days, a pack of spaghetti used to be 70, 60, 70, 80 naira. Today, 450 naira. Some places 550 naira, depending on the brand you're buying. It just does not add up. Hunger does not know ethnicity. Hunger does not know tribe. It doesn't know religion. So we must wake up. And it pains me when I see young minds who are supposed to decipher the truth between good and bad, because their parents or because of them, because of they are having direct access to government, they will just want the status quo to remain. I'm a businessman in Abuja, and I have access to both the APC and the PDP presidential guys. And to be honest with you, if I wanted to go by my own selfish interest, I would keep quiet. But I'm looking at a country where my children can grow up and can be proud to call theirs. I don't know about you guys. Have you noticed that the Japa syndrome is already reducing gradually because the youth are beginning to see some kind of future in Nigeria. People who wanted to leave the country before, I think twice. They're giving them. I have a friend who told me if 2023 doesn't go the way he wanted it to go, he's going to leave this country for good. People are leaving. We are exporting our best brains. So guys, this is a time of our lives. I told somebody in another space, I said, I am not campaigning for Peter Obi because he's Peter Obi. I am not even doing this thing for Peter Obi because he looks like the arrowhead that's going to take us to our destination. I'm not doing it for Peter Obi. I'm doing it for myself. I'm doing it for my children. I'm doing it for my parents. So that at least in the next couple of years, we can see a Nigeria of our dream in our own lifetime. Somebody talked about something. There's something we need to also understand. The fact that the Northerners are a very good voting bloc. Somebody said something that caught my attention again in another space. He said, and he's a very serious obedience. He said, we in the North understand the language of our people. So we from this other side of the country, all we need to do is that when we see an obedient Northerner, let us align with him and give him all the support, all the resources necessary to be able to reach out to his brother. He said something. He said, allow us, the Northerners, to reach out to our own Northerners. Because the truth of the matter is that if a Southerner is reaching out to the Northerner, he's going to probably think that it's because of elections that you're doing this. Not even wanting, because there's always going to be primordial sentiments. So guys, I really urge us to know that all these things that is coming to us to obedience, like what the Reynolds are doing, the Sagas, Abisaga, or all these blows, we haven't even seen anything yet. More will come. More will come. We have to be prepared for it and be sensible enough to know how to navigate it. Trust me, a lot of us used to be in the PDP before. We know the tricks. We understand how they're going to come at us. We must be ready. We must be ready and be sensible, be smart enough to navigate. He said something that this Reynolds did. Yes, at first I thought Reynolds' rant and his abuses was not something we should concentrate about. But he said things that are very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Up to the extent of going to misinterpret what P.O. said in Hausa. So it is dangerous, and I think I signed that document, what you call it, the petition, because I didn't want to do it at first, but I had to go and do it. When I read everything he wrote, it is wicked of him. It is very desperate of him. It is very condescending of him to think that he can actually put our heads together and make us fight instead of looking for how Nigeria's fragility can actually come. We can actually come as one country under God to actually progress. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for giving me this time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your contribution. Gideon, are you here, please? Gideon.
Yes.
Yeah, you've got the mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
To speak. Yes. What the person that just spoke now, he said a good thing. Yes. On my own side, what I'm going to say is this: instigating Nigerians against each other is really, really sad. It is a bad thing. I've been on the news, I watch Nigerian news on the newspapers. The way our politicians make their statements is quite wrong. Yes, it's quite wrong. I'm not going to call names, but it's not going to help us. We need to change. The Nigerian government needs to make a law to bar our politicians by making the instigating statements. Like when they go on the media, they go to the press and make a statement that's going to put the country on fire. It's really, really sad. I know we can use social media, to make our voice be heard, but it's not good. You can see a politician, they will go to the media, they'll be calling out names, they will call people's name and say what they shouldn't be saying. It is really, really sad. They need to stop it. They really, really need to stop. You can see someone from the north will be talking against someone from the east. Someone from the east will be talking against someone in the north. And they will be using a vulgar language, like things they shouldn't be saying. If I become a president, I'm going to push the government to make a law to bar all politicians, any politician that uses, any politician that incites, like, like encourage division of the country. It's really, really sad. For the incoming election, I have heard how people are saying, okay, the North are not capable of rule Nigeria, the East is not capable of ruling Nigeria. It shouldn't be on the media. It should never even, they shouldn't even say that. I really, really don't like it. Oh, no.
V Sonny, could you mute yourself, please?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I want all Nigerians to stop and don't listen to any statement that is against the country. We are one Nigeria. Nigeria has not divided. So I'm going to encourage every youth to accept that Nigeria is one. By not listening to inciting comments, that's what brings Nigeria down. We should have one agenda to make sure Nigeria is working. So instigating Nigerians against each other is a bad behavior. We should have a law, a regulation that stop people from making such statements. For example, you can see a politician go to their Instagram, Facebook, they will put somebody's picture and say something the person said before, or maybe they're gonna edit or predict, they're gonna add something to what somebody said before and make it look like it is real. It shouldn't be on the media. So I am really, really against Nigerian politicians making such statements. Like today on the Punch, I saw what somebody did. Somebody that's running for president. He is accusing the Southeast that they're not even in the politics. It shouldn't be on the media. You all should know about it. I'm not going to call him, but it's really, really sad that he made such statement. It shouldn't be on the media. In Western world, if you make such statements, they're going to bar you from even contesting. You'll be stopped from holding public offices. It shouldn't be on the media. So what I'm saying is, it's really, really sad that our politicians are using vulgar language, inciting comments. So we Nigerians should not listen to them. And there's freedom of speech. You and I have the freedom to make our comment, to say what that be on social media. I don't like it. And that's what is killing Nigeria today. A politician may have a good agenda, but someone will make a comment that sound the qualities of that person who wants to run for an office. It shouldn't be so. Yes, so what I'm here to encourage all the youth, all Nigerians, wherever you come from, as long as you're Nigerian, I'm here to encourage you not to listen to politicians who is instigating Nigerians against each other. Being you Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, wherever you come from in Nigeria, I'm encouraging all the youth to do the needful. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. I'm really happy today that Nigeria is changing. I remember last 4 years, last like this. So I'm really happy that the youths are waking up and changes is coming. So I'm encouraging them to continue with this energy so that we can stop all the bad thing that's going on in Nigeria. So instigating Nigerians against each other is bad, and we should never encourage it. Thank you. That's all.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for that contribution, Gideon. V Sonny, are you here? V Sonny, are you available? This is the second time. We'll go to Pauline. Sorry, Paulinus. Paulinus, you have the mic, please.
So, all right. Thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I want to actually also comment by saying that the politicians we are actually referring to, I believe they will continue to use these factors that has continued to create tension in the country. Of course, they'll be using those as weapons, to continue to cause chaos in the, in the politics. So it's normal for me. It's actually what I have expected. That, of course, for them to score their cheap points or cheap goals, they have to actually leverage on those kind of issues, like talking about instigating comments, ethnic with ethnic coloration, religious issues, just to make it look like whosoever is contesting is actually a sectional leader, or maybe it's actually a leader that is coming up, actually from a particular, because from a particular ethnic group, it's also coming for the purpose of that ethnic group, not looking at it from the bigger picture of the problem we have at the moment. So we have a big problem, as a nation. We have a very big problem as a nation. So just a moment ago, I was just looking through data, and I realized that currently we're dealing with about 17% inflation rate. We have about 17% inflation rate, of course, which directly impacts on everybody. It doesn't matter whether you are Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa, you go to the same market. It doesn't matter where you're coming from. So it doesn't matter the religion you belong to. It doesn't matter your tribe. So we face the same economic crisis. So we're talking about even the cost of issues in the market items. We're talking about other things that affect all of us. So the woman in the market also asks you what tribe you're coming from before she sells to you, because the same price you sell to the person that is Igbo most likely will be the same price, because that is what the inflation has caused. So these are things affecting us, and this is things that we're supposed to be concerned about. How do we come out of this kind of crisis that we find ourselves? So somebody was I was also looking at data. I also saw that the way we're moving, currently we're already using over 96% thereabout of our revenue to service the debts that we have, the external, both external and internal, and the domestic debts that we have. So what that tells you is that in the coming months, so to say, or as we navigate through 2023, it's going to be tougher. But by the time you've used the entire revenue generated to service debts, so what will be left to pay salaries and let's talk more of capital expenditure, for development. So you now realize that already we're having a big problem. The one generated by NNPC is used to service, or used to pay subsidy, and then the one generated by other agencies were using it to service them. So what is left? There's nothing really left for us to fall back to. So what we should be talking about, those are the things that we should be talking about. But unfortunately, they're making those comments, and I've known that the weakest point of especially the majority of Nigerians is actually along those divides, the religion, ethnicity, and all of that, and that they've continued even to I mean, from a way back to in the 60s and thereabout. This has been the basis upon which they campaign. So I'm not surprised. Like the other guy that made a comment, I really like his comment. He said that all of these things, we've envisaged all of these things coming. So, and it's going to get even worse as we navigate through towards 2023. So it's going to get more tougher. So people are going to come up with a lot of things, still along this line, just to knock heads together, to make it look like, it's a war. Meanwhile, of course, we have a common problem. I discussed, interestingly, I schooled in the north. I'm Igbo. I was born in Kaduna. I schooled across Kaduna, Abuja, and then Maiduguri. Yes, all my life I've lived it in the north. and but I'm actually also from the southeast. So what are we saying? I have friends across different geopolitical divides, and again, I've discussed with them. We have the same problem. We have the common.
Pauline, you sir, are you here? It looks like you're having a network problem.
You hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry. So I said that's what we should be focusing on, how we come out of this crisis that we are in. And unfortunately, the people that are there are rather using the things that they consider weakness of our society because of the way our society is actually.
Okay.
So we should expect more and of all of this, and then prepare ourselves even to absorb all of these shocks and not let them distract us as youths. I think that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Okay, so the last person, well, not the last person, somebody who I don't think has spoken before that will speak now is Moses. Moses, you have the mic. After Moses, I will take Chibuikem and then Visoni. That will be it, and then we'll be looking at closing the space. Moses, you have the mic.
Okay, good afternoon, man. So I'll just go straight to the point. So what I really wanted to say is some things we may look liked, but we should not take them lightly, especially this set of persons who are trying to, gaslight and, cause a kind of ethnic tension or turning one region against another, because this is an election season, and whatever they are doing, thinking that they are doing this as a form of playing in the name of playing politics, the ripple effect of what they are doing, what it can trigger post-election. This is the reason why such things should not be ignored at all. We should make sure that these things are attacked, and whoever these persons are, we should clearly call them out, because it's looking like, a lot of persons are getting enlightened. A lot of persons who don't pay attention to politics and governance are beginning to pay attention to politics and governance. And it now looks as if there are some certain persons who are comfortable with the old order of things, and there's some certain persons who are benefiting with the current state of the way our country is, and these persons clearly are beginning to show us that they're the enemies of Nigeria. So it's now beginning to look as if it's like the election is against the Nigerian people and against some certain persons who want to hold on to power or who want to grab onto power by all means. So when these things are happening, the people who would end up suffering these things are innocent people. So what I really want to say about this is this: beyond who is supporting, beyond whoever camp you are or whoever political party you are supporting, this is an issue of life and death. We have seen what such statements have done in the past. People have lost lives and property. So when people come to play politics with those kind of things, they should be resisted. They should be resisted. We should not take it lightly, because elections will come and go. But the implication of their statements, especially if they end up losing, and then they have played such cards, the implication of those things is something we should not even want to talk about. It will even if affect whoever emerges as the new government coming in. So as much as we want to play politics, we must not make sure that anything that has to do with threat to life and properties of the citizens must be taken lightly, and anybody, whoever he is, that has a platform to instigate such violence must be stopped. Such a person must be stopped and must be dealt with the iron hand, because a lot of people are trying to score political points, and in doing that, they are putting a lot of people in danger. Coming out to call people extremists, coming out to call people toxic, you are putting everybody at danger. You never can fathom where such a person will be found, and then because you have said a certain thing, you have endangered someone's life, and then you come in to now see as if you want to play as if you are the victim, whereas you are the instigator. So such persons must be resisted. They must be stopped. You know, in whatever way, they must be called out. We can disagree on candidates, but when it comes to threat of life and properties, such persons should not be given a space at all to or a platform to instigate violence. So this is just what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Moses. Thank you for those important points that you made. Chibuikem, I'll come back to you. You have 2 minutes, please, since you've spoken before. Then after that, it will be Visoni, and I think Visoni will be our last speaker for the day. Chibuikem, you have the mic, please.
All right, thank you, Nkechi. So basically, just to expatiate on some of the stuff you pointed out in my statements previously, in my initial speech. So when I talked about education, you have to understand that there are some people that engage in some of these intolerant activity as a result of ignorance. And there are some people that take advantage of that ignorance. Now, for the educated ethnic jingoist or bigot or whatever, that person takes advantage of that fact for their own selfish agenda, whatever it may be. It may be to enthrone their belief. It may be for economic prosperity. It could also be for power. And they depend on the ignorance of the general populace to be able to perpetuate this. I'll give you an example. I don't want to mention his name, but take Reno, for instance. Reno knows the consequence and knows the cause of it and effect of making certain statements and directing it towards certain people. He is not ignorant, he's quite educated. But because he knows that this is a volatile weapon in the hands of someone, and when directed at a particular people can be quite effective, he's leveraging on it. So when I talk about education, I'm talking about educating the majority. Like when someone said that what the VC said about educating, making sure that a lot of people get basic education. What education does is that it opens your mind to wanting to know more. It opens your mind to asking certain questions. And in asking certain questions, you find the answers that might allow you to make better decisions. It's not as if education is a one cure-all drug for all problems. Of course, for any human solution, it's also there's always a human factor, which means that you do not get 100% result. Now, when we talk about not forcing people to go to school and all, I'm actually not talking about the kids. I'm talking about the culture in this one. When I talk about allowing people to see the benefits of education, of course, the kids can be easily influenced or can be easily told what to do. But we're talking about a systemic culture that has rejected education. How do you get them to see that education is vital? In societies like that, the only thing you can do is to, of course, get people that are willing to listen and make sure that the others see the benefits of this thing in the society. And by doing, you can get them to also tell their people or influence them. For example, remember I used pre-colonial Igbo nation as an example. When the Western education came, it was derided. Most of the men, most of the titled men didn't send their sons off. They sent their daughters and maybe some of their whatever, cast-offs and whatever. And by the time these people now started becoming the bedrock of the new society, you are now playing catch-up. So I think these 2 points I have done quite a number of justice to them. In summary, I just hope that at the end of the day, everybody can vote and vote the right person. At the end of the day, all these things we are talking about will not be able to be solved without having a stable background, a stable society, a stable economic reality. And this is why when you're not hungry, you rarely listen to things like this. But when you're satisfied, you can now, with peace of mind, listen to reasons and understand and see from other people's perspective. Once more, thank you, NK, for the space, and thank you for allowing us and giving us the opportunity to talk about these issues.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for that clarification. V Sonny, you were raising your hand up earlier. Do you have anything else to say, please? V Sonny.
Hello.
Yeah, you were raising your hand up earlier.
hope everybody can hear me now, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Actually, I thank everyone who has been on this platform. I've been listening since the beginning of this program. And I think this is the first time I'm even appearing on any space to even talk. What is important to me is I think a lot of people have said things that could be the problem of this country, and some actually proffered nice solutions. But talking about the instigating Nigerians against each other, I don't think it's fair to say if let's say I tell my friend that someone actually did something wrong to me and we need to attack the person, a reasonable person will ask me, what did the person do? Unless I justify the reason, you won't see any of them attack the person I'm requesting them to attack. But if they see reasons or if they have been affected, they will easily do that. So what I'm trying to say in essence is, if anyone has any reason to instigate people to fight each other, there must be a primary issue those people must have had that will even allow themselves to be involved in any kind of chaos. So, and I think I've seen some people who identified the problem of this nation at this moment. But all I see is that those of their talks are usually sidelined, silenced, and they are not actually talked much about because it's a very sensitive issue. For a person of, I think he's a former Naval Commodore. I think his name is Kunle Olaomi, appeared on Channels television one time. He talked very extensively, and I think it's almost over an hour program, and he talked from the beginning to the end, expressing his concern about the security of this country, which he mentioned that there are some elements, even in government still, who are perpetuating these issues to linger for a very obvious purpose. For one to come out and say, Igbos hate Hausa hate Igbo, Yoruba hate this and that, I think we hardly understand it when we are on the street, except for the popular opinion every region has against the other, which I don't think it leads to any kind of chaos or even allow people to fight each other most of the time, except if it's led by public figures, people in government. And I think most of the times these issues are not being talked about. The same people who expect them to talk about it are the same cause of the problems. Someone also I know very much recently is Obadiah Milafia. I think his program, even talked on radio, is still online on YouTube. People can go and check and listen to him. He actually expressed his concern about the security of this country, and he stated the reasons why there are insecurity. And some people were actually must have heard T.Y. Danjuma talk. All these people are people that most of them are actually out of the system. Major, some of them retired, but actually they have gone, seen, and have been involved in the issue. When they come out, that's when they feel like free to express their concern about what is happening, to allow people to know what is actually the problem, and if anybody has any solution, the person should come up, because some of them are even tired, some of them are aged. They just want us to know what is even happening. So if we keep at saying whether people will see him as a messiah, but this is actually why sometimes we get very disappointed at the end of the day, because we too much hope for a messiah to come and turn things around. Even somebody who doesn't even work, who doesn't even show any sign of commitment to his work, will expect a rosy kind of lifestyle where everything will just be good for him. So at the end of the day, the person may just keep complaining again. But these are not actually the messiahs. The messiahs are supposed to be the same people causing the problem, which if they retract, I think the progress will be very obvious in all ramifications in this country. So let me just say,
things that have been in issue are very tribalistic and religious in nature, which at this moment I can only say the issue is majorly religious, and it's very emotional for someone to say the God you are serving is not the right one. You get very emotional, and I could do a lot of things, doing very dangerous things because of it. I've seen it, and I think most of us have seen it played out elsewhere. So, if someone in government who is a very religious bigot, if I may use the word, who has very big, should I say, very rich, who has everything he can dream of to achieve his religious motive, could actually do it. And I think that's what has been going on. A lot of people are afraid to just mention the actual issue. We keep on dragging ourselves, saying this is what it is, and this is, I think, is the solution. Those people who think are the solutions are actually the problem. And I think if any of us should go and start listening to these three people I've said, Badaya Melafia, Diskunle Olaomi, one former Naval Commodore, and just some of them, just listening to all these people, you just see a consistency in the issue about this country they have identified. And sometimes they don't end up with a very practical solutions to it. They just want people to know the actual problem. It seems those people who are the problem, I'm sorry to say, they seem very unstoppable at this moment, actually. Because the more you try to catch up with your solution, they're actually diverting the means of causing the chaos to another level. So I think that's my submission for now, except if I have any other thing to say later.
Okay, thank you, Vishoni. I see you were focusing on security. Because those three people you called, I think most of us have heard them speak, and we know that the issues they raised is issues or problems that have to do with the security problems and challenges that we are having. On the space today, we were focusing on sorry.
I understand where you're going. Is a very security issue, and I think the reason why all of us are here is because of a comment of someone who could actually thwart his comment to cause chaos, which will still be a security threat.
Oh well, yeah. Looking at it that way makes sense. You're right. Thank you so much anyway for thank you for that contribution.
What I was actually trying to point out is the issue that we have to identify the real problem to know even why it's even necessary to cut someone like that, like Reno, to cut him off from the track he's trying to go on.
Yeah.
If we don't actually have any, should I say, existential issue or very big concerns about the security of people, then he may just be taking like a joker, and people will just move on.
Yeah.
But the reason why everybody is focusing on what he said is because there's a kind of tension everywhere, and those things that are actually causing the tension is what most people are afraid to talk about or even say it openly.
I don't know. I don't know how long you've been with us. This space has lasted for 7 hours, and most people that have spoken, I couldn't tell you that there's any of them I suspected that is scared to mention the problem. People have mentioned the problems in the way that they think that it might be. Obviously, can I just finish, please? Obviously, there are many issues or many elements to these problems. It's not only security, even though one could argue that at the end of the day, whatever instigation that comes up can still boil down to security problems. So as much as we may not be able to get the solution that we need in a space like this one, but I believe that talking about it and hearing other people's experiences and other people's views and perspective on how the problem could be solved, it's quite helpful, because you never know who is listening anyway.
Yeah, I understand. And the connection I'm trying to make actually is that there are issues already at hand, and there are causes for it. But when we start attacking someone who just made a comment, which I think is powerful enough to cause chaos, actually, the reason why all of us are focusing on him is because we know that there is a tension already and could be very scared by this kind of comment. So if you say that people are actually not afraid of saying it, anyway, I didn't actually mean that people coming here to talk are actually afraid of mentioning the issue. What I'm saying is that it's not very popular among people that this is the issue. And people who come out in public, maybe on televisions, on radio, to actually talk about it if you listen to the person I'm talking about, the Naval Commodore, on the program, he was actually asked, is he not afraid for his life for coming out to make?
Yes, because of some of the accusation, would I call it accusation? So because of some of the things that he said, it's different from me and you talking about the security, or maybe me telling you my experience. Maybe I was traveling and kidnappers were on the way and all that. It's that's me telling you my experience. But when I come out to tell you that I've been in the army, that my boss did this or did that, that's like an exclusive information. So I don't see why people like me and you would be afraid to mention what the problem is. Nigerian problem is not hidden. Even people who are not Nigerians already know what the problems are. But the problem, the main problem is the solution. And I believe that the government we have now, they are not interested, to be honest, to find any solution, because the man is very nonchalant, and his disposition just shows that he's waiting for his time to be up so he can move on. So I believe that is why this B movement, has gained momentum, because before now, it felt like there was no hope anywhere. And because people have listened to Obi and those that knows his antecedents and all that, and then everybody's like, okay, this man, it looks like he's going to bring that solution that we're looking for, in terms of economy, in terms of education, in terms of security, and every other aspect of our life as a country. So that's my take anyway. But I'll be closing the space now. It's been on for 7 hours, and there are things that I need to attend to. I want to thank everybody for being here, and it's been such a good day. If I couldn't, take your requests, especially people that just came a while ago, please don't be upset. It's just that if we keep staying, we're going to be here for 24 hours, because new people will keep coming, and then they will keep talking. As much as I want to keep talking with everyone, I'm a mother of 2, and I've been here since morning. So I need to sort out some, family needs. Thank you so much, everyone, and do enjoy your weekend. Bye for now. Oh.